reached the very final day, the very last day of VCT Ascension Jakarta Pacific 2024. But remember, this is actually not the end of the journey, but actually this is the very beginning of the journey for the team who will ascend to greatness and advance to the franchise league. On the very first day, we've seen a surprise from SPG with a clean 13-0 win against Team Full Sense, and boom, just yesterday we've seen they played 4 maps and defeated Full Sense and advanced to the grand final to seek revenge for their loss against SPG in the upper bracket. And now we are gonna see the grand final for Boom Esports now. But before that, we are gonna see a show match between top players from the Pacific. Jadi teman-teman semuanya, kita bakalan melihat terlebih dahulu show match yang akan mempertemukan tim-tim atau player-player top dari Pasifik. Kalau misalnya kalian udah follow seluruh sosial media milik Valorant atau Valorant Esports, pastinya kalian tahu dong. Udah ada yang tahu belum? Ini bakalan ada siapa aja? Siapa? Forsec, wah itu fansnya Forsec garis keras tuh di atas itu ya. Semangat terus ya. Semangat terus ya. Udah rame banget dari atas sampai bawah dan pastinya all of the supporter here are ready to watch some action to see the grand finals. And before that, once again, we are gonna watch a show match between Team 4 Second versus Team X-Curate. Aku pengen dengar kali ya, buat teman-teman semuanya nih, pendukung Team X-Curate dan juga pendukung Team 4 Second ada berapa banyak sih yang udah sampai di Britama Arena ini? Coba tes suara ya, siap ya? Tes suara siap? Oke, siap-siap, 1, 2, 3. Tim atau pendukung Team X-Curate, mana suaranya? Oke, udah rame banget nih ya. Kayaknya ya 101% lah ya. Oke, yang kedua, pendukung tim 4 Second. Mana suaranya? Ini kayaknya lebih ke pendukung Susanto ya di sini ya. Nggak ada pendukung 4 Second, nggak ada pendukung X-Curate. Emang para pendukung Susanto semuanya. So we're gonna have a Susanto Derby here. And I believe the players are ready. And now let's start the show. And please welcome the captain, X-Curate. And also, please welcome the captain himself, 4 Second. Oke, ini dia, halo. Yang Susanto and all Susanto, please boleh maju ke depan sini, yuk kita ngobrol-ngobrol terlebih dahulu. So hello guys, hello X-Curate and also 4 Second, how are you?
Good, thank you, I'm fine.
Fine, oke, baik-baik aja ya. Gimana nih, kok kayaknya nervous banget, Son? Why do you so nervous?
Lawan Koko sendiri soalnya.
Lawan Koko sendiri, emang kenapa?
Takut.
Takut. He's kind of afraid to face him up against the old Susanto here. Tapi kok, do you have anything words to say for the young Susanto here?
Siap-siap aja lah, kita pasti arah dia pokoknya.
Okay. Get ready ya. Get ready. And you, Jason, do you have anything to say to your old brother?
Udah siap kita tim Divin.
Oh, oke, siap. Oke, kalau kayak gitu, kalian pastinya belum tahu kan ya untuk bermain map apa. So, we're gonna have a shuffle for the map that you're gonna play. So, let's see. Which map? Kamu mau apa kok? Which map do you want to play? For the options.
Ebis kali ya, yang map baru.
Abyss ya? Oh, oke. Son, mau apa, Son?
Hah?
Which map?
Oh.
Apa?
Oh, jangan deh.
What map? Which one?
Temen jatuh mulu, jangan. Yo, jangan habis.
Oh, temennya jatuh mulu.
Jangan habis kita deh.
Oke.
Ganti.
Let's.
Apa guys?
Nah, itu semua itu. Semuanya itu mah. All of the maps you choose. Okay, let's start the shuffle, shall we? To see, Ascend, Abyss, Lotus. Son, apa Son?
Oh ya,
Apapun asal nggak apa?
bind.
Oh, bind. Okay. So, let's see.
Backjump.
We're gonna have the show match in Abyss!
Gawat.
Wait a minute. Kenapa kok kayaknya kecewa banget nih tim Executed? Why you look so upset?
Soalnya kita bawa race guard ini.
Oh,
Dia
Race guard.
nggak confident kalau Ebis katanya.
Oh, okay. So Ray Force is not feeling really confident playing in Abyss. Why Ray Force?
Pakai neon.
Oh, okay. You're gonna play Neon? Okay? Oke deh kalau kayak gitu. So Jason gimana main Abyss?
Aman.
Aman? It's all good?
Paling jatuh.
So we're gonna see all of them like maybe falling down. Okay, maybe buat kalian berdua para captain tim Executed dan juga tim Forsaken to officially start the show match. Let's have a fist bump.
Ayo.
Let's go! Semuanya silakan menuju ke arah tempat masing-masing.
Hadal.
So to bring the hype for the show match between Team Executed and also Team Forsaken, let's toss it to the amazing casters. Let's go.
Hey guys, welcome. They couldn't get rid of us just yet, Komodo. We had to come down for the Susanto Derby, right? So many exciting players inside this roster, and I can't believe it. The crowd's so stoked to be here. Everyone's already filling in early. How you feeling, man? It's going to be fun.
This is going to be a fun one, absolutely. I mean, you got players from Indonesia that the crowd have absolutely been waiting toward it as well. There was so much crowd input actually just there when they walked out on the stage. Even when what map is going to come through, you know, the crowd is getting involved. They want to see certain maps. They want to see certain agents. It's brilliant.
Well, you got Abyss, so that's a good thing,
Yeah, it's a
right?
good thing,
Yeah,
yeah.
really excited for Abyss, and I think, you know, it's been a really good map in this competition because we've barely seen it so far,
Yeah.
right? So it's come out here and there, a little bit ad hoc. But look, I don't know, it's a really interesting matchup of players, right? Because are they going to change around roles? Are they going to try different things? I think it's just going to be chaos in the server.
Yeah, I mean, it is a show match, of course, so we can always get a little bit of hype coming in towards this one. Maybe we'll get some bopping off the map like we unfortunately saw the other day.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll let it slide for a second, you know. But I don't know. It's a great way to warm up, obviously, for this grand final that's coming in a little bit. Simprisa Gaming up against, of course, Boom Esports. So I think that crowd is going to be exciting. So this is the perfect warm up for it. And again, thank you all for joining us today. The Britama Arena has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. From the streamers down there as well, absolutely getting into it and all the fan interaction. I mean, we involved ourselves in a little playtest earlier, and the rumbling that you can feel on the stage, like, it actually gets to you. I can't imagine being in front of the whole 2,000 plus people, and it's just absolutely glaring at you. It would be insane.
Yeah. And let it be known as well, I top fragged on Jet, actually out fragged Komodo for the first time in my career probably, so that's always a nice time. But yeah, it's just like, gives me a level of appreciation for how we've actually ended up here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, the fact that the team has put this on in such a quick amount of time and what we've actually seen in front of us is just like such an absolute privilege to be a part of it. But let's put that by the side for now. Like talking about this game, as I said, what's your focus? What's your expectation, right? Because we're getting a little bit of insight from Ewok, right? Because obviously some of his boys have got a bit of pressure on there.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, I'm hoping for laughter. I'm hoping for maybe even some standing up for them if someone like gets a 4K off or an ace or something like that. I want a bit of banter in the server. You know, maybe not even just mainstream Abyss, of course, because remember, a lot of these players are actually going to be like charging in because there's rating involved on the back of this game too.
That's right.
So they want to actually pop up their stats.
It's a perfect way to do it, right? If you have one of those stomp games, maybe pull out the neon, something like that, just run it down, have a good time. But yeah, I don't know, like it's such a like rich history, right? Obviously, we've got so many players from different spots, and yeah, I think it's just such an awesome thing to be a part of, right? It makes the day really special.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got players that are coming from Tier 1. You've got players that were actually in the Indonesian Challenger circuit as well from Alter Ego, right? They played in that grand final. They ultimately did lose it out 3-2. So they still get to have an appearance on this stage in front of the home crowd. So I think as a little consolation prize there, they'd be pretty happy too.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just, it's like humbling for me too. You know, obviously it's like you fanboy like people like, you know, Forsaken obviously for all their big successes and things like that. But for me, it's Excurate, right? I've been casting that guy for years, man. So it's pretty special to be a part of that, obviously. And yeah, as I said, I think it's just as fun for these guys. Like when they were talking to Donna down there, they were having a really good time. The crowd's electric right now, right? So this is only like a percentage of the crowd. It's sold out there today here in Jakarta and Britama Arena, and it's only going to get louder.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be really cool to see when that grand final comes through and all the players start to get on the stage as well. I wouldn't be surprised if like the concrete floor shakes in here.
Yeah, it's been a very, very exciting one. As I sort of said, like all I can think about is how like Full Sense would have been feeling yesterday, because I think first they were at about 70% capacity. Yesterday we were much closer to full capacity, and being in a part of that series, right, hearing the noise, hearing the sound that was coming out up against that team, and ultimately, you know, we're talking a little bit too, like Zesby, for example, who was the hype man, right?
Yeah.
And even the rest of the players. I saw Shiro get up at one point. I saw Berserks firing up. So they were all having a great time. And for Full Sense, you know, I don't think it exactly lent into them a little bit. They had some Thai crowd. They had some Thai fandom. But yeah, look, the exact same thing could be said for Riddle in the opening day. Now, right? Sinprisa are kind of like the evil minions up on the stage when we're going to be getting into that. So it's going to be nuts, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. And I mean, like, we're looking at the players later on, and the nerves going to be settling in because, you know, a team like Boom, you're in the grand final. You're in front of your crowd. Yesterday's game should have given you so much enjoyment and so much just pleasure to be here in front of the crowd and get you really ready to come in towards today's game. But for these guys right now, it's no stakes, right? Well, there is some stakes. It's getting a Showmatch victory. It's bragging rights. It is. Hey, I got a question from a little bit of a peek that I saw there. How's your Vice knowledge?
Not great, but that's okay. I played her once and it was miserable. I couldn't work out the wall, but that's okay. We'll get there. And yeah, look, I'll throw it right back to you. Team Excurate or Team Forsaken? That's going to be my question.
That's a hard one. You know what? Where's Blaze King? I like Blaze King.
Yeah, Blaze King's good. I think Blaze King is Excurate's team, right? Yeah. So that should be a pretty good one. My goat, Elmi Moore, hopefully he's going to be doing good as well.
Oh, mate, we've just got 10 great guys in the server right now to have some banter, have some fun, and yeah, the cherry on top being that crown for the bragging rights, I think.
That's
it'll be good.
Exactly right. It's going to be an awesome one. And yeah, as I said, it's just such a privilege to be a part of this, right? You know, we had an absolute heater of a game yesterday, and then to be given the opportunity to obviously dive in here and be a part of it again today is a real sort of blessing to us, being a part of all this. And again, you know, it's just that special thing of seeing so many of these different players. We've been lucky enough to cast pretty much all of them over the years since, you know, LCQ and Ascension last year and now this year. So yeah, there's just such a rich history, and I think, you know, they're going to have a blast in this.
Yeah, I mean, you see these guys, you know, streaming and everything, and they have it in the ranked games where they're all enjoying it and having banter, having laughs, but now they get to do it in person too. So, you know, it brings it a little bit back.
Looked up Vi's abilities. It's fine. We're ready to go. We're ready to rock. But no, the agent selection is going to be coming in shortly, obviously, as we know. And like, as you said, this is one for a little bit of fun. It's just one to show the individual prowess, right? Obviously, there's going to be some calling. There's going to be some strategy, seeing ultimately what everyone can do as a team in the server. But yeah, overall, it's just about having the most fun possible, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we heard it down on the stage in the interview as well, right? Bringing out a neon, so you can definitely get some sliding around.
Oh, man. Very good. At all of it right now, as you sort of said. They're all smiling. They're all having a great time. As we sort of said, right? You know, we've been able to walk around a little bit earlier today, getting some fan engagement, things like that. The Indonesian crowd is awesome. So, yeah, it's been a really, really enjoyable time so far. And as I said, I don't think that's going to stop today at all, given that what we've got. And yeah, let's get it. All right, it's game time, Komodo. We're going to be diving in to this show match, the Susanto Derby between Team Excurate and Team Forsaken. Britama Arena, I want to hear it from you guys.
And there we go, Abyss to start us off. I say start us off in this show match. It's more to start off the day of the festivities here for Grand Final Day. A new team to the Pacific League to join some of these players in that league as well, right?
Yeah, that's it. Exactly right. You know, pressure's on. Getting to see players like Excurate, players like Forsaken, you know, I think there's a lot of inspiration for some of these guys, obviously looking it forward as well. But let's dive into the game, Komodo, leaning over towards that side of B early on. What are they thinking?
Well, I'm seeing a Rainer in the mix. I'm seeing some Clove action. We've got a Vice on both sides. We do have Neon on both sides as well. So it's interesting, right? Ray 4C, everyone loves him for the Rays, but on towards the Neon.
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting.
Looking to go nice and quick as best as he possibly can. Excurate up nice and close. He's going to have no Leah to get into it either, so it's going to be on the flip shooter. Able to spot out a little bit of information there. Rayforce tapping away. Can't quite find the shots. And Elmi Moore now looking to get that spike planted. But look how quickly Forsaken already out. Already finding the control and the damage. Not quite the third. Blaze King gets the trade. Xpero though. And Monyet and Chud all done. And that's a great retake there for Team Forsaken. They open up the round.
Everybody up and at him on that one. Quick in for a plant, but quick in for the rotate. 4 alive. You got your footing established in the server already. And there's not even too much ability play really to come out from that there as well. Right, you got the wall, you got Forsaken coming out and just charging with the gun at the end. And I mean, everybody contributing is what you absolutely love to see. Of course, Vice hasn't, you know, yet made it to the international leagues really. So this will be a first little test if we get some normal formalities on how that agent will be played.
Had some time to really sort of engage in playing Vice, right? Do you see her playing really strong at a competitive level?
In a lot of the atmosphere of a double sentinel, yes.
Okay,
but it is still kind of going to be the thing like an Icebox, for example, where you've got that rotator agent, right? That's the gap filled where you see Sages be pulled in, for example. You get a Gecko sometimes instead. Similar sort of
But
thing.
not to outdo like your Cyphers or your Killjoys, but something to add the extra utility. Yeah, so that's perfect. Nah, nice. Yeah, I don't know. That's the versatility of this game, right? You know, so many changes. We're going to get picks and bans maybe one day. You never know, but it's a B lean again, Komodo.
Yep, Arcro's on out. See if we can get around back on the other side for Team Excure this time.
Oh, okay. Flips jitter. Nice little start there, but trying to hold on. Excurate's going to be playing forward. Monyet, though, straight in there on this. Neon narrowly missing the second shot, though. Has to go and pick up the Guardian now. Forsaken looking to hold the line, dropping Excurate. That's the captain down. Great shot for Forsaken. The big man from Paper X looking good here, but Elmi Moore able to take one down, trying to hit the second shot, but it won't quite happen. Monyet to close, and Team Forsaken continue fourth.
Little bit of damage in the mix as well to come through from him, so not too bad. 2 plants over towards this B site, but so far, the Neon action getting in after the Vice action as well. In a situation like that, playing on Vice, Forsaken is just kind of dancing around on the site. Monyet sliding with the skates on. You do like to see that one. But yeah, ultimately, one of the things with Vice is you kind of do have to be sharp around the utility, right? You have to be present with the gun ability. And I mean, it's Forsaken at the end of the day. He's got it in his blood, man.
I think he's pretty good. He's played before, right? A few times?
Yeah, couple.
Global stage, maybe?
Yeah. This is one of the fun things that I actually like seeing when Vice is adopted alongside the Cypher specifically. You have so much of a deterrent on the site that they're actually on. I mean, just look at the mini-map on how many things are here. The Razor Vines are up, the Arc Rose is popped and ready. Trapwires you got to contend with too.
Oh, I think the Shears there as well, but Rayforce managing to at least get the opening here, so that's some of that utility down. Forsaken taken. But look how close Rayforce is up, denies, but flips it up. Gets a couple alongside Xpero. And Elmi Moore now in a really sort of awkward position here, trying to connect the shot, but he does get it onto Flip Shitter. Now into this 2 versus 2 situation here. Elmi Moore with another, but Monyet's in. Blaze King to trade. And there we go. It is going to be Team Excurate getting around on the board, denying the bonus from Team Forsaken.
Yeah, Ray 4C trying to see if he can get the team in towards the site yet again, but just what I'm talking about, right? You got so much utility from Team Forsaken over on that site. You have to be so careful. It's one of the powers that the Sova is actually going to have, right? A couple of good play shock darts, and it actually can make you really upset.
Danger, danger. Look at the shots out of Elmi Moore as well to get it started. Just nicely traded.
Still so crazy how fast this Neon meta has become, right?
Yeah,
you need to be
yeah,
so
yeah.
much more just aware on what's happening around the map, what's happening in front of you.
Been a real big game changer from that sort of raised composition that we used to see, and even taking over the jet on some of these maps like Haven.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate there with the reveal coming forward onto Xfero, but we'll take that for Team Excurate. Slow and steady.
Really set up with this lean towards A.
Hey, do you think they know there's an A site though? They've gone back B.
Usually there's 2 sites, but sometimes there's 3, Komodo. Remember, don't let that get you
Yeah,
confused. This
that's
game
true.
is pretty complex. It is that B lean once more.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a bad idea right now for Flipster to check that camera, which he does. Destroyed and information is there. Right on in for Team Excurate.
Greyforce looking for it as well. Open up the overdrive, starting to make his way in. Spike now down. Elmi Moore looking to try and deny, but he's not going to be able to. Ray4C getting it done. Now up in heaven, looking to head out. Should getting that shot. Ray4C trying to hit it more, but only able to do a little bit of peppering damage. That Aldrone is up, and Elmi Moore swings in, but he's caught by the relay bolt.
Oh, what
it's
a
not going to
flash.
matter. Great round there from Elmi Moore. It's only the one single member left in Forsaken, and that's another round. Team Excurate right back in this.
That is great timing from Blaze King on that Art Rose as well. Complete flashed in to be able to pick that one back and continue maybe have a little bit of a back and forth adventure at the moment in the server. Back towards this B lean yet again after the first pick. It's actually, you know, the situation, right? If you're thinking you're starting to lose control like we've seen in this tournament so far on this stage, how do you get back in towards it? A little bit of a conversation with the team, a little bit of a adoption on changing utility positions too. The tendencies right now for the guys to go over to this B side time and time again. I wouldn't be surprised if you've got the double Sensi set up to go back on over there, but a bit of difference. They actually push over at B this time,
Yeah.
and against Arena, who could dismiss out of there.
Oh, look, it's Excurate as well. Certainly one that's going to be able to hit a couple of shots here, but Monette's looking to get on in, and he does find it. To deny it there, Excurate does get taken down. Now A4C looking to get in as well. Chud doesn't exactly have the weaponry to try and deny it here. Looking forward, going to get that Recon Bolt and the Shock Bolt down as well. Okay, damage dealt.
Set yourselves up for the site right now with the shear. Going to be trapping them in if they come in from the spawn side. Trades just for now.
Going to be the Steel Garden going out as well, so that's going to make it really awkward. Chud looking to push forward, trying to hit those shots, but can't quite connect. It's going to be Blaze King. Xfero does get one, looking for another. Has to swing across the line. Does have the heal up, sending it through, but it's Blaze King to hit another shot. And they are right ahead here. 3-2 is the scoreline.
One of the most powerful ultimates you can have coming into a sort of situation like this. If you're on an eco, bring your opponents down to size. Meet them on a level playing field, right? Move their primary weapons. Get them to play with the pistols. And if they're only back down to the classics, well, maybe your sheriffs and your ghosts can get the better of them. In the end, after the plant, it is cured. And we keep on keeping on around it. But, I mean, look, they went to the other side this time.
Yeah.
It worked out.
Determining another position, working it out. Now it's that lean back to the OG, back to B, Komodo.
They're a little bit more spread out around the map for the defenders of Team Forsaken right now. An exploration up through mid as well. But it is silence over at the side of B. Arc Rose can always be used for information gain as well. But look how close they're getting right now. A return
Steel
on
Garden
the Steel
up.
Garden.
Is it going to catch? Forces it through, makes it a little
Razorvine.
bit awkward, but it does hold down enough. Those Razorvines were set nicely. Elmi Moore getting a couple of flips to here, though. Now they're not dead yet. Popped by Mind Freak. Looking for more. Chud trying to get across the line here. Mind Freak, will he be checking it? Oh, so rough, but still kicking. Mind Freak alive now. That's the third kill in the round for him. Xfero has it all to do from the position. Gets one. Now, in the overdrive, the reheal. Still pushing through. Has to cross the line. Elmi Moore looking to get that plant now. Creeping up, pushing on in. I don't actually think they've got the spot, but he's only got 6 bullets in the chamber, Komodo. Now they're looking to jump on up. I don't think they're actually going to check, and Mind Freak looking towards the line! There it is from the big man. He secures 4. Nicely done. Team Excurate continue their tree.
Yeah, both not dead yet. Popped in the same round as well, and both managing to recover and keep on in the rounds. I love just the chaos that comes when you waltz up towards B, you sneak on in, you remove their guns, but then there's all the rest of the utility to still come through. the forward thinking from Forsaken to just have the Razorvine available as soon as those guns are going to be removed, stop anyone coming over from danger to extend on out. But really, it was just the overextension from Mindfreak that seals the deal in that round, wasn't it?
Yeah, just that whiff shot out of heaven gave so much space, right? But they're looking to dive on in once more, and now will it be an approach towards Vents here? Monyet, great start, dropping Execute.
None the wiser on that one. Caught looking at a dart. And you'll take this player advantage if you are Team Forsaken, but a challenge right now.
Oh.
Extended in mid.
Monyet looking really good here. Xfero does get the trade, but now Ray4C getting in there and narrowly missing the shot. Monyet, he is so keen here. The Monkey Man jumping around, clearing as much as he can. There is a shear there, but it's not really going to be much of a concern when you're running on in. But okay, never mind. Give it a sec. Mindfreak, look at the line. They're doubling up. And Xfero to close the bank account there. A round back for Team Forsaken as they desperately needed it.
It's so funny seeing these Neons slide in against each other as well, right? Just swinging like you're on a rope through the jungle. That is insane. But at the end of the day, a really nice plan to come through from Team Forsaken. It's just not going in and shooting, right? It's a bit of a play extension. It's a bit of a fallback. Contest in through towards mid and just taking those aim duels at the end of the day.
Time to ride the confidence, right? Really, really put the position in.
Yeah.
Show your individual prowess. And that's the Empress pop there for Execute as well to do exactly that. But the setup down here on B's nasty.
Yeah, we'll see if he can keep this crown on his head at the moment. Different deployment, though, for the front side of the site. Straight into the trip where you are done, son.
Yeah, absolutely punished there. Now Xfero trying to take the aggressive line, but Forsaken already in position. Trying to hit it. The Arcros doesn't quite get the blind that they need. Mindfreak looking to clear out this corner, already gets a response back into the play.
The fact that there's another flank coming through as well from Monyet, the
he's
reveal
spotted,
coming
though.
out, but Blaze King, he's aware.
He's so ready for it. Monyet hits a nasty shot, but Mindfreak's been the king of the round so far. On for the ace here, Komodo. Bike now dropped. Chud takes him down, so he's not going to be getting that one. And Execute also denied. The Empress doesn't quite make much work in here, but Chud gets the round, and now we're all tied up 4-4.
Backwards and forwards does definitely make things interesting in towards the server, doesn't it? See what these next rounds are going to be able to provide us, of course. But again, I just really like the awareness, you know, in the midst of this chaos, when all the shooting is targeted towards the site itself. They know that the flank is coming on throat.
Exciting times for these players, right?
Yeah.
Having a real blast. Having a good time.
Oh.
And look at this aggression straight on into it. They've managed to save Chud somehow. And now it's just the trade of the Neon, but he's overdrive. He's burnt
overheating.
He's cut. Oh no! The chaos! Ray4C able to get it back. 8 points of HP only. Picks up the Vandal. Now Xfero on the flank. 1, 2. Looking great here, Xfero. And now they've cleared it all, but it's Blaze King in this clutch situation.
Got all of his abilities as well, but of course he would be revealed if he uses them.
They're going to look on the line, but it's Xfero. Very nicely done from the man. He's been firing up this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this aggression that the defenders are just running in with as well. Massive crunches available when you've got the speed of the Neon. You've got the reveal as well. Whether or not you're popping Arcros early on a deep line on the other side of the site, you know, it is similar to not just being a bunker down agent when you are a Sentinel. You can actually kind of get a bit of initiative going into the mix for the early information too. But I'm really excited to see the adoption of new, you know, strategies and stuff around Visor's comp when it gets into, you know, allowed play.
Looking for it now, trying to get into position nice and quickly. Monyet's actually going to be forced off this time. He overheated in the previous round, and now there's been damage dealt by Chud from that Hunter's Fury. Now Ray4C getting in there. It's going to be his overdrive this time. Just holding closely. Chud is going to, no, deny. Nicely done, but Chud now looking for more. Will he be able to get a shot through here? He's going
Steel
through
Garden.
the Steel Garden, making it work as Monyet's there as well. That is the round you're looking for Team Forsaken to get the crowd up out of their seats.
All 5 alive at the end of that one too. Makes it very exciting. All of the abilities just going and barraging down on towards the site. You can't see absolutely nothing. And what happens when you get scanned? What happens when you get revealed once? Well, everything is removed. Really well placed for Forsaken's team to get back in towards that one. Yeah, absolutely love to see laughter on the stage for this.
Oh, man. 6-4 now, 2 more rounds to the half
2 more
time.
rounds.
It's nice and close. Ray 4C at the helm. He's been looking fantastic so far. They're just trying to deny this mid presence.
Yeah, just a bit of a halfie for them as well. And make sure you got the guns in the next round, but this round almost feels like it's already done, hey?
Starting to run away with it, really, aren't they? Flip shitter! Oh my, the Outlaw making it all work, and Monette's there up in the grill. Oh, what a couple of rounds there, Komodo, we've had in front of us right now. They continue to tear their team Forsaken 7-4.
I just find it so funny how quick some of these rounds are into the action. Not just how quick they are to come to a close, right? But just the immediate
the
shots coming out in the
collateral.
very beginning. These guys, I mean, it's a show match. Give a show if it's fast, right? If it's exciting, if it's electric. Don't take it slow and too methodical. Don't think too much of it.
It's literally in the name, show match,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I mean, the caliber of these players as well, they can come up with, you know, probably so many complex strategies on a dime. Like this at Otis.
It's not going to matter though when you got Xfero. Mind Freak has to try find it now. The relay bolt's been pushed on in, but Ray for C will be taken down by Monette. And now Monette looking for more! He tempted fate there, didn't he? The movement is swifty. Blaze King, Elmy Moore get a couple of trades back out, but now it's all left onto the captain and Excurate. 1 versus 3, spike dropped.
We'll see if we can bring something back in this one. There might
Only
be,
the Guardian.
might be an opportunity to get 2 1v1s just here, but no, it's Xfero to put a close to that one.
Oh, he has been playing out of his skin right now. Maybe a cheeky little rub of the shoulders from Ewok, right? In before the game comes through. But, oh man, this is fun. 8-4, Forsaken leading the charge right now. That's nuts.
Could you imagine right now for a bit of banter just getting Ewok involved, right, as a coach, but coaching both teams at the same time?
Yeah,
He's
leading
just like
across,
pivot
running
them
across,
and
yeah. Just through the middle of the stage, fist bumping.
It's like, hey, you guys are doing this wrong. You guys are doing this wrong. Oh, you're doing something right, though, at least.
Oh, but look at how excited they are, right?
Yeah.
They're having the best time. Everyone's chilling out. Everyone's just here. And as we said, you know, it wasn't only until a few weeks ago that we knew it was actually coming to here in Britama Arena at Jakarta, right? So for these Indonesian players, what a cool opportunity. You know, playing in front of this as a crowd. Obviously, some of them already have the experience of it at a very large level. Some champs, some masters. But yeah, it's just a perfect timing, a perfect reward for Indonesia's passion for Valorant.
So there's our score, ladies and gentlemen. Just apologize for the HUD in its current position right now, but 8-4 over to Team Forsaken.
Someone in the crowd was mewing. That's all I care about. A little bit of cosplay. It is grand final day. I remind you all, tickets were sold out for the day today.
Sold out really early, too.
Sold out so fast. You know, it wasn't even leading into the weekend, knowing that Boom was going to be in the grand final here. And as I said, it's already starting to fill out. We haven't even commenced with this grand final. Ben Kai, my GOAT. You know, I hadn't seen him in like 6 years.
Yeah.
And then I rock up last night.
He just
like,
surprises us.
Hey, Ben. How are you? And that's, again, that's the special part of an event like this, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's, you know, relatively close quarters. You can jump on a flight, make your way in.
They got their family here,
That's
right?
it, yeah,
like, so
yeah.
many of these players have been able to have their family watch them to compete to try and get into that tier 1 spot.
Such a special moment, and it's nice and close to home, right?
Yeah.
I've had it. Mum and Dad coming to an event was a very, very funny experience, to be quite fair. Dad was very confused about what was going on, but that's okay. Oh my God. That's my egg.
Alrighty, time to see what this next half has for us on Abyss, and I would not expect anything slow, Conky.
No.
I know. Still going to continue to be fast.
Got to keep up that pace, right? That momentum behind them, and there's only sort of 5 rounds left to close. Halftime switch.
Oh, well, the pivot's correct, actually, for Team Forsaken right now.
Yeah.
Got the lead of the half. He's got the read on the pistol.
They've been leaving that Fires utility down towards A this time round, but they're already in, trying to get out Link now. Ray for C already looking for something. Flipshooter gets the trade back. So at least it's an okay position as now they try to swing him through, but Monette, he has been an absolute terror inside this, just continuing to break it, getting these multi-kills all up in their grill on the Neon.
I guess we're getting a bit of a glimpse right now of where Monette's future is going towards in Valorant.
Yeah.
New Neon player, hello.
Absolutely, I think it's worthwhile, right? But he misses the shot there. They're going to run on in. X
Oh, the
somehow
knife.
still alive. They go for the knife, though. The Arc Rose comes out, gets him blinded, but he's pushing through now. Brother versus brother. Susanto versus Susanto.
So many angles for Exurit to clear, but imagine if it still eventuaates into a knife duel. He wants it. He's going to go for it.
I think he might. Spike obviously down. He's going to have to try and get into position here.
Oh, the smoke helps him.
Yeah. The ruse is up. Forsaken. Look at the jump on it. And it's been denied.
He ran too
Exurit,
early.
I think he's got enough time. It's
Nah,
a climb.
done.
Ah. You wanted to wish it so badly, right? But yeah, that's fun. That's great.
I mean, imagine if the knife was, missed in that scenario and the spike gets defused. Would have been hilarious.
Another round, though.
Yeah, another
One
round
more
over
closer.
to Team Forsaken.
They've been looking great. Team Exurit had a pretty good start, but
The scoreline is separated,
Yeah.
but the rounds are so close
Yeah,
into these
yeah.
1v1s as well. So they're
Absolutely,
definitely
yeah.
making it fun for everybody here in the
Oh,
arena.
man. I mean, look, there was a chance of that ruse going down, right? Like, there was a world where he won that. Would have kind of been gifted to him a little bit, but that's okay. Sometimes presents are nice.
Yeah.
Brother to brother.
Well, going into the stack this time, Monjet has to be really
Monjet, look at the
careful.
moves! Gets denied very quickly. New Foon in the server.
They want none of it, though. Or maybe they don't. They're bamboozling them.
Like typing in chat, we're going B, and then guys, actually, let's go A.
Yeah, the thing is right now as well, on the site, you can pop your Arc Rose, you'll be able to swing on it from Blaze King. There's the information
Hey, he's
secured
popped it
that
right
it is still
away.
here. Oh, he's slow.
And Chud denied. Very nicely done. Elmimore looking for the shot, but Xfero will be able to find the return. And now this rotation coming on in, it's going to be a challenging one.
Problem is for Ray as well, you got no slides to have a little bit of fun to get back in towards this site. But if
Ooh.
Exurit starts off things,
Hang
that's
on.
all right.
Good swinging too. Ah, the leg shot, right? That's the thing with the Outlaw. 140 only onto that full shield. And now Mind Freak swinging on in, trying to join the party. Forsaken gets the job done for his team. And that's another one closed there. 10-4 is the scoreline. 3 to go, but the bonus beckons.
See if they can get back in towards this one over on the side of Team Exurit, if they can get a couple more rounds for the crowd here. Not bad, though, of an idea to go for a bit of a fallback, come back towards the side as well, play with the rotations, make it a little bit easier to get into the site, and this is one of the strengths, that the double Sentinel with a Vice Comp is actually going to provide later on in Valorant. It's just that information gain that an Arc Rose will give you.
Already utilizing it. Monyet trying to get into position. The relay bolt not going quite where he wants it, right? Or C.
Wants that slide and stinger.
Yeah, that's a little rough, isn't it?
Yeah, well, setting up for a post plant now. Sheer on. Tap on a defuse as well would actually push him out with that one, I believe. So really keen eye to come through, but Monyet.
Now the Razorvine goes down. It buys him a little bit of extra time, but Mind Freak going forward. Elmimore hitting a
hang
great
on.
shot, looking for a third, but traded it out quickly. Forsaken finds it. Xfero still there. And these guys just will not go down, will they?
No.
Blaze King all the way back on this flank. He's got so much ground to make up. It is an opportunity, right? There is still time left, but the sheer on site.
When do they realize that he's not coming from spawn side, though, and it is actually going to be a flank?
So slow, so long. Forsaken gets the information, narrowly misses the shot, but he gets the second!
Oh!
And there it is. Will the sheer push him off? He doesn't have enough time anyway, does he? Nah, not at all.
Unfortunately not.
Good shots from Blaze King. That's the second time it's happened now, right? Where the moments have come in, the frags have come out, but the rounds can't quite get secured. And 11-4, I think we're getting really close. This is the young blood.
Yeah. Another round that goes so close, though, over to the side of Team Exurit. So they're certainly making it, having a good crack at it. Just got to say, these Sheriffs are always looking deadly. That was 5 Sheriff headshots in the round total from 3 different players.
Always saying yee haw, not haw yee.
There you go, just confirmation for everybody watching at home again. Apologies for the HUD, but into it, 11-4. Don't let this be a blowout. Get us some more rounds on the side of Team Exurit. Steel Garden on in.
How long have they got to get out of here? It is going to be at least the
he's locked
Razorvine
in.
to slow him down. Yeah, it's locked him straight in towards position.
But they already used the dart, so they can't get the spray just on towards him.
He's on an island, completely alone. Now the ruse is going to fail. Elmimore just trying to play that back corner. Chud, is they going to be able to find another one? The Razorvine does narrowly miss. He's able to deny, but he's traded. Monyet, nicely done. Forsaken, another. This is only a small opportunity away from 12.
And the Shear's just going to buy a little bit of time to get that Planton down. Meanwhile, Forsaken taking a bit of space up through heaven.
He's done it all solo, you know. The fact is he was caught off by the Shear early on. Now it's all left on to just the one member, and Blaze King does get the swing, gets the shot connecting. Xfero holding that line. He's not going to be ready for the high shot. Does go for it now. Monyet, though. Another 4K for the man. This is a new sign of the new Neon that's being born. Map point here for the show match, with the youthful Sasanto bringing the life through for his team. But I don't know, Xfero, Monyet, they're looking great.
I think it might be a little bit more lent on towards his team with the firepower right now, not going to lie.
Oh, beautiful stuff, right? How happy is he too? He's cheering. Why wouldn't you be?
The thing is, on the other side, are they still laughing, or are they, you know, are we sad?
No, never sad.
No.
Sad is just a figment of your imagination. Only happy today, right?
That's it.
Oh, look at the push-up. Straight over there, A4C looking for something. Xfero is going to find him, though. There's not a not dead yet up. Xfero gets it done now. Monyet looking to close. And he is all up in the grill of Excurate. There it is. Should to close. And here is your show match champions, your heroes. Team Forsaken.
Absolute laughter to come through in the server there. I've been so impressed just by the neons around that map as well. And the stalling ability to come through from the Vice adoption on both of these sides too. Forsaken giving it a whirl of a show.
A lot of fun there, right? You know, we really haven't seen Vice yet in competitive play at the highest level, and this is, you know, a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
Cool, at the highest level would be a bit of a push, but still, you know, some of the individuals are looking absolutely fantastic. Abyss still a new map into the pool, still having a moment. But yeah, just the way that was played, it was a lot of fun, right? And a great experience. I'm sure the crowd's super happy to be here, witnessing their heroes on the stage right now.
Yeah, no, that's, I think, one of the biggest things as well, just the involvement in the community that the Indonesian fans really have. We see it all through Indonesia Split 2. We saw it in the lands for the final where Boom and Alter Ego butted heads, and it just continues in towards this arena. Just the collective peoples, you know, they want to have enjoyment, they want to have some banter, but at the heart of everything is the compassion that everybody brings forward.
And here's the first of the teams. Unfortunately, not the victor here, but they put up a good show. Congratulations to Team Excurate. Thank you so much for coming, guys. We love ya. We appreciate ya.
And now's the important thing, the fist bumps.
Will they connect? Oh, nicely done. Moving on in. That's perfect. Every single shot hitting. Wow!
The winners, folks.
They've had a great time. Your heroes here in the show match, boosting their stats accordingly.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Right?
Had a great time. Yeah, exactly. Look, that was a lot of fun. Thank you guys again so much for joining us all. It's been a brilliant moment. So yeah, I don't know. That was a great way for us to sort of end the event, right? You know, we do have the grand final now to start to think about and to start to prep for Sinprisa Gaming versus Boom. And now, I don't know. Let's have a little mini prediction before we go down to the interview, right? What are you thinking? What's happening? You've picked Sinprisa from the beginning. Are you still 100% on your predictions?
Still 100% on every prediction so far. Right. I have gone against home crowd. I've gone against, actually, I'm not going to spoil the rest of the time. I'm not going to spoil it, but I've gone Sinprisa, so that hasn't changed.
Okay, yeah. So look, for me, I don't know. It's going to be one of those things. I think either Boom's going to bring the fury, or it's going to be Sinprisa kind of booking themselves a very easy spot. But I think the crowd getting behind them, I had full sense the entirety of the way, and they were scary.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Full Sense definitely gave it a big old crack in towards that game, but I think, you know, it really is real, just the sixth man in the crowd.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're going to utilize that thunder. And yeah, I don't know, that's going to be the sort of key to success. But for now, we've had our show match. We've had our Sasanto Derby, Excurate versus Forsaken. It was a whole lot of fun. And guys, again, for all of you, thank you so much for having us all. Obviously, we want to shout you guys out for everyone that is going to be heading over towards it. But from now, we're down with Donna for an interview.
Give it up for one more time for Team Forsaken. Halo, di sebelah aku ada Bang Cut dan juga Jason. Jason, gimana Son? What was the most fun thing about the show match?
Liatin Cahya punya Neon jago banget sih.
Oh.
Seru liatnya.
Neon
Sat-sat.
Sat-sat ya. Satse. The neon it was very very good. So Jason dan juga mungkin teman-teman semuanya gitu ya yang ada di timnya 4 Second. Gimana kalian melihat selama 2 hari VCT Ascension yang diadakan di Jakarta ini? So how do you feel after you watch VCT Ascension Pacific Jakarta for the past couple of days?
Yang pasti timnya jago-jago semua dan menurut gua sudah selevel sama franchise juga. I think mereka oke lah.
Oke, kamu ada kata-kata nggak buat mungkin tim-tim yang akan bertanding di Grand Final nanti?
Good luck buat BME Sport dan SPG. Semoga kalian have fun.
Oke, good luck, have fun for BME Sports and also SPG for the Grand Final. Cut, gimana ngelihat 2 hari kemarin selama VCT Ascension ini?
Seru banget, apalagi crowdnya juga yang nonton rame sih. Jadi dan timnya juga jago-jago.
Oke, the team was very good and also the crowd here is insane. Kata Cut seperti itu ya, keren kalian semua loh, keren banget. So mungkin siapa ya yang mau aku tanya? Ada yang mau ngomong? Monyet? Tapi dipaksa. Ada kata-kata nggak buat mungkin fans-fans yang datang ke sini? Any words for the fans that is supporting for SPG or BME Sports live here or at home?
Keluarkan tenaga aja sih buat BME Sport. Semoga BME Sport menang hari ini.
Hopefully BME Sport is gonna win the grand final today from Monyet. Okay, thank you so much. Guys, sudah bisa bermain have fun kan kalian kan? Have fun ya barusannya, thank you so much. So for those of you still watching, don't go anywhere because we are about to find out whether BME Esport is gonna take a revenge or Sin Prisa Gaming is the one who will ascend to greatness. Because the grand final between BME Sports versus SPG are coming up next.
everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
The day we've been waiting for is finally here. We are live in the Britama Arena in the heart of Indonesia. Welcome everyone to the grand finals of VALORANT Champions Tour Ascension Pacific 2024. We are down to 2 teams, and in just a few hours, we will witness the final team to ascend to VCT's global circuit. And who will be crowned champions? I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me, every day with us, it's been Ewok and Dax. Now, it's been an incredible 3 days in this arena, and I have to say, they were not kidding when they were saying the Indonesian crowd really know how to enjoy Valorant, Ewok.
Yeah, the Indonesian crowd's been loving this, and so have we, right? You know what I'm really excited about? We got SPG, we got Boom, but you know what's also really exciting?
What?
We got Dax in a suit.
Oh, that's true.
Dax is in a suit.
Dude, guys, you guys have already made me wear pants for the past 3 days. Now I'm in a full suit right here. But truth be told, I'm kind of sad that it's the last day because we've been having such a blast here in Indonesia, here in Jakarta. Everything has been an absolute banger. The crowd is a big W. We had an incredible show match a while ago that Ewok was very much so watching, especially some players are very familiar with. And, I can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
Yeah, we had 3 RRQ players playing down there. How do you feel about your boys' performance?
So I was watching very closely, as Dax said. I was a little bit worried about that neon movement sometimes running into the A side from Monyet. I didn't see a lot of support util. It seemed like one of those scrim ones, boys, I'm running it down.
No, he's noting that. They're going to have to work on those comps later.
Yeah, I think we'll have to VOD review about that one later.
Yeah, Abyss, huh?
Then,
Abyss.
Yeah, Abyss for sure. And the other thing is, Ray 4C was playing neon.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's
Are
not
there
Ray's.
race days behind him?
I think things are changing here. People are playing neon. Soldan was playing neon.
Yeah.
It's just the agent to play.
Actually, you guys know a fun fact. By a little bit of percent, Neon is actually the most played duelist right now. Just a little bit over Raisin Jet.
That is not surprising, I think. It's great to get that confirmed, but not surprising. Now, what's also been super fun besides that show match is how this entire tournament's been panning out. It's been absolutely electric. And I think while the experts, all of us here are experts, aren't entirely surprised by the final 4 teams, except for maybe you, Dax, and Naus. I'm sorry about that. But it's been absolutely phenomenal this entire tournament.
You can't do this to me. As a Filipino, I am duty-bound to believe in my Philippine team, no matter what, no matter where. That's me.
Well, to be fair, Naus had an amazing performance last year. This year, we expected something similar. But guys, we've been on a long journey. It's only been maybe like a week and a half, but it's been a really long journey.
Yeah, it's been long for many of these teams, but not too much for Simprisa Gaming. This has been one of the most perfect runs we've ever seen in Ascension history. I dare say unprecedented, because ever since they started with Revenant, they have just gotten 2 zeros along the way.
Yeah, look, if you just look at that 2-0 streak all the way through Revenant, Riddle, and go through Boom, and then they went through Full Sense as well. We saw put up a really good fight against Boom yesterday, Vic.
Now, I want to ask you guys if anyone actually specifically surprised you. We're going to show our predictions that we did before the whole tournament began. This was at the very, very beginning.
No way.
And honestly, some of the Boom picks, we did have high hopes for a Boom, but I don't think we thought they would get to the grand finals necessarily. I mean, Ewok, you had picked Boom, but on the desk very often you're like, look, I'm rooting for my home crowd of Indonesia. How do you feel about this now?
Yeah, I was definitely very open about my bias towards Boom, but I was a little bit surprised, and I felt like if they kept playing how they were playing when they initially lost to Simprisa, if they kept going on like that, I don't think they would have made it here. So that what I was really impressed with that. is them improving as the tournament go on. Because if they didn't do that, then we don't see Boom here today.
Yeah, and the bounce back from Boom here in the arena has been absolutely amazing. You see really the crowd willing them on. But I kind of want to point out there's a little Komodo there with a Synprisa Gaming prediction. And guys, we have been paying attention, right? He has a 100% prediction rate right now. And if he gets it right yet again, maybe he is the Oracle of Pacific.
He could be. I will admit, we'll dive into this later. I have not been predicting Boom the last 2 days, so I might be the jinx. So I don't know how that's going to counter against Komodo. I'm really curious how that's going to pan out. Were there any teams that really surprised you guys?
So the team that I think that surprised me the most and I really enjoyed watching was Riddle. I really enjoyed how the rookies stepped up and how they formed this roster with having experienced players on the roster and then paired it with the new young boys coming through, and I just felt like they played amazing Valorant. I think they should go home proud of their performance here, and I would love to see them also build on this, what they did here.
So my prediction wasn't that crazy, but yesterday's game was also really surprising and really intense. It was Full Sense versus Boom. Let's throw a video of anything you guys might have missed yesterday.
Only one team advanced to our grand final. Will it be Full Sense or will it be Boom Esports?
It is time. Ladies and gentlemen, get up on your feet, type in the chat, enjoy yourselves, because we are here for day number 2 of the playoffs in Bratama Arena. It needs to be a nice, beautiful medium rare. He let him through. Sushi Boys does, but NC slasher!
Boom, but now it's
Famous over and over. Now Leviathan, Sushi Boys trying to find, but it's Famous once more, baby. Nature underneath heaven, but again, I need to see the head-to-head between Famous and John Olsen right now. It's not. NC Slasher gets a nice response.
They didn't clear it.
He makes it another, and now walking on in, it will be Shiro to deny, but Sushi Boy's down onto the side. There's too many lanes for him to look at.
Boys threw out the hat as well to get the information.
Oh,
Now back
John.
in mid, they're bringing it back right now.
Yeah, they have. Oh, John. Okay, just look at Berserk, trying to be the linchpin, gets the info. There we go. Where have you been, my friend? You can never count him out as he narrowly misses the shot, but that is the ace. Will catch absolutely everyone, but how many will they be able to find? Gonna try and swing, and he's gonna be punished immediately. Great shot from Famous. There is a bit of a position, though, to PTC. He's been overlooked, and it's all eyes again on the denial, but Shiro can get another. It's half-tapped Komodo. Leviathan! He did to take the bait, and that is going to be Shiro! Relay bolts now, it's PGC. The medal was good, and that's enough for Shiro to take it, but Leviathan in this clutch, unable to do it. And do you know what that is, Komodo? That is Boom Esports! We are here, it's Lotus, and Full Sense, you have one more chance!
3 versus 3, which might actually be a workable scenario. The first one is found, the second as well is gorgeous, but utility pulled Zed into a site you've not gone into just yet.
There he is! 2 for the trouble, and John Olsen's there as well. Zesby, my friend, I don't think you've got what it takes here. 3 versus 5, and Shiro, the thief in the night, will find it again. The snake will bite, and Famous will continue. It's all over! Boom!
If Fox gets one, he gets the rolling thunder.
Sushi Boys! Not the weapon you'd be expecting in a retake like this! The battle of the duelists! And he can just get that spray down. They're going to need to deny him. They're going to need to take him. But once again,
that's it. It's done.
It is done! A trade of kills, Komodo, but Fox is still here. They are keeping a little bit of an eye on it, but there it is. Sushi Boys gets 2, and Famous gets that trade. I was going to say for just a second, there was a moment, there was a world being the shot caller alongside Shiro. This moment, he can reposition, he can keep going. Leviathan! Going to be a great fault line. John Olsen, work here, Komodo. John Olsen finds Shiro, and it's the denial. He's not going to be able to find anymore. Look at the focus up mid. It's traded out though nicely as Famous finds another. Berserk gets it.
It's just
Komodo. It's only SP. And now looking to cross, looking to get onto it. But there it is! Berserks! The rage! The fury!
Oh my god. You guys, I do have to remark on Conky and Komodo. If you weren't sure how hyped that match was, just listen to Conky. That was an absolutely incredible match. really intensive. But now, Boom are the victors, and they will be facing SPG today. We do have a coach interview with them. Now, one of the questions, of course, that people have been wondering about, how is SPG going to respond to the Indonesian crowd? Because it seems to have affected the other two teams. With that, let's go over to Coach from Sinprisa Gaming and see what he has to say about it.
Boom Esports once again, and do you believe Boom Esports will be a different team than what you saw earlier in this tournament?
일단 저는 시간이 없어서 딱히 준비할 시간은 없어서 딱히 바뀌지 않았다고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
It says that as Boom Esports didn't really have much time to prepare well after their first loss against SPG, he believes that there's not going to be much difference about Boom Esports.
Oh, there will be no much difference about Boom Esports. It is very interesting. And since you already had 1 day prior before today, and you had a lot of preparations for today also, and especially watching the Boom's VOD, can you tell me, are you sensing a difference in, or maybe something that they will pick up against you for today's grand final?
제가 사실 전날에 풀센스랑 붐이스포츠랑 누가 올라오는지 몰라서 이제 좀 여러 가지 경우의 수를 조금 두고 이제 준비를 한 게 있었는데 준비한 거 잘 하면 딱히 별 문제 없을 것 같습니다.
It says that he had already prepared for the different kinds of results. For example, if Full Sense wins, strategy for Full Sense, and if Boom Esports wins, he has a strategy for them as well. So as long as they don't make mistakes and keep up with their own plan, there's not going to be much difficulty in facing off with Boom Esports.
Okay, so no mistakes is the key. And my last question, you guys has been experienced the LAN in here, and we all know the crowd is rallying for your opponent. And how do you feel about it? Does it add more pressure on your team or not?
경기 진행하는 데 있어서 팬분들에 의한 부담감은 딱히 없고요. 그 함성 소리가 너무 커서 인게임 소리만 지장이 가지 않으면은 딱히 이제 응원을 해주셔도 별로 상관 크게 안 하고 있습니다.
It says that there isn't much pressure considering the fact that they're in the home ground with their going off against the Indonesian team. It's just that the audiences sometimes gets into the mic of the players, and as long as that doesn't really interfere with the in-game sounds, he doesn't really mind the raging roar of the crowd.
Oh, but it's still challenging. Okay, thank you so much for your time. I wish you good luck for today.
All right, well, I guess he isn't too worried about the crowd at all. Very practical. But Silkanon, I found that his comment that he doesn't think Boom's going to be very different today versus the Boom that they last played. But one thing for sure that he pointed out, they have so much tape on Boom now, so even if they changed anything, is it enough, Ewok?
Yeah, well, it might be. It's definitely a big buff to be able to watch your potential opponent for the next day. And he did mention they were prepared for both opponents, whether it be Full Sense or Boom, that they'd win that lower final. But he did also mention, he has a good point with that, there's not enough time, right? But I think there's some things that outside of the server, outside of the macro, there's stuff that develop inside of a team that you don't necessarily need that much time for. Where I actually think Boom will be a bit of a different opponent than what they were before against SPG.
I mean, they've been hardened, right? They've been tested here for Boom Esports. On the other side, Sinprisa, one player that has really passed many of the tests that we've seen has to be Zambi. Ewok was telling me he was the first player that they highlighted at the very start of the tournament. Coming into this one, he was incredible within the arena. Basically, a 1.16 kill per round ratio, one of the highest ACSs. I know you don't like that term, Ewok, and he has just been an absolute prodigy here for Sinprisa.
Well, I think for Neon, for a duelist, ACS is very relevant here, and he's been absolutely incredible, and I think all eyes on him, and he's just actually a delight to watch how well he plays. Now, we also have an interview with Coach Miao, who, interestingly, used to coach Persia in the past. So let's see what he has to say about today's match.
Today is going to be your revanche match against SPG, and based on this last today's performance, what do you feel is different about Boom Esports versus when they face off against SPG?
Basically, we just play with our confidence. We don't play as scared as before against SPG. And now, we learn from that. And I think the boys want to hit just to play.
Nice. The boys just want to play. And who are the players that you look towards the most, and especially in tense situations which occur often in grand final, to support the morale between the team?
I think Berserk. Berserk is the key player.
Versus is the
for,
key
for
player.
Boom, yeah.
I mean, it's surprising to see that
Yeah.
Versus is the key player to support the morale.
But if you see on the stage, like Berserk always screaming, something like that, it boosts the other morals.
Oh my god, that's so nice, and I look forward to this grand final. I hope the best for you and Boom Esports. So good luck, man.
Thank you.
Now, we are going to look at the Boom. We've been seeing so much Boom in the stadium over the last 2 days. This is the third day now, and I'm so glad, and we absolutely cannot get enough of it. And honestly, I was doubting this whole Indonesian crowd buff a little bit, but I believe it now. From the beginning of this tournament against Riddle till now, I agree with you, Ewok, this is a different Boom.
Yeah, they just talked about not playing as scared, right? And I think the crowd plays a huge factor in that. Boom have changed their playstyle a little bit. I've been feeling a lot more confident in Shiro, in his calling. They've been grouping a little bit more and picking the site they want to execute much better than they did earlier in the tournament. And this crowd really helps with that.
Look, guys, it's a constant pep talk. When someone is telling you you're gonna do good, okay, sure, that's one. But if it's like 1,000 people, 2,000 people, the whole nation right behind you, Boom Esports is feeding off that energy. We've seen Zespi also dance on the stage. There's a little bit of antics there too. But NC Slasher has been an absolute threat. In that last series versus Full Sets, he played 4 different agents, one being the Yoru. And not only that, he had the highest plus-minus ratio. He had the most kills with 78. And we will never forget what we did on Lotus. What was that? Bringing out the Odin all the time to get those kills.
Yeah, he's an absolute Odin master. He's always on the right angle. He knows his positions. He knows where to spam, and he's doing so much chip damage. Just brings everyone else low. And then on the other maps, he just has flashes everywhere. It's so easy if you're famous or whoever wants to go in. Sheldon or NC Slasher's got a flash for you.
Sheldon definitely had those flashes and those Odins. He was laughing maniacally there. Now, we do have our head-to-head here, Persia and Shiro. What should we be looking out for in today's match?
I'll be honest, guys. I look at this head-to-head, and Persia, the stats don't lie. Highest-rated player in many metrics. He has the highest KD from what we've seen. But I do want to say this real quick. I always talk to some of the people in the crowd. I get to talk to them after the days that we go on. And Shiro has always been the name that they would say who's been the best performing on Boom. It's Shiro who's been really the one to look out for. It's Shiro. And we've seen it, right? The calls that you've said, the IGL has been doing wonders to help out the team. And I really remember his Viper play, always making these pockets for NC Slasher to let it rip.
Yeah, I mentioned Shiro at the start of the tournament, and I mentioned how much I thought he improved in Challengers 2, but he did start slow, and he picked it up when it's needed, right? So I think rightfully so, he's up there being compared against one of the tournament's best in Persia.
Absolutely. Now, before we go into that, and we will be going to the match really soon, guys, but you know what? Here in Pacific, we love games at the desk. And we got a new game for you. This time.
A new one?
A new one.
No.
We did this a bit in Pacific last year. You're going to have to guess which map this is. So we're going to show you a piece from the map, and you guys are going to have to guess. You guys are lucky I'm not competing, because I'm going to...
You'll probably smoke us, honestly.
I'm going to just full-on brag here. I'm damn good at it.
I'm a bit nervous, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
We're tied right now.
You guys are tied?
No way we're gonna be tied after this.
So let's throw up the first one up. Let's throw up the first challenge for this game. This is funny because I know coaches are really bad at this. Because this is not what they're looking at. All right.
God.
Talk me through the process. What are you thinking? This is obviously Tactibear.
I see.
Yep.
Okay.
I see trees. I see greenery.
Without the sunglasses. Yeah,
Wait,
they're trees and greenery.
I'm getting some
You're getting
inside
info?
info.
Yo,
Wait, he says it might be Breeze.
You're going Breeze?
You got a Breeze? Where
I'm
do you go with?
Lotus.
Wow, you
Oh.
guys are terrible this. Let's reveal.
It is Pearl.
Guys, you gotta look at the color. It had that bluish tint to
I
it.
haven't
Underwater.
seen Pearl in a million years.
All right, let's show another one. You guys are still tied. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Do you know?
I think so.
Oh,
This is going to be embarrassing if I'm so
I know.
confident.
This is so funny if you get this actually because my hint is very funny for this.
I want the hint.
Okay, why do you want to guess first?
No, I want the hint because he said it's funny.
Should I give the hint?
Yeah, give him a hint.
Give the hint. Give the hint.
Okay, the hint is Boom.
I knew I was right already. I knew I was
Okay,
right
we know,
already.
we know.
Boom knows where the sign is.
Yeah, yeah,
All right,
yeah,
Ewok,
yeah.
go first.
I think it's Fracture.
Fracture.
All right, let's reveal. It is indeed Fracture. It's-
I already had a hunch. I know there's so many inspirational quotes on Fracture, but, well, it's even more memorable for the team that we have behind us.
Yes, so for those of you who don't know, there's some amazing highlights in the past at Champs with Boom Esports there. But luckily there's no fracture today.
Yeah.
And they're playing very differently and they're not doing anything like that.
I just realized we're still tied. There is no winner here, Ewok.
I'm going to make games like in the green room for you guys to find out who the tiebreaker is. We're going to go on a very quick break to find out who that is. And when we come back, we are going to go into the grand finals of VCT Ascension. Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We are on Grand Finals Day. We are the very last region to find out who the very last and final team who's going to ascend to greatness. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja. With me, we've got Ewok and Dax. We had a little bit of fun just now, but it's time to get serious. We have two teams on their last line, one chance to go to VCT Pacific. We got Sinprisa Gaming, utter dominance, full 2-0s this entire tournament. And we got Boom Esports, who rose above it all, overcome any mental hurdles, and now they're here in the grand finals, guys.
Yeah, there's a battle streaks, basically. Sinprisa coming in from Premier, a match LAN win streak dating all the way back from VCT Korea, and it has just been going on again and again here within Ascension. On the other hand, though, you look at Boom, and the hometown crowd is one thing, but the stats don't lie when you're in Indonesia. They always bounce back in this nation. They always see them make it to the finals and win it in front of that home crowd. So Boom, this is the perfect chance for them to just ascend to that greater level because they've already surpassed themselves from last year. That was 3rd and 4th place. They're minimum 2nd, but you know they want to make it to Pacific.
Yeah, well, there's something I loved about SPG, and is they came into this tournament talking about how confident they were already. And they backed it up with all these 2-0s, as we mentioned, Dax, right? They've been absolutely dominant, and they've been keep talking about this confidence throughout the whole tournament, and they just keep on showing it. Once again, we saw from the coach saying, I don't think we have too much to worry about. I'm feeling confident. Not too many mistakes. We'll win it again, right?
It's such an interesting contrast to see how these two teams function. Southeast Asian teams, as I say, are very emotionally driven, or very passion-driven. The Korean teams, extremely methodical. But that said, SPG is an absolute delight to watch. They've been unlike any other Korean team I've seen play so far, and I would be very excited, actually, if they also joined the ranks in VCT Pacific. Now, I spoke to Boom's Zespi, and he was up all night thinking what would be the win condition to win against a team like SPG, and he said there's one, and they would need Riot's help. And that would be to nerf Neon.
That's true.
That was his take.
Okay, wait, are we getting production?
Oh, patch notes.
Can we get Neon disabled because Dambi's too good?
Well, Vice enabled, Neon disabled.
Famous Vice?
Yeah, but no, it's true though. We've seen Boom to be the team that doesn't run Neon make it to the finals.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we've seen Simprisa absolutely, utterly dominate and make so many executes thanks to that Neon Dambi.
Yeah, so Son also mentioned this before when we had our little talk, right? He said, I've mentioned this before, Boom is not going to win this tournament if they don't pick up Neon in the off time that they had. They didn't pick up the Neon. They're in the grand final. Is he going to be made to look the fool, or he's going to be an absolute genius?
Oh, well, I would like to know the answer to that question. Maybe we can pull them on later.
Wow.
Here are our predictions. I just need to caveat this for the Indo audience who's like, oh my God, I'm a betray. First of all, I like good Valorant. Second of all, I've been wrong. The last 2 days, I voted against Boom. I voted for Riddle. I voted for Full Sense yesterday. So think of it as a jinx. Think of it as a jinx. But either way, I just want good Valorant. Guys, you have both gone for Boom today?
Yeah.
All right. How strong are we feeling about this prediction?
Yeah, I said Boom at the start. I'm going to say Boom now.
Okay.
Right? There is a part of me that think maybe SPG is playing a little bit of better Valorant, but then the emotional part is like, but there's the crowd.
Yes.
You know, so I think it's just hard to predict it, right? But I will stick with my initial prediction, Boom, unlike some others.
Look, if I was online here, we were just doing a remote broadcast, I could say SPG. They have incredible stats, incredible flawless win streak. They've done everything they can to really deserve, and how they prepared for Ascension. The mindset was, let's go into Pacific. But Boom, my heart goes with them. And you can already see, even the audience, guys.
1%?
I can't believe this. Actually, even the audience is with us. Boom Esports, we believe.
Yeah, but this is insane. This is how amazing of a grand finals we are about to get. Even the audience, and I know we feel the same way too. On paper, Sinprisa Gaming should be winning it all. But this intangible factor here in this stadium, again, I didn't think it was a real thing until I started happening before my eyes during that Riddle game when they were down. They didn't look that great, and then they started coming back. The moment the audience, the drums, there are drums in this audience, guys, that started cheering them on. They started getting that support, started believing themselves. So I'm very excited for this grand finals matchup. What do you guys think of the map? The map score is going to be?
The maps, I think, definitely there's a big advantage for SPG,
Absolutely.
right? Coming in from the upper bracket, they get what they deserve by playing so well and them getting that veto advantage. The two maps are going to be interesting because it's going to be, are we going to challenge them on a map that they're good on? Or do we just take out a map where we feel like, oh, they're too good right now, we don't even challenge it?
Yeah, I'm expecting either maybe an Icebox or Ascent ban from SPG. There is consideration also that Abyss will be removed because SPG hasn't played it yet. And of course, we saw how good Boom has been. It's the comp they've been trying to save for the grand finals itself. So that tape is going to be helpful for SPG. I do wonder, Joe, will SPG force Boom to play Haven? Because that was the one map we didn't see yesterday, right? And we saw SPG utterly dominate full sets 13-0. But you were talking about it in the panel yesterday, Ewok. Boom Esports, their history on Haven, not too good, and you were there front seat, you know?
Yeah, I was concerned yesterday if it did go to the 5th map, where Boom might feel a little bit uncomfortable going to the Haven, but they could force it here, just exactly as you said, Dax. And the other one is the Abyss, right? That kind of ties into what I'm saying in terms of, do you challenge them on it, or do you respect ban it? You guys have kept it this far, and they openly talked about keeping that map as a surprise pick, and now it's not so much of a surprise anymore.
That's
So they're going to say, okay, we respect it. You're looking really good on Abyss right now. Our Abyss was good before, but we're going to take it out. I'm curious to see if they go that route.
I am really curious too. Sinprisa Gaming has so far shown map dominance, but like you guys pointed out rightfully, Ascent was there just for a little sneak preview, a little one-off, one-hit wonder. Maybe they might have refined it and brought it back in. Icebox is another one of those maps. They banded the entire challengers, but then they revealed it here, and clearly they're okay on Icebox. So I'm also curious if that's something you're going to keep or not. But they had a lot of time to think about this. We're talking about Ewok. Maybe as a coach, you can tell us how important it is, how effective it is to have a lot of tape on the other team.
Yeah, for sure. Especially even coming into the Veto as well, right? You can see all of these maps that they're playing, what they prefer. Is their playstyle maybe a counter to yours? Does it feel like, okay, maybe they lost the map, but they actually played well on the map, because that happens as well. And it might be something that your team struggles against, or maybe a composition you haven't scrimmed against much. So all of that you need to take into account when making decisions for the Veto. And then if you do go to that map, then you just have a little bit more footage. You maybe see some triggers for traps and stuff like that. Because there's always some shows that some teams don't know about. There's always some things that even about your own team, you don't know that you're showing this little bit before you go for an execute. And that's where the top level analysts and coaches come into play. And they give those little reads to the IGL and everyone doing the research and then just taking all of that in. But you need to be careful not giving in too much information. So, but I'm sure the SPG's coaches got that all covered.
That is very interesting to point out, and a really interesting. It's so great having a coach here,
so
like an
smart.
actual expert. We're just yappers. We have an actual coach here, and I think it's so important to have those tells, those reads, those small things. Like we see these amazing set plays, the really obvious stuff, and maybe they might have some anti-strats to that. But then to figure out what those tells are, that might go into newer plays are very interesting, and this is obviously what they're studying. Now, another thing with Sinprisa Gaming, they are primarily a rookie squad. This is very different than Boom, Dex.
Yeah, Boom has had that rich history. Remember, we said a few years ago, they even represented the region within VALORANT champions after winning in LCQ. And for Boom, that history is going to help them in these clutch scenarios. I was considering, though, something that Ewok mentioned to me a few days ago in some trends. Sinprisa Gaming, they have this tendency to start on the attack. And I've been looking at the stats just for this tournament alone. Funny enough, the only map that has a sub 60% attack win rate for them is Ascent, which is 58%. Everything else is minimum 62. There's 92% for Lotus. Obviously, you know, you look at Haven and that's 100%, but that's an outlier. It's just crazy to think we have Sinprisa as this utterly stat-dominant team. But then we go back to Boom, where it's hard, it's grit, and we've seen the step up come into play when it's needed the most. You mentioned a while ago what Son said about the Neon and whatnot, but we also always talked about how Famous needs to step up, how Berserks needs to step up, and they did so in that series, especially against full sets. Hero and NC Slasher have been absolute constants of this team. They are really leading the charts right now within the arena. And Zespi, he is the one feeding off the crowd energy. You know that he's just so happy to allow this team to flourish, to be optimistic, and to give those good vibes. So if you really believe in that mind versus heart kind of fight, you're going to get it in this series, and I can't wait for it.
The best matchups are often this kind of matchup, actually.
But Dax, is heart and grit going to be enough to go against Sinprisa's attack side?
That's a coach in you saying that. Like, come on.
They've been so dominant on the attack side.
I believe you.
They keep picking the attack side and then taking that big lead instantly. I don't know if Boom can handle it.
I don't know. I had the same questions for Boom the last 2 days, which is why my prediction went the other way. I've been proven wrong. So, Coach, I don't know. Sometimes these things can't be measured. With that, we're going to go on a really quick break. When we come back, it is going to be Grand Finals match day. Welcome back to VCT Ascension in the best region of Pacific. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me we got Ewok and Dax here, who have been breaking down things with their big brains and telling you guys what's up. We did talk about our predictions just now. We got Boom here for, I think, most of the talent pool except for Komodo and myself. But this is really hard. Even the audience poll was really hard. It was like a 51% in favor of Boom. So it's still quite equal here. We can see some of your players here having a little bit of fun.
See, they're not in scrims.
Well, they're like our coaches up there.
Well, they should be practicing on their own, I think, if we want to make it to the big events. See these boys slacking off a little bit. We'll talk about that later, I think.
Come on, where's the master silent appearance? You know?
No, they need to be playing, and they don't need me.
They don't need you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just thinking though. We were in this break, right? We were just hanging out, trying to see what was going on. We also saw ourselves in the little video there.
FanFest.
But
yeah.
But it's crazy. Boom. The fans have been making so much noise. They had all these cheers. From what I've seen on social media, it's like what, 12 different cheers for Boom Esports that they have posted.
Is that official? 12?
That's what I've counted. I need a final
You've actually
confirmation.
counted them. Wow. Okay.
I saw something like that, and we've been hearing a lot of them within the arena. There's so much support really here.
Oh, Ray 4C here.
Yay!
There are so many VCT and Valorant superstars here in this arena today, and it's actually such a testament to how good Indonesian Valorant is, because a lot of them are already in Pacific. They're on RRQ, they're on Paper X, and they're all here in the stadium. A lot of them are the casters, a lot of them are ex-pros. It's actually incredible, this Indonesian firepower. So while Sinprisa Gaming looks like, on paper, the team to win it, Indonesia has heart, and they can aim real good.
Yeah, everyone's just loving to be here. You can see. So we see a lot of Boom jerseys. We see our boys again. They're getting all shy at the camera. But they've been enjoying it. I think it's just great for them to get this fan experience as well. For all the fans to come out and really get to see all these people that you get to maybe watch on your live streams or whatever. You maybe get to watch them play and everything.
Oh,
you get that vibe for buff.
Yeah, that's a different kind of buff for our coach right here.
Yeah, girlfriend buff there.
But you know, Ewok's been looking for all these jerseys. He said Boom jersey. And you can feel there's a little bit of a wench in his heart. It's like, where's the RRQ jersey? We're the ones I'm gonna sign later on tonight.
Yeah, we've seen a couple. I'm just excited to see some of the guys repping our jersey, repping everything, and I just love to see it.
And we also have T1's X-Crit also here in the stadium. So again, continuing with that Indonesian trend. But that said, Korean gameplay is nothing to scoff at. We obviously have 3 Korean teams already in VCT Pacific, and they're pretty damn good too.
You say there are 3 Korean teams, and let's say one of them was the champion of the world at one point, right? We did
Masters,
see,
yeah.
we finally got Genji to bring a trophy home to Pacific. Korean Valorant has truly become the standard this year. And we've heard that Sinprisa has been getting, you know, a lot of experience scrimming even higher and higher levels of play.
All right, I don't know if this is feeding into our mics right now, but Sun, the caster for today, Indonesia's last hope, as they call him, is riling up the stadium. It is absolutely electric. It's phenomenal to be in the stadium, and I have to say the Indonesian crowd is something else. I absolutely love the energy. That they might not have the same art skills as Korea, but I love the messages that we've been seeing. They're hilarious.
It's been so great to have the crowd come
Game
out and
Changers.
massive.
Game Changers player. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to make a point with Dax there, what you said earlier.
Yeah.
We're seeing all these Korean teams, and Vic, you also mentioned that Korean gameplay is something else, right? Something that we used to associate with Korean Valorant back in the day was a little bit more of a strategic, a little bit slower pace.
Oh, yeah.
Especially of DRX, right?
Yep.
This year, we've seen Genji kick it up a notch and hit a lot more faster executes. And I feel like SPG is another evolution further than that.
Yes.
Running it into your bomb site, or your spike side rather, before you can do anything about it.
Oh, yes. That's right. So you're talking about this evolution of Korean Valorant. We saw it happen over in VCT Pacific. SPG does not, like, they play even faster than the current Korean teams. And they have credited, Margaret has done an interview on the Korean desk, and he said, we've been scrimming with a tier 1 Singaporean team. I assume they meant Paper X because they also did mention some like kudos there in terms of like gameplay style, and I think the philosophy around their team comps and how they tackle maps.
Yeah, I've seen also a few comments here and there what Mind Freak was eyeing the SPG guys, so you can see there's maybe a little bit of rivalry there going on. I've also heard that DRX have been involved with Simpresa Gaming as well.
Oh yes, that's right.
So there are a lot of titans, but why does it seem like every time we try to talk about Simpresa, because we're the English side, they don't even hear us, the Indonesian crowd gets louder and louder.
It's weird, right? That's what I mean. This is this intangible effect, the power of the Indonesian crowd. They're not even hearing us. They're hearing the Indonesian casters right now.
Yeah.
Somehow, it's like they know. They know, like they're doubting. Here we go. Like you gotta believe in
They're bringing
Boom.
up the stats.
Yes.
They're bringing up the Purge is #1 right now. Dambi's the best Neon we've ever seen. Ivy, he's the flex. It's finally time for the finals. He's showing up, but no. Boom Esports. That is the way. That is the answer.
Yeah, they get all quiet when we're talking about Boom.
Yeah.
Talking about how good the stats are,
Yeah,
how
like
good
right now,
the
we're talking about
crowd
Boom.
is. We're talking about Boom. All of a sudden, it's quiet. They just have that inner feeling.
But it's also super cool how full the stadium is right now. The Riot and the production have been telling us that it's been full house, sold out.
Yeah.
And it's warm in the stadium right now because there are so many bodies in here, super heated up and ready to go for this particular match. I saw you eyeing what
Maybe
Ewok is
it's
wearing.
because Ewok's in the suit today,
Right, both of you.
Yo,
We can't handle this heat, gentlemen. That is too much like snazzy suiting.
It's so upgraded, his attire. He always wears the blazer in Pacific, right, with the RRQ pin, but he always has something else inside. Now it's a full ensemble. Even has a little pocket square going on here. So fancy, Ewok.
He is probably the fanciest of all the coaches, and it's definitely been remarked on. If you see all the walkouts, come on, like you rock a suit better than Turby. I'm gonna say that. But we saw in the audience there someone asking for a Riot gun buddy. I know this is like taboo. You should never ask a Rioter for it. But while we have a predominantly Indonesian audience, fans from other countries have flown in to support their teams throughout this tournament, including Riddle.
Yeah.
And I heard Riot gave those, they found them in the audience, the Japanese fans supporting Riddle, Riot Gun Buddy. So guys, if you really want to know how to get a Riot Gun Buddy, fly in to watch a tournament.
Just show your support. I've also seen, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I've seen like trading cards of the Riddle players. Like I saw one a while ago with
Like J-pop style.
Yeah, just like the idols.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, the Japanese fans do love their merchandise and love supporting their teams, right? And it's something that I think is so special to have the LAN event here in Indonesia, where we can have so many people and different cultures fly in to come and watch the games.
Yes.
I think that's just one of the things that we really enjoy about this game is that we can get behind our teams and we can just support our whole region together.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of those most beautiful moments. First of all, even amongst our talent pool alone, we come from so many different countries, different regions, completely different regions, and here we're all supporting Pacific together. Why are they so...
My eyes. Even my eyes need to get covered right now.
Why are you still looking at this? Oh. How's your Korean?
Oh.
Quenchana.
Quenchana.
There we These sides are hilarious here. It is definitely a different vibe here also in the stadium versus, we're used to being in COEX over in Pacific. Totally different energy. I feel like the Korean crowd is very supportive. But a lot more behaved in a way. There's this wild energy here that I love it. I'm all for it.
The Korean fans definitely are a little bit more reserved,
Yeah.
I would say, but I love them getting crazy over here.
Yes.
I just love them being very vocal about their teams and what they want to see from their teams. And you said it's hot in here. What I'm curious,
with the girlfriend cam on.
That's why. On point timing, Ewok. Clip it, ship it, send it later.
Yeah, we're gonna clip it. Someone clip that. Send it to his girlfriend.
Yeah. at RRQ Ewok.
Yeah.
You already know what to do.
That Ewok riz.
You're just so natural at this.
I know. He's turning red right now. He's blushing.
I'm blushing already. Oh.
Let me think about it. He's a complete package. He's like the coach. Now he's an analyst. I'm waiting for him to be the caster, interviewer, everything, Maybe one day he'll also be the player again.
Do you guys know?
Yes?
I don't know about all the coaches. Probably not all the coaches. So I was bragging that I have a higher prize pool in Valorant as a player than Alex, Paper X Alex. Then Ewok's like, how much is it? We told him. It's like literally in the hundreds. It doesn't even, and he's, but Ewok, Ewok comes in, it's like, well, I've earned more than both of you put together. So
Ewok just won't let it go.
Yeah, I'm a proud South African player back in my days.
Yeah.
We had some tournaments there that's where I really got started, and I just felt I was really lucky to have really good teammates there. And then from there, just went. Initially, I was a player, and then I went to coaching, and then they're like, okay, well, we need a player again, so I went to go play again.
Yeah.
And then back to coaching, and then I came to Asia, and as you said, all of these different type of people, and we have so many different cultures, even on the talent pool, right? And for
Yeah.
myself, I'm not from the Asian region, right?
Yeah.
But ever since I moved over to Indonesia, I felt like it's my second home.
You're so warm and welcoming here.
Absolutely.
It's so warm and welcoming, and it's really so humbling to see these fans really appreciate, because I really do put in everything to make the Indonesians proud, and I can really feel that respect and the gratitude coming from the fans, and it's something it was beyond my wildest dreams, really.
We've been witnessing that.
I've seen
fans following Ewok.
I mean, yeah, even the meet and greet. But I want to point out, Ewok makes a good point about respect.
Yes.
Even though it was tough for Boom, especially against Brittle Order at the very start, and Boom was getting cheers even though they were super far back, they would still applaud Full Sense. They would still applaud Brittle Order. There is that respect to the level of play all the other competitors have brought here to Ascension. And it's great to see that there is support for just, as Kongi would say, damn good Valorant, right?
Yeah.
Just to your point, right? Yesterday we saw Sushi Boys. I think he won the clutch, and then he was giving it a little bit, right? And the crowd loved it, right? I feel like there's no animosity against it. And even we could hear on the Indonesian caster side, they were loving it as well. They're saying, okay, Full Sense is fighting back. They're going against the crowd, and the crowd was enjoying the energy coming from Full Sense, especially after they went down 0-2, and we thought, maybe it's done for Full Sense. And they start fighting back, and the crowd was loving it.
It's not personal, and which is I love. Everyone just wants good Valorant. I was with the co-streamers. We had Lammy Snacks from Full Sense Thailand sitting right next to the Indonesian co-streamers, which Son was there with Excurate, Mind Freak was there, the whole Severin, the whole crew was there, and they were just friendly smack talk. They had a little wager on subs there, but it was all good vibes. Maybe sadder vibes for Full Sense.
Yeah.
But that said, it's been absolutely phenomenal. And what I really like is when it comes to the global events, when it comes time for all our regions to face up against each other, all that is put away and we all carry one flag, and that is Pacific. So it has been I just absolutely love our region, how much heart there is here in this region. Also, fantastic always being with you guys. But yeah, it's been great. Another fun fact about our casters, by the way, Komodo plays in black and white.
Yeah.
And his peak gradient.
And he played in the playtest a while ago, so they had to change his monitor settings as soon as he was done.
Yeah.
Because one of the pro players a while ago were just like, oh, why is there no color on this?
I did not know
All
that.
right, I'm trying to hear a cue. It's so loud in the stadium right
I
now.
think there's an interview going
Oh,
on.
we're going to an interview. All right,
Oh,
let's go over to that interview because it is crazy in here.
All right! Right beside me is the cute cosplayers from Indonesia. Could you please introduce yourself and where is it a community or is it just yourself coming together with your friends?
Actually, we are a community built in 2021, and we are coming here heavily as a cosplayer, and want to introduce to you all because cosplay is fun actually. So,
Alright, jadi mereka dari komunitas Valorant Indonesia, komunitas cosplay lebih tepatnya. Mereka dibentuk dari tahun 2021. Mereka di sini pengen memperkenalkan komunitasnya dan juga pengen ngajakin semua orang yang mungkin punya minat untuk nge-cosplay bisa join sama mereka karena cosplay itu seru. Sekarang hari ini kamu ngedukung tim apa? SPG atau Boom Esports? Kalau dilihat benderanya sih kayak udah serigala banget nih. Which team that you're rooting for?
Sport dong. Boom Esport.
Boom Esports, say it louder.
Boom Esport.
Oh, tepuk tangan untuk Boom Esports mana? to give some applause, they give it real loud. Dan ini aku pengen nanya deh, ini kan pertama kalinya Ascension Pacific ada di Jakarta. Gimana rasanya kamu bisa nge-cosplay di acara Ascension Pacific Jakarta?
It's actually an honor malah, karena ini kan acara VCT Ascension ini gede banget, apalagi official gitu kan, dan kita bisa cosplay jadi karakter yang ada di game itu, jadi sebuah kehormatan malah buat bisa cosplay.
Luar biasa sekali. So we asked them how it feels like to be here, to be able to cosplay in VCT Ascension Pacific Jakarta, and they said it's really a big honor for them to represent Indonesia and as well as being able to do the cosplay in this big event. And we also have a streamer in here, Friska. Hi. Could you please look at the camera? Oh my god, kita punya streamer cantik di sini. Say hi guys. Friska, one of our streamer from Indonesia. She's a pretty one. How are you, darling?
Very good, thanks.
And how it feels like to be here in VCT Ascension Pacific Jakarta?
Oh, this is super amazing because we get to see the hype, and we are hyping in Jakarta, not anywhere else, but in Jakarta, and Boom Esports is in the final.
Oh my god.
It feels so amazing to support our team in hometown.
Oh my god, luar biasa sekali bisa mendukung tim tuan rumah yang masuk ke grand final, dan ini memang pengalaman yang sangat luar biasa. Untuk jomblo-jomblo di rumah jangan terganggu dengan yang di belakang saya ya. For everyone that is single for today and actually have no partner to watch this 29 September, especially the grand final of VCT Ascension Pacific, don't bother with them because they're the cutest couple in here. But if you're a jomblo or a single, maybe you can find some love in VCT Pacific Jakarta. Dan sepertinya kita perlu mencari sesuatu dalam artian motivasi dan support untuk Boom Esports. Friska, could you please give your support to Boom Esports?
Hah?
Give your support to Boom Esports.
Boom Esports semangat, pokoknya ini udah banyak banget yang dukung kalian. Coba drumnya boleh dimainin sekarang. Boom Esports.
Tanyanya apa, Mas?
And right beside me is the biggest scammer in Indonesia. Dean Kate!
Halo.
Salah satu scammer lebih besar daripada scamnya GLHF Son. Lu nanya bang,
Ya.
ini lu pertama kalinya datang ke event Valo atau udah beberapa kali datang?
Sebenarnya ini pertama kali gue datang ke Valo. Iya, pertama kali.
It's actually his very first time to come in VCT Ascension Pacific Jakarta, and especially the VALORANT event itself. And gimana rasanya datang sini?
Sebenarnya gue udah sering datang ke event-event turnamen, cuman ini VALORANT pertama kali kan. Ya, expected lah, maksudnya seru banget, ramai banget, dan ini apalagi grand finalnya ada tim Indo ya, ada Boom Esports, jadi gue dukung Boom Esports lah, Indo Pride.
Indo Pride, so he often visit esports tournament in Indonesia, and since it's the very first time he come here to watch the Boom Esports at his grand final, and he will give his support for Boom Esports. So Indo Pride.
Indo Pride, ya.
Tapi gimana nih? Kita ngomongin VALORANT sendiri. Ngerasa VALORANT sendiri komunitasnya itu udah gede atau kurang gede nih menurut lo?
Kalau untuk aku kan sebelumnya juga di e-sport kan. Kalau ngelihat kayak gini, penontonnya full gini, tiketnya sold out kalau dari kemarin, ini udah cukup besar. Cuman ya gue berharap sih untuk scene PC apalagi Valorant ya bisa lebih besar lagi.
Okay, so he hopes that the PC scene, especially the competitive scene in Indonesia can be bigger. Well, tapi gue mau nanya dulu, gue mau mastiin dulu ya. Ini omongan lu kagak pakai donasi kan?
Enggak pakai donasi.
Nggak pakai donasi ya. Ini jujur dari hati ya.
Dari hati ini, dari hati real
ya?
ini. Nggak dibayar.
I just want to make sure that he said all of those things is not paid. So it's truly from his own heart that Valorant is already big in Indonesia and he hopes it will be bigger and bigger. So I hope every single person in here and especially in offline at Britama Arena or at home and the live stream with us can enjoy this live stream and also the tournament. And Bang, bisa nggak kasih kata-kata
Oke,
kata-kata hari ini?
Kata-kata hari ini?
Ya.
Buat semua orang?
Ya.
Especially ya yang di sini?
Ya.
Jangan lupa mandi.
I asked today's motivation words for every single person in here and he said, don't forget to take a bath.
Ya.
Oke Bang Dea, thank you banget.
Thank you
Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Dan di sini ternyata banyak berkumpul, gak cuma streamer, cosplayer, tapi para fans Valorant di Indonesia. And actually really nice to have every single person in here, not only streamers, not only cosplayers, not only fans of Valorant itself. I hope you guys enjoy. And could you guys please give me the applause and the loud and the noise. One more again. One more again guys, belum makan ya? Ayo sekali lagi. Britama Arena! That's the noise that I want to hear. I hope every single person in here having a very good time. But kayaknya kita perlu cari korban. Apa? Test Bunny. I'm really sorry Test Bunny. But someone say that you always jinx. But we actually have a big celebrity in here. Could you please give applause to Lil Rere? Lil Rere. Berdiri Re. Lo tahu kan gua kan travel size.
Ngapain sih Ma? Baru kemarin gue nge-cast Ma, aduh.
Ya nggak apa-apa lu kerja lagi bantuin
gue jadi pengen NPC aja sekarang.
Yeay, PNPC. Maksudnya apa? Tapi gue pengen nanya nih, ini kan hari lu tema batik.
Iya.
Dalam rangka apa lu pakai batik?
Kan disuruh sama Valorant Esports Indonesia.
Kenapa tuh, biar apa?
Biar kita Indonesia banget. Iya. Kita memperkenalkan budaya batik ini asal dari Indonesia.
So most of audience in here at Britama Arena wearing batik, which is the traditional clothes from Indonesia, and we would like to introduce to the world our traditional culture, batik, traditional clothes from us to the world. Could you please give applause to batik from Indonesia? Woo! Re, lu dukung Boom atau SPG?
Hah?
Lu dukung Boom atau SPG?
Gue dukung SPG sih di sini.
Weh, maksud nih. We found an imposter.
Ya TTA.
Oh, gak apa-apa. Ini safe gak kalau gue jelasin?
Nggak usah.
Oh, nggak usah.
Semua penonton Valorant udah tahu kok.
Tapi masalahnya yang di English broadcast kan nggak tahu.
Biarin aja. Nanti biar mereka cari tahu sendiri.
Oh, produser boleh nggak nih dikasih tahu nih? Safe gak nih? Boleh nggak dikasih tahu nggak nih ke English broadcast biar mereka tahu apa sih kenapa Rere dukung SPG? Boleh nggak nih? Boleh di spill sedikit. Tapi kayaknya di spill kasihan masa yang Inggris nggak tahu. So guys, from English broadcast, Rere voting for SPG because he has a curse. Each team that he voted will be lose. I just want to make it clear so you guys understand also. Gimana, Re? Tapi berarti lu dukung si SPG kalah?
Ya nggak usah dijelasin lagi lah, Mak.
Oke.
Iya.
Tapi lu sendiri nih?
Hah?
Lu sendiri?
Enggak.
Sama siapa?
Ini, warga-warga caster. Ini.
Profesor.
Ini tanya nih.
Oh,
nih.
Di sini kita punya SJW. Tapi tahu kan drama terupdate SJW gimana? Konon nih ceritanya. So there's a big group in Indonesia called SJW. And one of the members just left out the group. You want to know the reason why? Because he wants to focus on his solo career. Yanto Kocul. Yanto Kocul. Jangan gitu, jangan gitu, jangan gitu. Jangan gitu. Tapi nggak apa-apa. Tok, itu kawan lagi di sana tuh. Ngomong sesuatu dong buat sahabat dari situ.
Turun lu dari situ lu, turun lu. Slot gua itu. Gua mau. Gua mau sahabatan.
Mau sahabatan. I'm sorry Yanto. Actually, S is Severin, Jamal, and Wilson. And I think it's the very right time to back to the panelists. And we will going to throw it back to the casters. So casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Abigail. That woman has energy.
Yeah.
She's so fun to hang out with here in Indonesia, and she's a boundless, endless energy.
Give her a clapper, and the whole audience will just stand up for her, basically.
She is like raising the passion here across.
She gave us a shout out.
She did, which I really, really appreciate. Guys, thanks for bearing with us. It's been awesome talking into the crowd there. We are going to be going to the match very shortly. This is the grand finals that we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready for the grand finals?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So ready. We literally...
So ready.
Why are we here?
50 seconds.
50 seconds
on
to go.
the clock. We are ready to go. This is crazy. Sinprisa Gaming looks like they could be winning. At this point, we need jinxes from us, including myself, for them to go down at all. At this point, it looks like the only enemy are themselves at this point. But Boom Esports is on the rise. I think their coach might be underestimating the power of heart, the power of passion, and how far Boom Esports could be going.
I mean, you need the right mentality. This is the match that will bring you to the Pacific League. This is the one that will get you into Tier 1 scene. And this one match, this one best of 5 will define your future in Valorant.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no better confidence than the confidence they got from yesterday's win, right? That it's definitely going to carry over.
Absolutely. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this is VCT Pacific Ascension. We are going to go into the grand finals of today, Sinprisa Gaming versus Boom Esports.
발로란트를 처음 시작했을 때 이 자리까지 올 줄 몰랐습니다. 한국 챌린저스를 우승하고 어센션에서 퍼시픽 최고의 팀들과 겨루며 저의 꿈, 우리 모두의 꿈, 1티어로 승격하는 것이 가까워졌죠. 어센션의 첫 5일 동안 승리를 할 때마다 자신감이 올랐습니다.
It's been a rough journey for all of us, but we are still here, and we are getting stronger and stronger.
But what are you gonna do? Can you keep this up? Can you be consistent enough? This is where Boom, they need the six man's energy. They need the crowd's energy.
Every time when we have like a half time, I'll just say, guys, let's listen to the crowd. It's so beautiful. It's music to my ears. Because this is our home. This is our turf. This is the lair of Boom Esports.
A 13-0 on the stage with all the storylines behind it. It
just doesn't sound possible.
저희는 무적이라고 생각했죠.
I don't know what else to say. I'm in shock. I'm in awe. This is a team that we're the favourites by far. This grand final matchup.
No, there's no such thing as invisible team.
이제 목표로부터 한 단계만 남았는데
The strong will always survive, no matter the odds. From each and every losses, we are getting stronger.
저희는 우리의 목표를 이루기 위한 준비가 되어 있습니다. 저희는 결심한 상태이며 목표만을 바라보고 있습니다.
This is the thing. This is why the guy is so incredible and so hyped.
We will not rest, we will not falter.
어센션의 챔피언이 되는 것.
And ascend to greatness.
The last trial beckons. At the crossroads of destiny, the challengers will meet. The journey has been long. The path to the summit is almost clear. This is a test of their mettle, a battle of attrition, a testament of sheer will. Many have crumbled. Much has been sacrificed. This is a battle to end all battles. Pain is temporary. Glory is forever. Places in history must be earned. In the end, only one will be left standing. Only one can ascend to greatness.
Francis. Ivy. Margaret. Silk Cannon. And Sea Slasher. Famazine. Zspew. Berserks. Shiro. Meow.
Tour Ascension. This is the final trial for Boom and Sinprisa to obtain that crown, to join the ranks of the Global League, to ascend among VCT Pacific's greats. Gentlemen, on paper, Boom Esports are the underdogs of this grand finals, but can they bring out that inner wolf pack to destroy Korea's absolutely flawless Sinprisa Gaming?
Look, the wolf howls here in Jakarta, and you know that's the energy they're gonna try to look for against Sinprisa. But Sinprisa will have both of the bans, and Upset apparently truly just a fever dream, a one-off, and Abyss respected by Sinprisa remove here. But we are going to Sunset first, and interesting enough, Boom let Sinprisa begin on the attack.
Very interesting. So we did talk about that Abyss ban, right? And we see Sunset, Icebox, Lotus, Haven, and our final will be...
Bind at the very end, taking that long for Sinprisa Gaming. Boom prioritizing Haven even though they're shaky. But I'm looking at Icebox right now, Ewok. Boom Esports picking it. It's the closest game they've had versus Sinprisa back in the upper bracket. However, they haven't won that map at all in Ascension.
Yeah, we did have that 13-9, and I'm guessing there's a couple of things that they could have cleaned up there. And definitely going to this one, it maybe feels to me that they're a little bit worried about some of the other maps, going for a map they already played against them, and they lost, right? But of course, it's a huge advantage for SPG in this Veto.
What I'm looking at is that trophy. These two teams want that trophy. They want this absolute nomination to go in. This is the Agent Comp. Guys, how are we feeling going to this first map of Sunset?
Welcome to Sunset and welcome to the heat check. Dambi on the Neon will say, can you keep up with me, Famous? What is the play? Of course, the Gecko and the Race together. We've already tackled the utility yesterday, how Boom uses it on this map. But Sinprisa want to bring the aggression to begin the series.
Yeah. What I'm looking at is the attack side for Sinprisa first.
Yes.
Can Boom handle Sinprisa's space today?
They chose it. They chose the defense first.
I'm just enjoying the moment, feeling the crowd right now. They are absolutely pumped for this grand finals against Sinprisa Gaming and Boom Esports. And kicking off our grand finals games are our casters, VCT Pacific's Hayam Quack and Australia's Coach Pilski.
Thank you very much, Vic, Ewok, as well as Dax. I mean, look at this. This is where it all starts. Every battle, every second, every frame counts. And
Absolutely.
It's going to be, SPG all the way from the upper bracket. Boom, getting knocked down by them, coming back up through the lower bracket. This grand final starts here.
100%. We have the honor and the privilege today of witnessing the energy in the Britama arena, of feeling the highs and lows of what it means to be an Indonesian VALORANT fan here on home soil, cheering for their team. And on the other hand, one of the most dominant runs we've seen from a rookie team in a long time. They just keep getting better and better, SPG.
They keep on going. They didn't drop a single map throughout their entire run in this tournament.
8-0, ridiculous. Plus 56 round diff. They are absolutely dumpstering every team. In fact, you could argue they had a tougher time making it through VCL KR than coming to an international tournament, which is the opposite of what should happen. You're meant to choke at an international tournament when you have no experience, and Sinprisa just steamrolls everyone.
That's just the darndest thing. How have they made this happen? But of course, still coming up to their opponents now in Boom Esports. Yes, they've had some of trials, some challenges, but now they are here. They have got the whole crowd cheering on for them. The drums are pounding. The crowd is cheering Pilski.
100%. We have never seen them lose a LAN in Jakarta, and we're going to get straight into the pistol round here. Haunt goes through onto elbow side. Zesbiu pushed off the line, but he's got some reinforcements behind him. But SPG Not in a rush here. They're going to pick up the orb. They've got the Cypher investigating B main and the Sentinel standoff over on that side of the map. But here's the re-aggression from Boom.
And then the peek comes out. Zesby, good for the first shot. Instantly backs up. His team is here to back him up. But Debbie, looking to re-aggress, has to fall back.
Yeah, they're going to re-aggress, but Margaret catches Berserks on the lurk. They tried to go back to be able to meet up with him here, but there's the re-aggression into middle. Multiple frags going the way of SPG.
It's all down to Zesby. And he's trying to find the rotations, but he's been blocked off by this perfect smoke from Persia. Now slipping through, it's going to be Margaret. His head gets taken off. The spike goes down.
Nice open plant. Two-man advantage. SPG should win this every day of the week, and so much time is going to be burnt off the clock here. Desbiu is a raid boss, though. He's got 2 smokes to work with. He's got light armor and a sheriff. He really, outside of the paranoia, could not have less to work with to be able to complete this 1-on-3, but is he going to even have the opportunity to do so? They're giving him absolutely nothing.
The big brother of the team, though, gonna have to try to make it work. The sheriff, it does quite the number of damage, but look at the utilities. It dumps through. Danby taking the shot.
He never even had a chance. He puts a smoke down on the spike, instantly hit by a Prowler fault line. SPG, it's just clinical as always from them. They've chosen to start Sunset. They had the choice of removing 2 maps, choosing what map to start on or choosing the decider. We've seen them steamroll everyone in very quick fashion in this tournament, and they've chosen to start on Sunset here, to start on the right foot. And it's a match that, you know, you look at their logo and the fact that they've gone onto Sunset here, maybe that's the comfort territory for them.
Possibly is. Those palm trees, the sunset.
Steps.
But at the same time, for Boom Esports, these guys are hungry, Pilski.
They are, but really not much for them to find in a round like this. They're going to try to isolate the lurk of Margaret, who's just holding backside of B main for now.
Taking a couple of shots. Can't quite find too much. Debbie wants to slide in. The shot's not quite connected, but here comes Francis and Margaret. Completely blinded up by the Dizzy, though. Unfortunately, it's still not quite enough. It's all down to Zesby once again. He tries to block them off with the dark cover. They're still flooding the site. Zesby, he hears footsteps, tries to get a shot, but it's to no avail. Ivy ends the round.
Yeah, simple anti-eco there from SPG. A little bit of pressure over on that A side of the map. They come back and rat back to the B site, meet up with Margaret, and as a team, cut down all of Boom inside of B main. Early on here, you've already got yourself a neural theft for Margaret. I'm looking at SPG in this bonus. If they're able to find an early pick and get a good timing on that neural theft, they could completely run circles around Boom Esports in terms of the rotations and the decision-making in the mid to late round.
And that could give them so much momentum, right, Pilski? That's what they're looking for without a doubt. They are 2-0 and up right now, and they're looking for more.
Boom, on the other hand, was wondering how they were going to approach the start of this match, whether they were going to try to take a foot forward, but they've started things very slowly. They're just dropping off Zesbiu on this info line using the one-way. Prowler spotting out, so SPG just confirming that this is where Boom is trying to hold, and they're trying to force them off this info line, but there's no commitment from SPG. They're just trying to deny the info. There's the Dizzy to be able to retake that info line, and as soon as SPG hears that, look at that, they immediately go back and try to take it again.
Waiting for it, setting it up. And here it comes, info line gone. Zesby has to try to hold, but it's going to be Danby with a slide in.
Neural theft could be huge here. NC Slasher on the off angle though.
He's trying to fight back, has the Dizzy in hand, but no, can't quite toss it up. It's going to be Danby with the shots. Now comes Shiro, but he's going to have to try to hold. The reaction's not quick enough. Danby on a tear. Famous tries to fight back, but onto the 4th kill. It's the paint shells that undoes him, but still the round over to SPG.
Okay from Danby in the bonus round. The neural theft was on the other side of the map, couldn't get it going, never even needed it. They win the bonus regardless, and the reads are far too clean for SPG. You saw how they heard the Dizzy, they immediately go back and isolate Zesbiu, pick up that rifle, and steamroll the rest of Boom.
Absolute steamroll. Bonus round converted, and this is gonna hurt Boom.
Absolutely. They're already back onto yet another half by in a matter of minutes. They're so far behind in this game and they need a miracle, but Danby's running them down with the overdrive.
He slides in and he's looking for yet another target to hit. The Outlaw will connect onto Shiro. Going in towards Market now. Danby, he's not stopping. He keeps wrapping it up. and off to the next, inside of Boba, NC Slasher tries to fight back, but it's not gonna happen. On to the next now, and it's still gonna be Zespi. Once again, the last member alive. He's looking for the shot, but it's not gonna happen. Once more, Demby!
The disrespect from Demby right off the bat, running into the opponent's spawn, running them down like dogs. The crowd is so quiet right now because there's nothing happening for Boom Esports. SPG in total control of this game, a clean anti-eco after winning the bonus. They are going to have a rock-solid economy to continue dominating on this attacking side. And let me remind you, in the previous series, they went 8-0 and 9-0 up on both maps on attack, and they are dominating on attack again.
Boom, they might have had a 7-5 defensive start against Full Sends yesterday, but so far, doesn't look consistent. SPG are 4-0 right now.
Lower pacing, they're going to get into the site. We'll see if the trips can make any difference for Berserks in the back of the site. Over on the other side of the map, Boom have pushed this A info line and dealt with the trip.
And this allows for Danby to slide in. Looking for those targets. He knows they are possibly nearby, but look at the relays. Persia off of the little peak, a double kill, now pushing forward with the rolling thunder. Danby holds down the line. The rotations have been cut off.
SPG choose not to push the issue anymore, but this is where Margaret can catch them in the side.
Trying to set up that flank. He doesn't spot anything just yet. Zespi trying to set up for it. Holding down the positions, anticipating the flank, takes him down. And this could be a start.
There's no time. They just got to save. They can't get back in. They've never been allowed to. The rolling thunder across spawn, pushing them all back the one way, securing the round, and SPG win another gun round in a matter of seconds. Boom, need a timeout.
Just when you thought the single kill might have brought back some momentum over, Danby slides in and finishes the deal.
Another rifle lost. Boom, it's just crushing. 5-0. Only 2 rifles retained. They've got to try to buy what they can around them. I think they need a timeout. The crowd is trying to get Boom going again.
They're cheering for it. Boom Esports is what we hear. But are Boom Esports here and ready?
Boom are trying to crunch mid here. That's going to forfeit this A site control. SPG disrespecting this info line that Zespi likes to get on, but here's the fight in middle for Margaret.
All of middle surrounded. Shiro, the first pick.
Neural theft as well. They're going to be able to read exactly what SPG is doing here and prepare for it accordingly. They push down the flank. The trip's gone because Cypher's dead, and Boom are steamrolling their way straight up into elbow now.
Very aware of it as well, though. SPG, they continue to push up front. And looking from the back now, this elbow line has to be held. Francis looks to shoot. Zespi takes down the first top, and then it's going to be Famous chiming in. The rest of Boom, they're trying to push through, but they can't get past Francis. Onto the other side, they tried to slide in. Famous, it's not going to happen. NC Slasher, he has been shut down.
They just can't get back into the site. They found Margaret right off the rip. Huge commitment in on the flank from Boom Esports, but there's nothing going right for them here. Surely they need a pause. They need to be able to mentally reset from this horrific start here on Sunset. It's not even really a map that we've seen between these two teams. SPG choosing to change up the Veto, choosing to pick the first map, and continuing to dominate every team they encounter on attack.
It just looks unstoppable, Pilski. I mean, bear with us, audience. The HUD might not be where it's supposed to be right now, but the score, I will keep it up for you. It is a 6-0.
Quite honestly, Quack, I think that's probably for the best that no one in the arena can see what the score is right now, because they will not be happy with how this series has started here. We're hoping for a miracle for Boom Esports, but SPG, ever since they came out of Challengers Korea, earlier in the year, the core of this team together all knocked out in separate teams, in separate qualifiers for Challengers 1 Korea or Challengers 1 Japan. They come together and dominate Split 2, a couple of close games in the playoffs, and then into Ascension. They have just absolutely destroyed everyone. And it makes me wonder, like, what kind of practice are these guys getting back home? What kind of teams are these guys playing in Korea? How good are the teams in Challengers Korea? compared to what we're seeing here in Ascension, because if you're playing Nongshim Red Force D+, you're scrimming against the top teams who are playing in Pacific, they're in Seoul, in Korea, and you're cutting your teeth on that kind of opposition, then you're going to be sharp and ready for a tournament like Ascension, and that's exactly what we've been seeing.
Like Dax mentioned on the desk, he might have heard ERX's name being tossed in those scrims.
Dax loves a name drop. I respect it. Going to be a massive fight over A main here, but SPG are just here feeling this out, holding the back of the one-way and getting ready with the Prowler.
Hopefully, the utility has been set up. Crash pushed through, and SPG falls back, but then the contact, it isn't quite good. Zespi has to teleport out as well.
SPG has read that so well, but that's where Margaret oversteps over the top mid, punished by Shiro. Again, a man advantage for Boom, but can they convert? They couldn't retake the A site with a 5-on-4 advantage. At least this time they have more space and info across the map. Cam is still up inside market. I can hear the footsteps of the breach coming back to B main, but it's just a singular one-man fake from Francis. Boom retakes middle. They've got a lot of info and space across the map, but they're reading this as a B site hit with the breach util coming into the site.
It is quite a bit of pressure on Zespi's shoulders. Just enough to sell the fake on B.
He just needs to survive. He just needs to pick one off and survive for the retake as SPG slowly works their way into A. Smokes go down. Haunt's going to go over the side. There's going to be no contact. Zespi might go for a bit of a spam, but he needs to stay alive. Damby reads it so damn well.
And he just continues to spray through. Suppressive fire, trying to fend off Boom. They are trying to get a little bit more space back into the site. The fault line connects. Sight lines, though, not quite there. NC Slasher, famous! They have gone in! Now looking for more. It's gonna be SPG trying to shoot off onto the other choke, but then NC Slasher comes in with the blades!
They're finally back into the game. Took a while for Boom to get rolling. It was a momentous start for SPG, which is exactly what we expect, but at least Boom has not let as many rounds go by the wayside compared to that upper bracket series between the two. They've got a showstopper to work with into this round. Could be completely key here for Famous to be mixing that one in to try to string these gun rounds together and break down the economy of SPG, who have won that bonus early and have got on a great streak.
Yeah, not too bad with the call from Shiro. 1-6 is the score, and it's just his retakes play, but here comes SPG again. They are trying to switch up the pace. Damby in with the relays.
Complete disengage. They read the fact that it's a stack. Gonna get the wingman going forward, clearing all that space. Refresh of the one-way. It's hands off over on the B site for Berserks. Zespi gonna join him with the from the shadows in towards spawn side, and SPG, it's an open site for them, but Damby is gonna go and again push the issue into spawn here.
So deep into the site. The smoke's not quite there though, and there's a rolling thunder from Boom. It knocks them up. Berserk's in with the first blood. Persia though, stopping them in their tracks. It's gonna be a shot still going connecting, and that's Zespi trying to fire back. Persia in, not dead yet. Tries to fall back, but NC Slasher on for a bit of a flank. They might not know he's here, but they blocked him off with the cyber cage.
Got a full kit of util. Gonna deal with the Haunt. That's gonna reveal his position, Quack.
Persia. Ult expires, but here comes the Dizzy, reveals his position. NC Slasher, he's done it before. Can he do it again? Two players, two obstacles right in front of him. Margaret, a little bit too far for him, threads the needle, and that's SPG up 7-1.
Just an immediate reply from SPG. They're reading the game so well. The patience outside of A main, counting the util. They have these protocols in place as soon as they see 2 or 3 sets of util. They're always one step ahead, reading the stack of Boom, seeing the Cypher retake on the other side of the map. They know what the strong and the weak side is, and they are never running into those traps.
Just keep seeing it. Boom, though, trying to switch up some of their setups. It's the same right now.
Yeah, this is Boom, waiting for a mid-crunch, waiting to pull the trigger once SPG takes some space over there, but it's just been Margaret dropped off, and they're going to catch them off guard a little bit. The kills coming through from Boom thick and fast.
Still, though, it's some of those are pistols, but the Sheriff connects. Margaret goes down. That's a rifle he could pick up. Still, though, onto the site, Damby. He's trying to get the spike planted. Ivy trying to hold off on some of the rotating lines. but no peaks so far. Here comes the flash. Ivy trying to fall back, still trying to hold towards Boba. Another flash being drawn out from Boom. The shots will connect, but not quite the transfer. Zero able to hop on over. It's all down to Debbie with 5 HP, and Berserks claims another round for Boom.
Thrifty win for Boom. And in comes the scoreline. It's a dire proposal for Boom to turn this around. But a thrifty win is going to do a hell of a lot of damage to SPG's economy and give Boom access to some much needed rifles. The crowd willing them on, and they are fighting for this game of Sunset.
Definitely looking for a way back into the game. If they can end this first half with a 5-7 Pilski, it ain't too bad. But you got to consider the ultimates in the game right now.
Have a couple online getting pretty close to a rolling thunder here for Francis. If they get some more control, that's something they can have access to, but it's more Danby that I'm keeping my eye on. Once he rips that overdrive, he is merciless.
So far, we've been wondering about it. And Famous catch up to the speed that Danby brings. The paint shells trying to hold it off.
So many players here for Boom. Ready with the reactive util of the breach of the Gecko. Rolling Thunder going forward, but the Mosh will kick them back for now.
It's been completely avoided. Boom trying to hold off on towards their positions. NC Slasher, good for the first, good for the second. He comes in and gets yet another. Famous from the backlines comes in exploding. Boom! Another round picked up.
Much better read from Boom in that round. Ready with 3 players on that B site, and that's where you need to slow down SPG before they get rolling. You can't let them get into the site. You can't let them scale up because they play those XVXs and those post plants so perfectly. It was the counter utility that made all the difference. The Rolling Thunder going forward from Francis, but just a singular Mosh and a paint shells. The grenades making all the difference from both the Gecko and the Rays. And that's what Boom need. They need to keep reading this correctly, and this is where Danby is going to go back to what's been working for him all tournament long. Picks up the judge, and he's going to be sliding into the faces of his opponents. It's extremely tilting to play against. But Boom, anything but on tilt here. They definitely have a will and a way back into this game. After that thrifty win, after successfully defending the B hit, they are just 1 round away from resetting SPG's economy. And that could be an easier road back into a 5-7, and that is a very different scoreline from what we've been seeing in the upper bracket games.
They've got the will, they've got the drive, Pilski. It might have looked different so far throughout this tournament, but right here, right now, in front of the home crowd, the drums, the claps, everything cheering for the team.
Boom is hungry for a comeback here. The fans are looking for it. And SPG, this is where they've been dominating all tournament long. They haven't had much of a doubt being put in their head. I think Boom, they're going to make anything happen here in this grand final. You've got to make it happen on Sunset, because let's be honest, you're going into Icebox and Lotus, 2 maps that they got destroyed on in the upper bracket by SPG. Rash, right off the bat, going to be clearing all of that B space, trying to catch Margaret on the backside, but he avoids it beautifully. And in the meantime, SPG's taken all of A. Hands being left behind for the retake. Boom, working their way down tiles. Trip going to be a little bit of an idea for SPG to get this flank on, but Margaret's just sitting in spawn. He might re-flank once Boom tries to attempt this retake.
That's such a long lurk, Pilski.
They're going to sandwich them. Look at this Prowler going forward.
The Prowler, it sends them back. Margaret, unfortunately, he hears footsteps and tries to hop off. Back into the site, Famous, looking to start things off. The elbow position is so darn hard, but NC Slasher starts things off, eliminating the lurk. Famous, unfortunately, falls. Ivy, he holds the line. Persia, onto the next as well. NC Slasher fighting for his life, but he comes up huge! Swaps off to another weapon, and Ivy tries to reaggress, manages to catch him red-handed. Shiro, alone and cold, the spike will be his undoing.
That's just, again, Boom. Whenever they're out of position, they can never quite make it back in time. The retake takes far too long. They wait for Margaret in spawn. They read the fact that there's a Cypher ready to backstab them. But the patience from SPG is what wins them the round. They don't need to move an inch. They don't need to move a muscle. And Boom take far too long to be able to retake elbow clear all of the little angles that they need to complete that retake, despite a sick multi-frag from NC Slasher. It's just not enough.
Boom are working against insurmountable odds right now, but they are still not backing down. It is 8-3, the last round of the first half.
It's going to be a quick B-split, changing up the pace. NC Slasher has to be able to hold on to Market side here, but Danby's swinging up through spawn.
Look at how he slides in all the way through Boba. Zero, unfortunately caught unaware, and that's going to be NC Slasher trying to dance around the utility, but he gets caught. The net is completely wrapped around Boom, but Berserk's trying to get a little bit more space. Comes back in through the spawn angle.
Famous, very difficult prospect on the operator, gonna try and jump at him. Doesn't quite hit the shot off the back of the satchels. Paint shells going up through the windows, but SPG's just running at him.
Oh, good shot though, and he swaps over to the shorty. Danby way too close, point blank range with that Phantom. Down to Berserks, and he's got so much to clear. Persia! It's the first half, 9-3 for SPG.
What a sick combo. The Nightfall across the B site with Danby running straight up Market stairs. That's how you use the Fade Ultimate. It's not a character you're used to playing against on Sunset all that much. Not everyone going for it. Preparing different initiators for the most part. The Sova very popular for breaking the trips. The Gecko for the plants and the strats like that. But in this case, the Fade has immense value. Not a single player from Boom can hear Danby sprinting through Market behind them, and he catches them both off guard for free.
And with that, we head on over to the second half, Pilski. It's clear that SPG has everything set up for them. Once again, upper bracket advantage. They pick a map where they have clear strats set up.
Fan wheeling Boom on, trying to give them a hope back into this game. But SPG, it looks like history is repeating itself already. Another dominant attacking side from them, exactly like the upper bracket. And Boom has a huge comeback on their own attack to try to attempt here to be able to get back into this game, because if they lose this game of Sunset Quack, they are staring down 2 maps that they've already lost in the upper bracket straight away against SPG. That's the whole reason why they had to complete this lower bracket run. And yes, they've been improving. And yes, they've been able to use the energy of Arena to their advantage. But have they faced opposition as tough as SPG? I don't think so. Not since they played them in the upper bracket. Full Sense did not push them very much. Just 1 map taken away. So Boom, they've been improving, but they've got to hit another level here, and they've got to do it quick, or that spot in VCT Pacific is going to another Korean team.
Something they do not want. Eyes on the prize. Right in the very center of the stage, in front of the players' monitors. That trophy stands. It is halftime. And like Zespi mentioned before in that interview, this is what he's listening out for.
They need the energy from the crowd right now. Gonna be B main control right off the bat. Berserk's left behind. Full main control over on the A side of the map, taken by SPG, and they're already in rotation. Back across to A, back across to B rather, giving support over to Margaret, who's just sitting on the cam. Trip gets dealt with, and in goes Famous to the side.
Straight in, Paranoia. Sense through as well. Famous in with paint shells, trying to catch on to Margaret. He will do it! And then SPG tries to push through Boba.
SPG preparing the U-tilt, getting ready to commit on this retake and isolate these players on the side.
The fault line in the relay, Danby is smooth. Managed to close in the distance. Ivy up from the back lines, able to take another shot, but Famous comes back in as well. Persia setting up for the flank, but it gets dealt with. NC Slasher now, it's all up to them, as well as Berserks holding it up from main side. They've got the angles, they've got the utility. Danby has to try to make it stick, but here comes NC Slasher once again. He cuts him up.
The crowd again being the 6th man for Boom. giving them the energy they need to get in on the pistol. Bucky comes out for Danby, juggling around a couple of guns, might go back to the Sheriff, but I'd love to see him get a shotgun in this round and slide at some fools. Boom. That's exactly what they needed. Now they need a clean anti-eco. They need a strong economy to be able to perform this comeback. And they have done this a couple of times in this tournament. They've started very slow in some of these halves, down 3-9, completing comebacks against the SG, completing comebacks just previously against Riddle Order in the series that we cast and winning in OT.
And then the shots come through though. SPG, they will not back down without a swing. A couple of shots with the Sheriff up towards A main. They are contesting for this area, not wanting to let Boom through into B. Famous will be able to take at least one down, but then the trade.
As SP's looking for info on the other side of the map. Francis keeping tabs on it, but he's got naught but a classic. Needs to catch him on a good timing or with the U-tilt.
Still though, Despy up onto the other side, in with the Guardian!
It was Testy as well. He had light armor, couple classic shots, and Zespy could have been melted in a matter of seconds. Ivy's trying to get on the rotation timing with the Sheriff here, though.
Yeah, no spike plant being heard just yet. Ivy trying to get a quick one, but Zero denies! Boom! Coming back in, hot off the press in the second half.
3 guns kept up. That's what they need. Now they have some firepower into this bonus round to try to either chip away at the economy of SPG or deal them a blow of losing the bonus, just like they were inflicted in the first half. SPG, on the other hand, though, still well and truly in control of this game. Nothing to get too concerned about just yet. Into the first gun round, should still be feeling very confident. Gonna be a slow default. Boom feeling things out. Cam dealt with over on the A side of the map, and control established by the one-way thrown in from the Clove on Market side.
Yeah, trying out a different lane, but still Market. It's quite hot under contest.
Boom clearing the Cam, being aware that a trap can come in from the breach. Cross spotted by Persia.
He's looking for the shot, but denied! NC Slasher, and then pushing up mid! It's gonna be Margaret trying to fight back from the other angle. They've been completely surrounded. The crossfire up against Boom. Margaret freeze! And he takes the round for SPG on to double digits.
Little too easy. Just one little pixel info line from Persia. They clear the Cam in market Boom Esports, and they think, oh, we can sneak through to top mid here. And SPG's ready for it every day of the week. They had that deep A info line. They rotate into a 1-3-1 and crunch top mid from both sides. You can see both the Breach and the Neon, as well as Margaret, over from top mid and spawn side here, just spraying through the smoke. They're just running into a meat grinder. And that's not how you wanted your first bonus to go. Back onto the B main control, but there's already 3 players here for SPG. A little bit of a B trap.
Still though, Showstopper is available for Famous if he decides to deploy it.
Boom don't get caught by that though. They're patient. They're biding their time. They've learned from what SPG was doing in that first half. They don't want to get caught by the traps either. The potential of the breach fade to be able to catch you off guard and a quick little Neon slide in is something to be wary of. And Boom are going to walk back to the other side of the map and see if they can contest Persia.
The responsibility falls onto Berserker's shoulders. He's good for the first and the next! Falls back immediately, Cyber Cage up, he hears and collects on information. Persia off to the elbow angle. Good for the first and instantly uses the pick-me-ups to try to fall back, holding down the line for SPG. He flicks back! It gets another kill! The Not Dead Yet comes back in, and that leaves Famous as the lone survivor. The spike on the ground. He flicks, gets the first burst. Still needs to take down 2 more though, and he could be surrounded. Ooh. Off to the next flick, and he gets down Margaret as well. Ivy trying to set it up. The backstab from behind. SPG 2 rounds away from victory.
It was such a good attempt from Famous in the 1-on-3. To be perfectly honest with you, Quack, SPG were kind of feeding it to him. They were giving him the 1v1s. They were giving him a chance, but he was not ready for that flank on short side. And despite all the damage done to the economy here by Boom Esports, they are running out of time. Unless they can take advantage of this reset window on the half buy or keep the press on and complete a 7-round comeback to go into OT, this is going to be another dominant scoreline here for SPG.
Overdrive used, and it's going to be Dabby Francis. They're all chiming in, all overwhelming. Boom Esports, it's a flawless round.
It's a slaughter in your own spawn. You can't even get into mid. You can't even get basic map control because SPG takes everything away from you. And boom, all of the pressure of this game relies on this one gun round. They've got to string so many rounds together, not only to break the economy and pressure the economy of SPG, but to even have a single hope of coming back into this game. They've got the Thrash to work with. That could be a great tool to be able to open up this round, and they're going to throw it in right off the bat.
Right now, a perfect reflection of what happened throughout the tournament. SPG sitting casually. They are looking to close out the round on the offensive. Debbie slides. Berserks fires back. Good for 2.
Yeah, this is where Boom are going to go and take this A site. Famous thinking about aggressing up onto Short A and pushing the issue. With the Cypher dead, Ivy has a flank timing to be able to take advantage of, and SPG are just waiting for a mistake.
Question is, are Boom going to give it up? Thrash deployed just to clear out Elbow, and it spots out Ivy. Good bit of information so far, and the smoke from Zespi just to control the site. Tries to reposition. Shrouded steps up to an elevated angle as well. The aftershock not connecting. Famous up from behind. Ivy gets a shock. Persia, though, slips through the smoke. And C Slasher holds his crosshairs tight and close, and Famous in for the finish.
They're fighting back however they can. The Thrash being absolutely instrumental in that round. Thrown right off the bat to clear all of that A space. The second wave, once it comes off cooldown, to be able to spot out the flank and helping Boom to position themselves appropriately. But you can see this is where it's only going to take one slip up from Boom. SPG keeps throwing these aggressive rounds in. You can never know when Danby's sliding at you with a breach stun coming in your face. And at the end of the day, that's going to be very difficult to deal with. That's going to be something that is only going to take one little slip up, one lapse of concentration, and the game's over for you.
One possible retake to end this map. Boom. Looking the entry. The Dizzy comes out. Persia might have been blocked off, but so far still holding down the positions. Famous looking to start things off. Continuing to push through now, but he doesn't quite spot Ivy. It still is the Nightfall that connects. Boom, they have to hold their ground.
Boom trying to get comfortable in the side, but Danby's going to slide forward, throwing up the fast lane, and now trying to dive onto the back of the site with the rest of the team. Shiro just alive, and he can't hold on. Danby's going to get it done, and SPG is going to win the first map.
13-6, they close it off. They had the hottest start possible. Boom, slowly heating up into the server. But can they keep on going? SPG look darn near undefeatable.
It's just such an issue now. Going into 2 maps that you've already conceded in the upper bracket, this has the potential to be a dominant 3-0 performance for SPG. And unfortunately, it was the same as the studio game performance that we saw from Boom. Losing a massive scoreline early on and never having the opportunity, just too slow to start in this series, and a little bit of a comeback is not going to be good enough. A round or 2 is not going to be good enough because SPG is just way too consistent.
You need everything that you've got poured into this match, into this game. And right now, I mean, map Veto definitely is a hot topic, a hot discussion. Question is, can Boom really shake off this loss?
I'm not sure if they were expecting the Sunset pick, to be perfectly honest with you. I think that's something that, at the end of the day, SPG's thrown in to kind of throw them off coming into this tournament out of Challengers Korea. They go from banning Icebox to picking it or playing it in some series and playing very dominantly on it. They're even picking Lotus against Boom in the last series, which is a map that Boom is very comfortable with, and it works every time. The preparation, the approach is on point, and SPG just continues to dominate.
It's pretty clear. The calling from Francis. Danby still switching up the pace. He hits new levels every time. The entries are strong. Boom are trying to catch up. I mean, it is clear this map Veto is a huge problem. This is a new arena. Yes, Britama Arena, but a best of 5 for Boom.
This is where the coach definitely has to come in. They need some leadership. They need some experience to be able to write the passage, or it's going to be another disappointing run in Ascension. And this time on home soil for Boom, they cannot relive what happened last year.
They definitely need to shake things off, so we'll toss it back over to Vic, Ewok, and Dax to break all of this down.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was quite the match to start our grand finals, and SPG doing SPG things as they've been doing this entire tournament, looking very good, very sharp, very honed, and continue to dominate on Sunset. There was a moment we thought there was a chance with that second half pistol round winning.
Yeah.
And how do you guys feel about this map?
I feel like just like the caster said, there just wasn't enough time for Boom to get back into the map after that dominant first half from SPG.
Yeah.
Dax, we talk about it all the time. The attack side from SPG is immaculate.
Yes.
Can Boom deal with it? First map, the answer was no.
Yeah, what? For 6 rounds especially, it was a 6-0 start there for SPG. Always the pacing that they played that allowed Dambi to get in there towards that backside. Persia on the club, you know he's going to be playing aggressive as well. And from what we've seen here from SPG, it is a bit of a curveball coming into the map draft, playing Sunset first and foremost, but the execution is still there. And we've highlighted Dambi again and again in this tournament for good reason. And right now, I remember our casters talking about it, you just don't know when he'll decide to just fully send it and go for you.
Yeah, earlier on in the tournament before playoffs, we actually didn't have any aces. We just had a lot of multi-kills, a lot of 3Ks, 4Ks, a lot of them was this gentleman, Dambi, on his Neon. Now, this is always an interesting factor going into this matchup throughout this entire tournament with Boom, getting those first kills, but not managing to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think oftentimes we saw Boom deal with the early aggression. They do take down Dambi and the one that's closest behind him. But almost every time we see SPG trading out better, it's the Persia, it's the Ivy that comes through to just win the round for them. The moment you can hear the crowd, all of a sudden there's excitement. They took down Dambi. But all of a sudden the round, a couple of trades happen and the round goes to SPG.
Yeah. And I do feel that some of the kills that we got at the very start of these rounds were also onto Margaret, so it doesn't really break the execution of SPG in those scenarios. It still allows Dambi to slide in, that's why he's the MVP. But you also gotta give big props here to both Ivy as well as Francis. Francis's and fault lines have been essential to stop Boom if ever they want to go for the counter aggression. Every time there's a fault line there in the way towards A main, towards B main, and those 14 assists in his stat board really proves this.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. You're highlighting the util around Dambi, and that util is superb. Dambi cannot do it alone. He needs these guys by his side.
That's right. We mentioned it in the pre-show. Zesby said not the only, but a huge win condition for them would be if Riot nerfs Neon. But you're right. With great teammates, they set him up for success. But this is only map 1. This is a best of 5. It is far from over. We got our batik wear ready for the rest of this match today. We're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to go into map 2 and see where this leads us. Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We just finished the first map of this grand finals. We have Boom Esports facing off against Sinprisa Gaming. Now, Sinprisa, on paper, is definitely looking like they're the stronger team. But Boom Esports, we've seen them overcome hurdles where they looked a little shaky on the first map and they come back a lot stronger. What are you guys thinking as we go into map 2? How are you feeling about it? They did come close at a 13-9 last time they were on Icebox, but
they
closed it out this time.
That's the thing, right? You see Icebox picked up here by Boom just because they did get close. But my concern here for Boom Esports right now is first things first, you're going to be starting on the defense, and SPG is going to attack yet again, you're good. And the second one is they just haven't found much success on this map within Ascension. They've lost against Sinprisa, they've lost against Disguise, and even though we do see from Sinprisa, it's that double wall setup and you already have Margaret on the Killjoy, I think one thing we were talking about in the break here, Ewok, is how really Boom plays with the double initiator instead.
Yeah, Boom, we've talked a lot about how the retake style, and that's the style that Boom likes to be playing.
Yeah.
As the tournament went on, I do think they've
adjusted.
They were not afraid to fight anymore, and that's what they said in their coach interview, right? But what I'm worried about is if after this loss, the natural kicks in. What you were taught and how you've been playing for so long kicks in again, because that's what you're used to. They go back to this little bit of passive and play a lot of retake. I'm worried if they're playing too much retake against Sinprisa Gaming, because Sinprisa again is going to be starting on the attack decks, and I don't think they can break down the post plan from Sinprisa.
And this is the example really in map number 1. You play the retake game, that was the Lotus 6, or the Sunset rather, 6-0. And then they did go for some of the fights, but as soon as Dambi got the lightning figures going, it was just blink and you'll miss it. Yo, I know that. That's my language. But yeah, 5-second rounds can happen if you decide to head off against SPG face on. And I'm really thinking about this map 2 right now. What is going to be the answer for the likes of Boom? Because if you let them take that space again, then Sinprisa has a different plan. You have that Harbor, you have that Viper, and we've seen multiple times how pinpoint the timing is for Dambi when he plays that jet. Example, B-side, they go all the way to Snowman, but as soon as the high tide's already starting to recede, they're backing off. They have the plant down, and those kind of executions are just so pinpoint when it comes to SPG.
Now, I do want to talk about something that is very important. We've seen it not just in Challengers, not just in Ascension, but we see it in Pacific and on the global stage, is the mental game. We were talking about the rookies. We're talking about the experienced players, how you see these moments where experience really comes into play, but at the same time, I want to recap about the rookies. This has been year of the rookies overall. And right now, it's almost like they're so fearless. It's almost like when you're young, you have learned no fear because you had no trauma. You've never fallen and scraped your knees. You've never been burned by a hot stove. What do you think of this rookie versus experienced sort of lineup and the kind of mental they need to prepare going into the second map?
For me, it's whenever, from my personal point of view, whenever you're building a roster, you're trying to build it with experience together with that youngness that comes in from the players, that inexperience that comes through. And the first guy that comes to mind is Dambi. We highlighted him at the start. We're still highlighting him. Why is this guy not having off games? He's only 18 years old. He should be feeling the pressure, but he's not. On the other side, we're seeing some players feel the pressure that's maybe a little bit more experienced, right? So I think there definitely is that aspect of you haven't been burnt by the iron yet, so you don't have the fear of it. And I just love seeing Dambi. Don't worry about all of that fear. All of the youngsters on SPG, don't worry about that fear. Just go and play your own game, and they look so comfortable out there.
Are you talking about the talent room? You know, I didn't get burned. You know, I'm good. I'm safe. There's no mark.
Oh, but that means there'll be a future burn for you, Dak.
But I do want to say real quick too that I agree here with Ewok. If you think about it, these rookie squads, they have nothing to lose, everything to gain. But also how they're structured with their coaching. We've heard from Coach Silkanon that just allows these players to define what they want to do. Craft these compositions, see if it works, allow them to be aggressive. But then some of these more legacy teams like Boom, like Full Sense, you know their styles from so long ago. You know that the coaching structure has also molded them in a certain way. And perhaps that is what is allowing these rookie teams to shine. We see it from Sinprisa, we've seen it from Middle Order, that explosiveness to just suddenly turn everything on its head.
Absolutely. And I like that you bring that up, whether it's the coaching staff, which we have since learned since the beginning of VCT, how impactful the coaches can be on their teams. but also how the senior players act there. Zespi often brings up for Boom that he is sort of like the older brother and he wants to take on that role, even though the rest of the team is very experienced. But I think actual life experience helps them just calm down. But we see this on SPG side as well. Francis and Persia, they often talk about this as well, how they want their youngins to go out and just kill.
And we see it because Francis is the IGL, but we also see Persia as perhaps an emotional leader, the maturity in the squad. Persia has been through many different teams. You said a while ago, right, that Meow has coached him like 3 years ago, I think. I think he's also played with Orangutan for South Asia for a while. And it's just crazy to think that Persia also leads by example. And you could say that for Francis. We've seen how many times that these players have clutched these rounds once the youngsters are down. They're always setting up this utility. And we always have to highlight that even though Dambi has been the star of this team, Persia has been the scariest one in terms of stats. He has had the best KD. In the walkout, you saw it, 4.5. Who does that in a tournament like this?
Well, Persia's been doing it. Before we go to a quick break, drop another fun fact. Meow did coach Persia. He also, on that same team, was Mako from TRX. So it's super interesting. We'll talk more about that later when we come back from this break.
VCT Ascension Pacific, Jakarta. Bye-bye.
But you need to see a team shine, and this is what I mean. Flawless run, grand final advantage now going to Sinprisa. So right now, Sinprisa are leading by example.
발로란트를 처음 시작했을 때 이 자리까지 올 줄 몰랐습니다. 한국 챌린저스를 우승하고 어센션에서 퍼시픽 최고의 팀들과 겨루며 저의 꿈, 우리 모두의 꿈, 1티어로 승격하는 것이 가까워졌죠. 어센션의 첫 5일 동안 승리를 할 때마다 자신감이 올랐습니다.
It's been a rough journey for all of us, but we are still here and we are getting stronger and stronger.
But what are you gonna do? Can you keep this up? Can you be consistent enough? This is where Boom, they need the six man's energy. They need the crowd energy.
Every time when we have like a half time, I'll just say, guys, let's listen to the crowd. It's so beautiful. It's music to my ears. Because this is our home. This is our turf. This is the lair of Boom Esports.
A 13-0 on the stage with all the storylines behind it. It just doesn't sound possible.
저희는 무적이라고 생각했죠.
I don't know what else to say. I'm in shock. I'm in awe. This is a team that we're the favorites by far. This grand final matchup.
No, there's no such thing as invisible team.
이제 목표로부터 한 단계만 남았는데
The strong will always survive, no matter the odds. From each and every losses, we are getting stronger.
저희는 우리의 목표를 이루기 위한 준비가 되어 있습니다. 저희는 결심한 상태이며 목표만을 바라보고 있습니다.
This is the thing. This is why this guy is so incredible and so high.
We will not rest, we will not falter,
어센션의 챔피언이 되는 것
and ascend to greatness.
We see only one team advance to our grand final. Will it be Full Sense or will it be Boom Esports?
It is time. Ladies and gentlemen, get up on your feet, type in the chat, enjoy yourselves, because we are here for day number 2 of the playoffs in Britama Arena. It needs to be a nice, beautiful medium rare. He let him through. Sushi Boys does, but NC slasher! Boom, but now it's over and over. Now Leviathan, Sushi Boys trying to find, but it's Famous once more, baby. Nature underneath heaven, but again, I need to see the head-to-head between Famous and John Olsen right now. It's not. NC Slasher gets a nice response. They didn't clear it. He makes it another, and now walking on in, it will be Shiro to deny, but Sushi Boy's down under the side. There's too many lanes for him to look at. Boys threw out the hat as well to get the information. Now back in mid, they're bringing it back right now. Yeah, they have. Oh, John! Okay, just look at Berserk, trying to be the linchpin, gets the info. There we go! Where have you been, my friend? You can never count him out as he narrowly misses the shot, but that is the ace. Will catch absolutely everyone, but how many will they be able to find? Gonna try and swing, and he's gonna be punished immediately. Great shot from Famous. There is a bit of a position, though, that PTC. He's been overlooked, and it's all eyes again on the denial. But Shiro can get another. It's half-tapped Komodo. Leviathan! He didn't take the bait! And that is going to be Shiro! Relay bolts now, it's PTC. The medal was good, and that's enough for Shiro to take it. But Leviathan in this clutch, unable to do it. And do you know what that is, Komodo? That is Boom Esports! We are here, it's Lotus, and Full Sense, you have one more shot!
2 versus 3, which might actually be a workable scenario. The first one is found, the second as well is gorgeous, but utility pulled Zep into a site he's not gone into just yet.
There he is! 2 for the trouble, and John Olsen's there as well. Zespi, my friend. I don't think you've got what it takes here. 3 versus 5, and Shiro, the thief in the night, will find it again. The snake will bite, and Famous will continue. It's all over! Boom!
If Fox gets one, he gets the rolling thunder.
Sushi Boys! Not the weapon you'd be expecting in a retake like this! The battle of the duelists! And he can just get that spray down. They're going to need to deny him. They're going to need to take him. But once again...
That's it. It's done.
It is done! A trade of kills, Komodo, but Fox is still here. They are keeping a little bit of an eye on it, but there it is. Sushi Boys gets 2, and Famous gets that trade. I was going to say for just a second, there was a moment, there was a world being the shot caller alongside Shiro. This moment, he can reposition, he can keep going. Leviathan! Going to be a great fault line. John Olsen, work here, Komodo. John Olsen finds Shiro, and it's the denial. He's not going to be able to find anymore. Look at the focus up mid. It's traded out though nicely as Famous finds another. Berserk gets it. It's just Komodo. It's only SP. And now looking to cross, looking to get onto it. But there it is! Berserk! The rage! The fury!
안녕하세요. 한국에서 온 심플이사의 프란시스 김무빈이라고 합니다.
미드2 A를 할 건지
저희 한국 지역에서는 되게 공격적이면서도 노련하고 플레이 스타일에서 유연하게 대처할 수 있는 것 같습니다. 저희 감독님께서 팀 분위기를 되게 친구들 대하듯이 되게 편하게 해주셔가지고 팀 분위기가 되게 좋아서 특별하다고 생각해요. 저희 팀은 한마디로 야생마라고 할 수 있습니다. 이유는 되게 플레이 스타일이 공격적이기 때문이라고 생각합니다. 상대팀 입장에서 저희 팀은 되게 예측할 수 없는 플레이들이 많기 때문에 조심하셔야 될 겁니다. 심플이사의 키플레이어는 저라고 할 수 있습니다. 왜냐하면 저희 팀원들이 잘 총을 쏠 수 있게 만들어줄 수 있는 리더십과 노련함? 제 나이로서는 나올 수 없는 노련함들이 있기 때문이라 생각합니다. 다들 잘하는 팀이라서 어센션까지 올라온 것 같은데 되게 재밌을 것 같습니다. 저희 팀 만나면 벌벌 떨게 만들어드리겠습니다.
Hi, my name is Shah. My gen is SBU. I'm from BME Sports, and we are the representative from Indonesia. If I can describe my team in one word, I'll say hungry beasts, because we are all hungry to win and we are all like born to be champions. We have a huge amount of experience. Me and Fikri is one of the older players, and then we have 3 other younger generations. Like Rizky sama Fikri kan, like they all like they managed to play in the bigger stage before. So the thing is, like, I feel like we share a huge amount of experience, and in each individual of us we can basically frag and clutch anytime we want. I think what differentiates us is basically Indonesia region has 2 different playstyle. We usually can mix the playstyle. Like example, we can go aggressive, we can go rank style, and we can even play structured. And yeah, because of that, like I feel Indonesian is a very consistent region where like everybody can play different kind of playstyle. You guys have to worry about our team because we've been practicing very hard since almost every single day, and we've been preparing for this day. It means a lot for every team out there, especially for us as well. And I don't think so Boom wants to make another like top 3 again in the last year of Ascension. So there's a lot of meaning towards us, and especially for me and Fikri, because we are not young anymore. We're gonna play with a lot of emotional and feelings, and yeah, we're gonna take every round seriously. Guys, good luck and have fun, and make sure be ready for us, because we are not here to lose and we are obviously here to win.
Hey, you're watching VCT Ascension Pacific. We are on Grand Finals Day. We finished our first map of Sunset. We will be going into map 2. We are in the heart of Indonesia. We are in the capital, Jakarta, which is why we're sporting some batik wear. Well, 2 of us are. We will find one for you.
I had to order mine, you know. It's on the way.
It's on the way?
It's on the way.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that. Actually, you can order anything here, which is kind of cool.
It's so fast. Yeah.
But yeah. I'm liking it. So it's
Ewoks just arrived, right?
This is his own.
Yeah, this is my own one.
Yeah.
I'm an honorary Indonesian, of course.
Yes.
The suit had to go, and the batik came out. I had to go. Sometimes it's time to do the right thing and get behind Boom, because they'll need it right now.
Yes, the batik buff, and that's what we're doing right now. SPG though, they look so good right now. What I really like about them, we were talking about the Korean teams earlier, and historically, reputationally, they've been known to be a bit more, what do you call it, very strict.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like the fun kind of strict, right? It was like really like just honed masterclass kind of play, slower play styles, very meticulous, but that's evolved over the course of this year. But I thought it was really interesting in Francis's interview, their IGL, how their coach has decided to approach this. First of all, they're way more aggressive, but they're also unpredictable. And he said also that they have a friendly atmosphere. They like to create this sort of like friendship atmosphere rather than having a hierarchy. And I think that changes the way that you play. It helps you innovate on the fly. We've seen other teams play like this before.
Yeah, for me, it stands out that they can be unpredictable.
Yeah.
Because it's so difficult to make a deep run into a tournament if you're starting to become predictable. We've seen that in the past from Korean teams. And from this year, we've seen DRX change it up. We've seen Genji change it up. More rookies coming in. We see Karen, we see Foxy coming in, changing their play style and being a little bit more unpredictable, and it's been working in their favor.
And something I said a while ago before we went on break, right, that this is just the coach allowing this kind of aggression to actually work out. Gone are the days where you look at Vision Strikers into the DRX score, just the same old, and that's why they couldn't get that top spot in the international scene. This year, with Genji performing, and now more and more of these talents coming on up, Temprisa, if they get this series, they're going to be in for some good company, but at the same time, they know that they're going to be at least a bit of a tremor coming into VCT Pacific, right? They're there to make an impact.
Oh, definitely. If they are the ones to ascend, I think the Korean team should be a little bit worried. They're probably looking to take some of these players that compete against them. But I think this type of play style that they're having right now, to be unpredictable, that means you have to innovate a lot on the fly too. Of course, there's a lot of planning involved with that. What that means is you're equals, you're friends, and you're kind of just having a hive mind mentality there, and it's a very different approach, which I think is a lot of fun. Now, we got an interview in the audience. We got Donna, our Indonesian host, on standby. Let's see who she has on the mic with her. All right, Rita Marina, make some noise! Are you ready for the second match? Nice. Aduh, masih lemes ya. Coba sekali lagi. Are you ready for the second match? Nice. XQ Red and APP. So, aduh, gimana nih? Aduh. Looking at the first map, Boom was lost against SPG. How do you think about it?
It's okay. Still first map. You
can closer, man. What's stopping you? What's stopping you to get closer?
Yeah.
What's that? Continue.
It's okay. Still first map. Anything, we can still come back. Even we lost the second map, have reverse comeback, so it's okay. Everything is fine.
Everything
is
fine.
Scripted.
It's scripted. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think it's still first game. I think they still have a lot of chance to
Still have a lot of
second
chance.
score, third score.
But how about the excitement that you feel during the coaster?
It was so fun. I wasn't expecting like such a crowd, but it was so fun. Kenapa makin mundur?
Makin dekat ya jadinya.
Am I? Oh no. I'm not getting.
Waduh.
Wait. The camera is in front of us. Just get closer.
Jangan mundur dong.
No, I'm not. Okay, continue.
Yeah, but it was so fun. The atmosphere was so nice. Kayak semuanya datang buat dukung Boom juga. So I feel like it's a big support for Boom.
But what's your expectation for the second map, and what's your prediction as well?
Second map, Icebox, right?
Yeah.
I think I know it's gonna be a bit hard because it's SPG map pick, but I hope Boom can take it 13-6.
13-6? Okay, so you expect a full domination
Yes.
from Boom Esports against SPG on the second map?
Yes, of
Oh
course.
my god, I know. What about you?
13-7 lah.
37, so close. So you 36 and
Yes.
she's 37.
Ya, biar beda aja.
Oh, for the sake to being different.
Yeah.
But and how do you enjoy the crowd in here?
I love it. Ini semoga in the future it can be like the opening buat makin banyak international event Valorant di Indonesia.
I really do hope so. I really wish in the future there will be another international event in Indonesia. And could you say something to the crowd for supporting Boom? Both of you?
Gila.
Huh?
Gila.
Say
Just ask them to give their support to Boom Esports.
Ayo dukung terus Boom Esports, mana suaranya? Let's go!
Ditinggal.
Kabur.
Hello.
Hey.
That was such a cute interview.
That was the best interview I've ever seen.
Yes. it was kind of funny. If you guys are just curious at home, for those of you who are not Indonesian, those are two Indonesian members of T1. Of course, ex-Curate, the IGL for T1. And Adele is a T1 streamer now, officially as of a couple months ago. And they're a little bit shipped here. But anyway, we're going to go straight to our casters because we got a game to get to.
Thank you very much, Vic, Ewok, and Dax. Yeah, that was a really cute interview, but you know what? We got to go straight back into the game. Things are serious. We just witnessed a bit of a loss, and this is something that Boom felt last year as well. They played up against Fleet in Ascension 2023. Wasn't great. They've been there. They've done that. They don't want to feel that loss ever again, Pilski.
100%. This is where, Coach Meow, some of the more experienced players in Boom Esports need to bring the energy back up. They're going into their map pick of Icebox. They had a little bit of an inroads in the second half, maybe a little bit of a comeback. So if they can have a better start here, I'm hoping for the best, man. But Sunset was the same as what we saw in the upper bracket. So let's hope that Boom can recover here on map 2 and fight for a spot in VCT Pacific in front of the home crowd.
They are the ones who pick this map, and they do it for a very specific reason. They made it close against SPG, but this time, starting out on the defense.
Going to be a big fight over mid here. 1-3-1 from both teams, so a fight into could tell the tale of this round.
And here we go. Boom. Straight up from 2. Famous starts things off, but the shots fired back from Francis. Famous alongside Shiro. They've taken the lead.
Shiro saving Famous there. He was going to get taken out. He was the hero that Boom needed to keep Famous safe. And now in this 2-on-3, fighting from behind the high tide. Biding his time here. Famous trying to hide from the turret shot. Rattles off there from Margaret, trying to fight for his life, but Shiro and Famous collapse on him. And it's all down to Persia. He's been dinked up. He's going to take out Zesview, but they know exactly where he is, and the spike's been dropped in middle.
Trying to recover. Persia, he's down 13 HP. This is near impossible.
Just trying to take the orb. He's trying to take whatever he can from this round here.
Perhaps one more kill would be fantastic, but nope. Famous will end it. Pistol round picked up by Boom.
That's what Boom needed. They have not had good starts against SPG. Upper bracket down 0-8, down 0-9, and now in this first map of Sunset down 0-6. Finally, they take a round in the first 6+ and put themselves where they need to be. They need to be front runners here. They need to slow down SPG before they get rolling, because otherwise they've got no hope in this grand final.
Without a doubt. We've seen Famous pop off on so many maps before. We need to see him do it again. They are off to a pretty decent start right now.
Absolutely. Zesview on the offline. What a shot. What a flick on the Bulldog. It's only anti-eco, but you can tell this man's locked in.
And he's looking to reaggress, to reposition, but then you've got players just trying to surround him. Still though, Spike stuck, and it's gonna be Shiro in with the shock dart to deny the nanoswarms now just to block off the Spike. Simprisa, they are trying to play around.
High tide going down. This is where Boom are looking for fights here.
Still though, Simprisa, they need to be careful around this. A single peep, a single shoulder, Boom is gonna take them down. Famous starting to wrap back up around from behind. He's got the Outlaw. A single shot will do the trick. Looking for context, Simprisa. They are trying to hold on to their guns, trying to wrangle some guns away from Boom. Can they do it? Famous! He denies them outright! He's looking for the next! Simprisa not gonna do it at all. 0. Very clean from Boom.
Absolutely. Getting warmed up on their map pick here. Let's keep an eye on the bonus. The defense was the better half last time against SPG. It's where Boom started to mount a comeback. And you can see why they picked this map into this series here. Recognizing that they started way too slow in the upper bracket, but making sure that they stick to their strengths. They picked Icebox against SPG, a map that they had not played in Challengers Korea at all, hoping that they would be able to call SPG's bluff, and this time it might work.
Still though, SPG with the full buy this time, cascades out into A main.
The Slasher, worth mentioning that you can see Boom, we skipped Agent Select, but they've actually shifted from the KO Gecko comp over onto the Harbor Sova comp. What a shot from Persia, denying any chance of Famous getting an Outlaw pick in this round.
You're expecting the double initiator to do much great things, but instead, the flanks being spotted out so far.
He's trying to walk up A here. Trying to use the rifle advantage, but there's already 3 players here in position to hold the site for Boom, and Shiro started off beautifully.
Up in midair though, Dambi trying to regress in. It's going to be the crunch in from Boom to deny. NC Slasher holds down the line. And off to the third. Good dink. Berserks to finish. Boom! They've converted the bonus.
This is the momentous start that they needed in this map. Full control of the economy. Denying any chance that SPG had at getting into this map. The comp change is working out beautifully. They see SPG pick the harbor, and they go into the grand final and say, we can do it better.
If they can pick up this map, that would be tremendous. They've got the crowd riled up, Pilski.
What can SPG do on the half-buy, though? Got the KJ and the Viper holding B. It's exactly what you're expecting. Cascade going forward, creating some space. Dart goes up top to clear all of B long. Lambot is still in position. High Tide going forward. They're going to try to fight for the site here.
Wow. Looking to go in. But then Zespi trying to get some of the sight lines available up and online. Berserks denies Danby, and then the Nanostorm as well.
Such an easy hold. Beautiful utility. Poison Orb goes up. Snakebite zoning SPG back, preventing them from wrapping into the site. And once again, SPG stuck at yellow with nothing going for them in this round.
And you've got so much. Some of the vision obscured. Toxic screen.
Someone's blinking real fast here, honestly. You know, got something stuck in your eye, I think, unfortunately, as far as the observer's concerned.
It's going to be a bit of kitchen control now coming up from some of the Boom players. Yeah. They're trying to hold off Sinprisa on the attack. Yes. Trying to fight back, trying to hold up. It's got that High Tide still in the way. They've managed to buy out so much time.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. Not much SPG can do here. Maybe just looking to take a gun or two away, build up those ult orbs, but outside of that, nothing going right for them.
Brisa running out of time now. It's clear, it's a save. Looking for some exits. Boom, taking the fight to them. 15 seconds left, and they push up front, creeping up. NC Slasher makes it a flawless round for Boom.
4-0 for Boom. Beautiful economy. Full control of the game. SPG, this is where they must now reply. Ults coming up for them, Reckoning and Viper's Pit. This round plays itself. Just get in there, create the space to get yourself into a strong post plant, because Boom has done a fantastic job at disrupting SPG, at cutting down the numbers before they can get comfortable inside of the site. So this might be a chance now for SPG to get something rolling for them.
A chance. A single moment. SPG now starting to feel the heat, the threat of the crowd. It's their timeout, but you can just hear and feel everything.
And this is where you look at the context of this series. It's a hot start for SPG. They continue their dominance on Sunset. But Boom have been getting blown out of the water by multiple opponents this tournament. To be fair, they've been wildly inconsistent. They smash Nows in the first game. They get dominated by SPG in the next game. It's up and down. It's all over the place versus DSG. I don't see that changing here in this grand final. Let's be honest, even if they get dominated on a map or two, even if they have a rough map or two, they've shown some beautiful comebacks, some beautiful resilience. And that's the experience that Boom has. They've tasted defeat before, and they know how to recover from that. And we're seeing that bounce back now on Icebox.
Never wanting to feel that defeat again. They've got that experience. They've got the core that are sticking together. They've got the crowd.
This is where you need to see Boom playing around this Reckoning. Operators out. You can see it from the cam. Operators out from Famous. They're changing things up here. He's looking for a pick over to this A line. It's a 2-1-2. SPG's going to start this round slow. They're not going to go for a Reckoning into A off the bat. Cascade and Dart going forward. SPG's just trying to make Boom think that they want to go for this A set play. And you're going to see Boom commit 3 players over to this A side of the map, but this is where SPG's trying to come back and catch Zespi.
Zespi, he had that great shot from earlier before with the Bulldog, but this time blocked off by the Cascade.
Spamming through the Cascade, doesn't catch anything. Danby dash activated, really looking to get in there. Zespi's going to have to give up the site as the Reckoning goes forward. Going to cut him off at Snowman, though. He's going to play safe. He's going to dash back behind this high tide and wait for the rest of Boom to get in position, and SPG goes forward.
Wow, so far up into forward positions. Will Zespi expect this? The high tide, the curtain falls, but Quick flicks on towards him. Famous fires off a shot as well. He hears Demby up top, swaps to the shorty, but Demby descends upon him onto the site. Shiro, he's denied the spike plant, but the shots from SPG still good. NC Slasher now out from Kitchen. He's managed to take down Francis. And Demby tries to go on the offensive. Not the timing. It's NC Slasher. He slices them up again and again.
What a chaotic round. Spike dropped in defense. Spawn Quack. 4 players from SPG diving up Snowman into the opponent's spawn. And Boom still hold. Despite the ultimates, despite investing the Reckoning, SPG have still got naught in this half. Back down onto a half buy, but with the knives out for Danby, you can't take this one for granted as Boom.
Trying to hold it off. They know, they hear the footsteps, a possible stampede headed their way. Famous in with the operator, hunting.
Killjoy setups over here on the site. Cascade gonna once again keep SPG back, but Danby up top, trying to make something happen, but once again, NC Slasher punishes.
Huge whiffs, in with the shot from Famous now. He pulls out his own blades. The Cascade, though, covering the site. SPG looking for the spike plant. Margaret going up top, but then shut down by NC Slasher. Zespi looking down middle as well. He's been spotted out!
No! Not reading that correctly, wanting to go back up to tube side, expecting the lurk from one of the players on SPG. Both Persia and Margaret love to go for those plays. Boom, looking for information, taking middle, taking A main, but the pit's been established and the plant's going down for SPG.
Ivy on the lurk, and he's looking to shut down even more Boom players.
They're still looking for him. They're still trying to find him, but they have to abandon it. They know they're never going to catch that timing. Boom, walking up tube, taking way too long to clear Kitchen. They're not going to have time to get this defuse off Quack.
Possibly just thinking about the frags, Pilski. They know they can't get the spike, but perhaps just wrangling guns away from SPG, playing that economy game. This was a bit of a buy from SPG. Now in with the Guardian, into the Viper's pit. It's going to be Persia, in with a shot from the Sheriff. Berserk's playing peekaboo. Persia takes up the first round for Sunprisa Gaming.
You can't touch Persia in a post plant. He is the prince of the palace every time. Once he gets nice and comfortable, there's no way you're getting in there. Closes out so many clutch rounds for SPG. Posts huge stats, and a lot of those frags are coming in the mid to late round. Danby's the one who creates space in the early round, who goes forward and finds entries. But Persia's the one who locks it down. And now SPG well and truly back into this one. High tide across middle. Boom takes middle with a dart and posts up Famous on this info line. SPG cascade forward. They take A main. And they're going to try to use that as a launching pad to get into the site. Operator swapped over to Margaret so that Danby can get on the entry. They dodge the drone. Boom sees nothing. They don't have a read here.
Could be a potential retakes game. NC Slasher, he's been good so far, but has to stay alive in this round to provide maximum effect for his team. Danby, Margaret, Persia as well. They've been top performers for Sunprisa. Up on top of 410 now, looking for the entries, the utilities, they go off, but NC Slasher, he holds the line once more. The sprays from his Vandal, the Reckoning deployed. Ivy fires back. It's now down to Famous, and he swaps over onto screens, but shut down by Margaret's operator. Berserk's in from rafters, the spike not yet planted. He might have spotted it on the ground, but swaps into the wrong angle. Ivy, the shot is too darn good.
The key multi-frag from Ivy. Spike going down now over on Jenny's side. 2 players playing on the side. Ivy looking for the flank. Margaret's posted on the line. Misses the shot. 1 kill for Zespi will give him the pit.
He needs it so desperately. But the angles, you don't want to repeat the operator. Margaret, he swapped out to another position. Onto the Vandal as well. He takes Zespi down to the ground.
NC Slasher needed help in that round. Somebody else had to come up for Boom Esports. He multi-frags. He's 9-3 right now with his dying breath, deploying the Reckoning, but it's not enough. That's what happens when you give SPG too much space. They're able to contact their way up onto the site, and Ivy with a multi-frag on the Sova. Another player that is rock solid for SPG in the mid-round time and time again. And he's been coming up with some huge games so far this tournament. He's had like a 20-5 on Haven against Full Sense on the Sova. There's just so many threats for SPG. Force buy from Boom. They've got a lot of ults to work with. Can throw down the pit from Rafters here as the high tide comes in to try to repel this A-side hit from SPG.
Thinking about it, but still, SPG a little bit too fast into the site. SP takes the fight instead. It's going to be Francis and Persia now on towards Berserks, trying to fight back, but the shots from Persia, from Simprisa, is too darn good. Famous in with the Operator. A tough weapon, a tough tool to retake with. The Cove as well, though, in his way, but he spots down Ivy, down to the one-on-one.
Gonna have to dodge the lockdown. That's gonna burn a lot of time off the clock, and Margaret, he's thinking about it. Should he contest? Should he stop Famous from getting back in the site, or should he play the time with the double nanos? Famous trying to use the movement, picks up the rifle, dashing into the site. Alarm bot revealing his position, and he has to now wait for the vulnerable to fade.
Spike beeping away. He clears out the site, so he knows that Margaret is somewhere far back towards pipes, towards main, towards nest, but where could he really be? Drops down!
He's got time.
Margaret not quite able to fight back, but run out of time! Famous! He's got the kill, but he's lost the round!
The lockdown, the nano swarms, Margaret playing the agent perfectly. You could see that split-second decision he made. Does he catch him on the cross, or does he play for time? And he's played that perfectly. SPG replying with 3 in a row here. Boom. Reeling from the last couple of rounds. It's been a bloodbath on the A site, but SPG's been coming up with the goods every single time, and they're going to try to go for light armor and Vandals yet again. They've got a couple of big ults that can help them out in this round. I'm surprised they didn't throw down the pit, but they had a good read. They had multiple players on the A site, and SPG continues to fight.
SPG, they will force Boom's hands, but Famous gets the advantage up onto them, takes down Danby. So far, so good. And Francis continues to advance. He feels that the site is too hot and drops off.
Look at the lurk of Margaret, and look at the push from Zespi. Places being traded between both teams. Margaret trying to make the difference, but they're going to go back into Zespi on the off angle.
Spotted, and that's the shot. Off to the headshots. Boom! Headshots for days. It's the next round. Picked up, but Margaret still a big factor in the round for SPG. Picked up the spike, 50 seconds to work with, but peaked into 3.
And that's the recipe for success for Boom Esports. Famous going forward and disrupting. We saw what happened when SPG was allowed to get into the sites on Sunset. When Boom was playing too passive, they did it the same with the Gecko KO comp the last time that these teams clashed in the upper bracket. They gave them too much space. They relied on the utility of the retake of that comp. This time, they've changed the comp. They've changed the approach. They're disrupting the A main control from the Harbor comp.
Still, ultimates available and online. Boom. Trying to stay to some of the same strategies. Pushing up front. Famous looking to disrupt. Brisa possibly aware. But that's spotted out. Snappy shot from Famous.
Instantly gets out. Drone deployed, zoning Simprisa back. They can't push through the cascade either. Out comes the Hunter's Fury trying to further extend that advantage, but Margaret finds the time to get a pick.
Spotted. And Famous, he's done it before. He's looking to do it again. The Viper's Pit in his way. Catches them on the timing. The collateral shot. The ace. Famous. The ground shouts your name. This is your home. You are defending it. Kills and 4 deaths.
The crowd rallying behind Boom. Defending the sites, defending their title in their home. They've never lost a match on land in Indonesia. Never lost a land, rather. And you want to see them continue that narrative. The crowd is on their feet for Famous in that round, and that is what Valorant's all about. That is what Ascension's all about. Even players that we've seen before can step up and make a bigger name for themselves.
Specifically in this year too, ever since Challengers ended, who might have thought that this was it, this was their last land, and then came Ascension back into Jakarta. They are looking to rally up.
And this is where we have to ask questions of SPG. How does the game go when they're not front running? How does the game go when they're not dominating? When an entire country is screaming for the other team, willing them on to success? Can they handle that pressure here in the Britama Arena?
Coach Silkanon thought it was no factor, but clearly this is otherwise. Francis, though, able to fire back.
Yeah, great trades for SPG. Weaker weaponry, but they're able to get into the site pretty easily here, Quack. Boom with a lot of ultimates to get back in. Lockdown could flush SPG out of the site here, and they can get a pit down. But they don't want to have to invest this much, but they really just don't have much choice.
Needing to flush in. They're looking to rush through. Despi able to get the trade. The Hunter's Fury just to buy the attention away from the Sova into the lockdown. And then Francis taken down. Boom! They have the advantage. Can Zespi get the shot? Yes, he does! Boom! Yet another round going their way!
And that's a rare mistake from Ivy, I think. Using the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown when they're not even in position on the site. He wasn't saving anyone. The 1-for-1 already went against Margaret to get Boom back into the site. You much prefer to play the time there and play the Hunter's Fury to deny the spike defuse, not counter the lockdown. And that's where you're wondering, are the cracks starting to show here for a team that hasn't made a mistake all tournament long?
Could this be right, Pilski? A 9-3 first half. Simprisa, they've never felt this before. They only felt this in their home ground. Is it gonna happen again?
Long control. Cascade and Drone going forward. Trying to limit the risk and deny Boom an opportunity to find this opening pick. But Famous is on this deep info line across A. Rotations already coming across. Lockdown, flushing Boom out of the site. They'll have to play hands off. Drone comes on through. Doesn't see a single thing. Reckoning in reply here for Boom, and they want to flood on this retake before SPG can get comfortable.
Zespi, he's been sitting on this Viper's Pit as well, but right now, not quite in position to use it. The Reckoning, it throws SPG off just a bit. NC Slasher looking for the shots. He sprays into where the spike might be planted, but a counter Reckoning comes through as well. NC Slasher off to another kill. Berserks, he's trying to go rage mode. Famous! Boom! They get the first half down in 9-3.
It's a complete role reversal. 9-3 back against SPG. It's not something we've seen this whole tournament, and Boom is playing impeccably right now. The Reckoning at the last second to counter the lockdown, and the flood back on in. High Tide goes up across yellow, and all of Boom fight in that little pocket. They will not let SPG get on the side.
Simprisa Gaming. Have they been tested so far in Ascension Pacific 2024? No. But right now, in this halftime, I saw it for a split second. Ivy, he had both hands off his keyboard and mouse, starting to feel it.
This is the test of character that you wanted to see SPG have, though. Can they handle the pressure of the stadium environment? We've seen so many rookies come up from Ascension and be able to handle that pressure, be able to make a name for themselves in the VCT. Heretics doing so much work this year. SPG was the team that I'm looking at their dominant run, and I'm wondering, is that the next wave of Korean talent that could be absolutely huge here? Could be a team that does damage in the VCT Pacific that could go overseas. But if they can't handle the pressure, if they can't deal with this crowd breathing down their necks, then they're never going to make it.
This is where...
There's a yellow. There's a yellow. I got a Prime Karambit out of my night market before.
What's it going to be?
Show us the yellow. No! What?
Wait, there it is.
Wait,
there it is.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
Oh.
Nah. Oh, the Valley Song. That's huge. That's a top tier knife.
You gotta love it.
That's a rank up. He's going to be swinging that thing around and absolutely dominating in the rank server.
Buy it right now. Where are you going?
He better buy it. That's a mistake. Either way, though, what I'm buying is this comeback story from Boom Esports. Yeah, Boom, straight up into A main. Danby flushed off the line by the Cascade, but still sticking around.
Good little sight line by the edge of the Cascade, but the shot connects onto NC Slasher.
Biding their time. Dark goes forward, clears out all of Belt there, but Zespi, you've spotted the Viper. You know he's not on the lurk, so you're fishy that something is up here if you're SVG.
Intentional high tide all the way up through Boiler as well, seemingly buying the attention away from those mid watches, from the AVE watches. And then here comes the Toxic Scream looking to go flush in. Zespi onto one shot, but Ivy and Danby good for two.
Shock Dart does a lot of damage to Shiro there. They're trying to get in, but High Tide is going to cycle with the Viper Wall and keep them back for now. Spike is dropped on top of Bell. How are they going to get that back? Famous is going for it.
It's going to put him a little bit out of position, but someone's just jumped up to pick it up, so not too bad now. Shiro got the spike. Do they have the shots up against Simprisa? Both sides of Maze being watched now. Francis trying to push through, but that was a mistake. Shiro, great shots to start things off. Now Margaret trying to fall back, but he takes some damage in the way. Famous! The shot down onto Ivy, but Margaret, what was that? Picked around the corner! Margaret! How have you done this?
They line up for him so beautifully. And then the finesse to hop off the rope and instantly one-tap your opponent. Those are the mechanics of these Korean youngsters. Unbelievable. Coming up huge in the pistol round. That's where your Sentinel needs to lock down the site before Boom can break through. And SPG staying alive here, not allowing Boom to go up to double digits too quickly. They want to make sure this game with Icebox is nice and competitive and make Boom Esports work it.
Outlaw being purchased up as well now.
Man, post, straight down B long. High Tide goes down though.
Here comes Boom. It's the High Tide. They were trying to catch some people off guard, but then straight into the line of fire. Simprisa, great exchange.
Yeah, a couple of trades back. They can pick up just a Bulldog. Not too much of a big deal. Spike plant going down. Shiro trying to get that off, and that's a good result for Boom, but he gets caught on the crossback, so it's all on Zespi with naught but a Bulldog.
Still though, this dog can bite the big brother of Boom. Unfortunately, just right around the corner, it's the Outlaw that pierces through his armor.
As far as expectations go for Boom, though, not too bad of a result. One gun taken away. Spike plant goes down. A little bit more economy, a little bit more ult orbs to play with going forward as they head into their first gun round.
Meanwhile, for Simprisa, they've got to keep this up. So far, they've been kings in this tournament.
Yeah, but it's worth mentioning, this is where you've seen them play Icebox. It's a map that they didn't play in Challengers Korea. They don't have a lot of competitive reps on it. It's the map that they flipped coming into this tournament. How much depth do they have on it? How much have they been working on it?
So far, it's been Margaret leading the pack. I mean, coming in towards Ascension, he's only played the Cypher, but now onto the Killjoy.
Low hands-off approach for Boom. You want to play safe against the bonus. You're expecting something funky out from SPG. High Tide goes through middle. You've got Margaret on that deep info line. B's been given up completely. All Boom has to do is read this round correctly, and it's an easy win for them. And SPG still in a forward hold. Boom can tell that something's up. They're going to use the drone to try to find further information. SPG trying to hide from that. Trying to dive back into the backside of the site. But they are currently looking for information over towards B. Starting to explore the map and better inform their decision making so they don't slip up versus the bonus.
It's down to that utility. Margaret, look at that alarm bot right around green. So much control, so much information possible.
The aggression's going to be huge behind the Toxic Orb. They're playing for yellow. They're looking to fight this before it gets out of control.
It all falls down onto the shoulders of famous Zespi. Hero has made some great calls so far, but here comes it. The snake bite pulled out at the wrong time. Boom! They come in with an onslaught!
They crush the yellow hold so easily. Margaret trying to find an opportunity around this High Tide with the Vandal. He's the most dangerous player that Boom Esports has to be concerned about, but as soon as the High Tide goes down, you cycle up the Viper Wall, you keep him back with the Cascade. Danby can't see a damn thing.
Playing this double controller to perfection. Zespi, he's ready to shoot, but Margaret, what a turnaround! He spots the jump peak as well, but unaware about NC Slasher right around from yellow. Boom, they've reached double digits.
He is fighting so hard for this game right now, Quack. Both Famous and NC Slasher felt the heartbreak of losing a chance to go to VCT Pacific this time last year in Thailand. They have both stepped up and they do not want to let that happen again. Tim Priester, on the other hand, Margaret's pretty fired up right now into this second half. He's had some very sharp multi-frags on the Killjoy, but they need someone else to step up. It's been a bit of a slower game from some of the other individuals. Once again, up into heaven. Danby spotted. Drone gonna scan the harbor. There's 4 players here for SPG looking to keep fighting, and that is a very fishy-looking cascade on Belt.
Speaking of individuals, things might be a little bit fishy, but yes, it has been Danby so far throughout this tournament, so far in this series. Now looking to go on the aggressive, shut down by NC Slasher. Boom, they fire back. The Hunter's Fury in from Ivy though, and it flushes them out of position. Persia, he capitalizes. The toxic screen comes back up.
Boom slowing things down. Persia gonna drive through the Viper wall, but spotted out by the drones. SB punished for the push through tube. Did not find the right timing there. So Boom have lost their contingency plan. They wanted to meet up with Zespi, make their way back to the B site, maybe try to slip through middle, but now their options and their map control is very limited. Clearing out middle. There are so many little angles that they have to worry about, so many snags that they could potentially slip up on here as they walk their way back through Garage. The alarm bot is going to give SPG the information that it's a pivot back to B. Dart's going to be coming up soon. High Tide and Cove there for NC Slasher. But Margaret is already starting to sense that something's up.
Holds the line, the off angle, perfect for him.
10 seconds.
But here comes the utility from Boom. Nano Swarms being
They
brought
have
back
time?
up. Looking for the stick. They managed to just about.
He got it.
Oh, get it down. But inside of the smokes, they've got to turn away. They've got to hold down some of these lines. Persia off to the other angle from mid. NC Slasher pushes up. Persia, good for the other. Senpresa, they found a way back into this game, getting around away from Boom.
That's just perfect util usage and positioning from Margaret. Once again, winning a round off Nano Swarms and positioning alone. Allowing SPG the time to rotate. Boom never found the timing that they were looking for to get that spike down, to get themselves into a comfortable post plan, or to take a good timing in terms of the duels. So SPG's come up with the goods, and that's where now Quack, they've reset Boom. They're starting to forge themselves a path back into this game. They just need to deal with the Sheriffs. They've got the lockdown available if they end up in a tricky post plant. If they need it, the Reckoning's a great tool as well on the retake. But they need to not lose too much here. The money still hasn't built up, and they need economy to be able to complete this comeback.
So potential for Boom to find that momentum in this round and pick up the Thrifty. Look at their ultimate, so close to them. A couple of picks would be huge value for Boom.
Zerks on the lurk through middle. Famous with the knives out is the main player to keep your eye on here. Could have huge impact diving up above this High Tide.
Danby, though, spotted out Berserks up around the mid area. Got Ivy towards Snowman as well. Boom, Famous. He's looking to find that entry. Ivy falls back.
An awkward standoff between both teams. Drone going to go forward and see not a thing. Oh, Harbor caught out there. They know that Boom is still sticking around, but keep an eye on Berserks. He's walking up A. He's going to start tickling some of that Killjoy utility. Going to start making SPG a little worried that they could have given Boom too much space on A. And maybe that's where either Boom pivots back to A, or they pull the rotation across and find the timing on B. He's calling the boys back, Berserks.
Could be a chaotic round, but it all starts with Berserks.
Even if they get back into A here, though, that's where you look at the lockdown. That's where you look at the Reckoning. Oh, that was very close for Danby. Through the Viper Orb, couldn't quite find the timing. And there you go, with 20 seconds. They didn't even want to let them on the site at all here, Quack. High Tide going forward. Boom trying to get on the site and get into a post plan, but it's going to be very uncomfortable. And look at this, SPG straight in on the flood into the side.
And straight in they go. SPG, the Reckoning deployed as well.
He's holding it.
Spike might have been down, but here comes the defuse. Margaret sticking it all the way. Space not granted to Boom. Francis in for more shots. Completely eviscerated. SPG pick up the 7th round.
Again, it's just perfect positional play from Margaret on the Killjoy. He is really making the difference for SPG on defense here. Every single time Boom is running down the clock here, Quack. Maybe the pressure started to get back to them. And Margaret is punishing them with the nanos, with the lockdown, making their lives very difficult. And that's where SPG, when they know that the time's running down, when they know that things are hectic for Boom, they're chasing them down. They're forcing them into these uncomfortable positions, and they're ready for everything, even the flank through middle late into the round. So Boom back onto the rifles here. One off the Toxics, the Vipers fit. They clear the turret in middle. They've got the Hunter's Fury here for Shiro. That mid pressure has pulled the rotation off A, and that's all it was designed to do. That's where Boom can come back, pivot back to A, and work a little bit more space that's been given them by SPG. Drone going forward, clearing out Nest. Cascade as well. Boom just walking up.
Set themselves up. Round pipes, and then come in with the execute. Still though, mid has been cleared out by Ivy. This is being read by SPG. They're starting to get into position. Danby looking for the opening shot. Persia gets it instead. Danby dodges all of those Hunter's Fury beams just perfectly, but Zespi has made his way into the site. The trade's coming through now. Danby back once again into the tight little corner. Him and Persia both firing off in spades. Shiro, the only one left, down to the 1-on-2. If he can take Danby down, that would be doable.
He's got the spike. He's going to cut sound. This is where Shiro can show his experience. This is where he can toy with Margaret. But Margaret has come up with the goods time and time again for SPG. He's re-clearing A, but he's not going to bite the bait here. He's not going to go back towards B. He's going to tuck himself into the Gen corner. He is calling the bluff of Shiro right now, but the dart could be instrumental as well. He throws that out onto the side. It'll clear Jenny.
Time. Shiro, you've got to make it work. He slaps out into open positions. Margaret gets around and denies Boom once again.
And you couldn't have said it better. Margaret is denying Boom a chance at winning a map here. 18-12 every single round when it comes down to the last 20 seconds. Margaret is shutting them down.
Up to 18 kills. The lockdown, the plays, just calling the bluff. Shiro, he's had to step up to fill some big shoes after Severin left the squad into the IGL role. He found a little bit of confidence in Split 2, but needing so much more of that right now in this very moment.
I mean, he's had some big games this tournament, but this is the two tales of Boom. They've been up and down all tournament long. The individuals trading places, stepping up. And this time you can see a couple of individuals having a good performance, a couple of individuals having a rough day at the office. And that's just not going to be a consistent enough win condition for Boom here. That's where SPG, they're coming back time and time again.
Every time you test SPG's mettle, they come back quite strong. They were tested by Riddle Order, a little bit by Full Sense, and straight all the way through the grand finals. Boom, what have you got? We talked about challengers. This could be their final land on home ground.
Absolutely. Challengers is winding up, going on to BCL SEA. You're not going to have a chance to play in front of a home crowd. You weren't even supposed to have this chance to play in front of a home crowd. The pivot to Jakarta has given Boom a unique opportunity that they cannot let slip through their fingers. They won't have home crowd support like this ever again, most likely. It's going down for Persia. Over through B long. He's been given an alarm bot to play with as well. He's got a judge inside of the smoke. The drone has spotted that out. They're trying to flush him out. Famous is looking for the timing here around the side of the Viper's pit as the drone spots a few players outside of A for Boom.
Quite risky. At the very least, Famous knows that he's not right around that corner. Still though, onto the other side, Francis shuts down the initial approach. A one-tap into Zesby's skull.
The one-tap pre-fire is brutal. But this is where Famous, I mean, I don't even know if it matters. Danby is too quick with it, but inside of the smoke here on 1 HP, he's found the timing, but he just can't find Persia. Where is Persia, Quack?
This is the longest Mexican Indonesian standoff I have ever seen. Just all of them playing chicken. Persia, make a move first. No. Famous, you make a move first. No, I'm not gonna. You gonna. And then here comes Francis from the other side. Simprisa, the flawless round to close in the gap. Now 1 round away from equalizing.
That's exactly what they needed. Look at their economy now. Operator comes out immediately. And this is a game that's going to be much more difficult for Boom to win now. 1 round in this half is all they've got, and that was the gun round against the bonus. That was an easier round. Now that Margaret has stepped up time and time again, Danby's going to get the operator out. The rest of them are going to get more comfortable.
The blades online and available as well. Positions swapped up. Good little spot jump.
From Danby. Pushed off the line. The rest of SPG getting active in middle. Zesby's ready for it. He's called over Berserks to give him some assistance, but as they swing together, SPG swinging better.
Too many targets, and look at this. Good discipline off the frag. They fall back and straight into the site. Famous has to come up huge! Great shots! Has to fall back, has to hold the line.
Margaret's taking his time. He's in another postcode right now. He needs to get on the site. High Tide going to go forward. Persia going to attack the spike.
That pulls the attention away. The aggro! Persia! A great triple kill in the round. Looking to end it all for Boom. Famous, it falls onto his shoulders once again, but not going to happen. The magic it seemingly has run out, and Saprisa up 10-10.
Famous is trying to step up and make a name for himself time and time again. But the rest of Boom needs to come through for him. Persia doing what we expect of him, locking down the site. Margaret repelling them at every opportunity. These stable, passive backliners of SPG. Make no mistake, you might confuse yourself. Look at Danby's movement, look at Danby's highlight plays and say, wow, maybe Danby's the carry of SPG. No. They've got stability on the back line as well.
So far, 5 rounds in a row for SPG. The emotions for Boom, they swing.
This is where Boom's trying to mix in something weird on the half-buy, straight through middle, trying to limit Danby's vision and get up in his face before he can get the op shots off.
Not quite connecting so far, but re-peaks off to another. The Viper Spit suddenly out from Zesby, but it's desperate. Is it gonna connect though? Onto the Guardian, he fires off, but Ivy up from the other side. Berserks, he's all alone. He can't find anything. Spike down on the ground. Francis in for the hunt. Finds a sheriff bullet to the face instead with an Ivy. Simprisa, they've taken the lead.
8-1 in this half on the defense. Boom is getting nothing out of this game. The bonus has given them 1 round going their way as they win with the guns. But in every other round with a half buy, throw a weird mid to B with the Viper's Pit. Maybe we can win in the post plan. SPG's reading it all. Positionally perfect. Rotating off A, pincering through middle, and holding on B with 3 players. There was no chance for Boom. But they're going to try to make it happen. Over towards the A side of the map. Once again, Dart and Cascade creating some space in A main here. Killjoy's setup is on A for SPG, and Ivy in position with the Hunter's Fury. But SPG, they've got a firing squad down on B. They've got Danby on the midline. They know that there's no pressure anywhere else on the map, but right here, the lockdown going down. It is very clear what Boom Esports' intentions are. Can Ivy get anything with this Hunter's Fury?
Looking for it. Hasn't quite used it just yet, but here it comes. Famous off with the Cloudburst, but it's spotted out by Margaret. Boom. They need this round so desperately. Can they find it? Berserk certainly thinks so. And C Slasher now off to the up angle, up around screens. And then the approach from Raptors. SPG in for the retake. The spike not yet planted. That's the biggest problem that Boom has right now. But NC Slasher certainly tries to fight for his teammate. Pushing up front though. Ivy Francis back to the 2-on-2. They give no joy to Boom. Despi, he has to do it all, trying to find the score. But instead, it's gonna be match point for SPG.
Boom was up 4-on-2, Quack. They were waiting for that retake to come back in. They knew that SPG would flood the site like that, and they were ready for it. But that's where SPG is just too damn sharp. Francis and Ivy just waltzing back into the site, hitting nothing but heads. Taking the hopes and dreams away from Boom. They were up 9-3 at the half, and they've let this game of Icebox slip through their fingers.
The tide might have been up and high from before in the first half, but now it's certainly so low. Boom, looking to summon it back.
Margaret does whatever he wants, man. Pick up an operator. Everything's working for him in this game. The light armor on 4 of these players here for Boom, but they've invested a lot in it. He goes forward, and that's an easy kill for him. Boom already down in numbers.
1 shot, 1 kill. Falls back, reloads. And now just calling the position, calling the push.
And SVG's closing the net. They've taken all of B long, working their way through Spawn. They know there's no rush. Reckoning's going to go forward into Spawn, stunning up Ivy, who's on the drone. But Boom can't dive into Spawn. They don't know what waits on the other side of that wall.
They've got to convert this 4v5 though if they want to stand a chance in this series. This grand final that means so much to Boom. Berserks, he spots that off from behind, but the shot's not connecting! Sinprisa Gaming, they are tearing things up, but here comes NC Slasher, picks up a weapon off the ground. Famous, he's got to do it all. Pops the blades, and he's looking to go diabolical, but it's not gonna happen. Sinprisa Gaming, they've done it. It's 2-0 so far.
That's a lot of pressure on Boom now. They were doing their best to change the narrative here. They picked Icebox again. It was working for them. They were up 9-3, but look how demoralized they look here. They know that they threw that game away. And this is where SPG has their foot on the throat, going into a Lotus that they beat Boom on 13-3 in the upper bracket.
The crossroads, Pilski. This is the turning point. Just look at Zespi's face on that crowd cam.
He's meant to be the good vibes guy. He's meant to be the boy that's cheering the boys up. He looks just as down as the rest of them. They're going to need another pep talk of a bigger magnitude, because it's clear that they rallied themselves into this second map. They went for the comp change. They went for Icebox again. They were fired up and playing phenomenally. It was the Boom esports that we wanted to see going into this grand final. Highlights on highlights from Famous. But it's just not enough. And him and NC Slasher are not going to be enough to get through SPG. They need everyone to step up on this game of Lotus.
You're just totally right, Philly. I mean, this was Boom's map pick. The next one, it's Sinprisa's. Could it all end onto the next? I mean, that's what we're all wondering about.
Yeah, Boom.
I certainly hope the crowd will bring back that resurgence for Boom. Our panelists on with their Batik wear as well. What do you guys think? Vic, Ewok, and Dax, back to you.
I think I believed in the Batik buff for a moment.
I changed.
I know. Maybe it was too much. It was too much. It was overpowering, overwhelming. That was incredible, though, by Boom in that first half. What was it, 6 rounds in a row that they strung together at least? And things started falling apart in that second half. But we didn't really get to break down those agent comps, gentlemen.
And we got, what, a mirror matchup, finally, double smoke versus double smoke. We also saw NC Slasher do incredible work with it. Not only was he able to use his smokes to at least break the SPG formation, but we've also seen him manipulate those angles to get, what, 2Ks, 3Ks on a round basis. Famousin also stepping up. We saw an incredible ace by him. And to me, it was a good start for Boom, but SPG, we've never seen them get 9-3'd on attack, and they took it personally coming to the second half.
Yeah, they definitely did. We very rarely see SPG, especially this SPG, going all the way through 2-0, go behind. This looked like it could be the first time they drop a map this whole tournament. Usually it's their attack that carries them, right? They only get 3 rounds this time. They go on to the defense, and their defense was going to be tested. They passed that test with flying colors. The defense looked immaculate. One thing I do have to say about Boom is I really like how they play their defense side this way around. Famous oftentimes, previous times, he was on the B main, he was on the line with the operator, and he's not getting involved enough. This time it looked like he's trying to find the fights wherever he can, and that's why he was popping off like he did.
And I just like the fact that we're highlighting Margaret right now as the MVP. Wasn't that our other point of concern here for Simprisa? Margaret, who has been historically a Cypher player, has to go for the Killjoy, and he absolutely passed that test, and we saw so many highlights from him alongside Persia. That defense was Margaret on the pistol, just shattering the hopes and dreams of Boom. We also saw that retake over at B site where they played green. The transfers were unreal from Sinprisa Gaming. It really just feels like you put them down a peg a little bit, and they just come back up, punching, kicking, and screaming for a victory.
That's right. Every single one of those Sinprisa players stepped up in that second half, but you guys highlighted the guys who really helped carry that forward and gave them a few extra lives, and now they have 2 maps in the bag. This is a best of 5. This is the last life for Boom Esports. They have to win the next map. We are going to go on a quick break, and we're going to find out exactly how this all plays out. Welcome back to VCT Ascension. We are in Jakarta, Indonesia, and we are on map 3. It's about to happen. Boom Esports, the Indonesian squad, is down 2 maps. Sinprisa Gaming, they were pushed a bit in the last map, especially on that first half, but it wasn't quite enough. And now on this very last lifeline, what can Boom do to stay in the game? Is this it?
It's getting really tough. Look at the map pool we've had. Icebox was a map that Sinprisa did beat Boom before, and it happened yet again. Now we're ready to go to a map that Sinprisa destroyed Boom Esports back in the upper bracket. It is Lotus. And we've seen for SPG, they get off the hot starts, but what's more notable here for Boom is they've had the best games to watch on Lotus.
Oh, yeah.
But it's always because it gets so close. They're always down by a number of rounds. It has to go into overtime, and it didn't even pan out yesterday versus Full Sense.
Yeah, it used to be this map they're just so comfortable on. They're playing their defaults. They play their own way. And all of a sudden, it turned into a map they perma go OT, and then it started to get a little bit worse, I felt like, as the tournament went on.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they're going to feel about this Lotus now. And we did talk about when the Boom players walked out. They looked a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more relaxed than before. They're going to have to get comfortable with being down 2-0 right now.
Yes, that's going to be the toughest. It's the toughest time to get comfortable, obviously. Now, as you guys said with Lotus, surely though, they'll have picked up some mistakes from last time.
Yeah.
Surely, right?
Surely.
And depending on how this defense goes for Sinprisa Gaming, obviously, I have faith. I have faith. One thing I did notice that was different that last map was the crowd.
Yeah.
It was quiet.
It was.
And that's when they started losing their power. I really think there is something to this crowd buff. It's actually a real thing that this team actually needs. They need the support of their team to remind them that everyone's watching you, we love you, and we want you to win.
And we also noticed that it was so... I don't know if I want to say uncharacteristic for Boom, but they just looked a lot more down than before. Maybe it's the same kind of nerves they've had in previous lands, but Zespi also... Such a character, you know? He's always the life of the party, but if he's feeling the hurt there after effectively the comeback from SPG, you gotta wonder now how Boom is gonna dig deep. And I guess one thing I really want to point out right now, at least for Boom, SPG does start off on the defense, because when SPG was attacking, when they faced off against each other, that was an 11-1 half.
Yeah. It was rough, definitely. So we're hoping for something a little bit different. But Dax, do you think that Boom's energy, it's a little bit down, right?
Yeah.
And
I agree.
This view he mentioned, right? Yesterday after they won, he said when there's a timeout or we lost a couple of rounds, he's listening to the crowd and getting the energy there. And you mentioned the crowd's a little bit more quiet. So I think this crowd's going to have to get behind them again for them to get over the nerves and stop realizing, oh, a comeback's happening, right?
I do want to point out, too, about the roles of each of these guys on both teams. Francis, Persia, they're sort of the big brothers. Zespi has said that by himself, but Shiro, Ewok, you know Shiro, and he has some thoughts on this too.
Yeah, I talked to him last night after the game. We run into each other, and I asked him, "What does it look like you're not having fun?" Because he's always so stoic, so serious, right? And he just told me, when all my teammates are having fun, I need to be the one that's serious. I'm the one that needs to be that guy. If everyone's trolling, he said, I need to be the one that brings them back, and that's why you see that more serious face and that more serious approach from Shiro. And sometimes the team needs that, right? You have on the one side the Zesbis that's hyping up the crowd. Berserk was enjoying it as well. But then on the other side, you have Shiro that's bringing in that energy of calmness. That it's okay for that heart rate to race, enjoy the crowd, and the moment the timer starts, you're back in it.
Yeah, and I just want to point out super quickly, another student of the Ewok, Ewok coaching history, NC Slasher, he's having such a good showing here at Britama Arena. Ever since we set foot on the stage, he has had some of the best games we have seen, the most flexible roles, and even right now, sure they're losing 0-2, but we always see NC Slasher show up again and again for these multi-kills.
Yes, that's right. NC Slasher has been performing really well over the last 2 days. Do you think right now Boom needs more of that Shiro energy or more of that Zespi energy right now?
I'm going to go for the Zespi energy.
Yeah.
It's what has brought them here to begin with. And we have to always recall, Lotus is the map where we first felt it, right? Against Riddle Order, those overtimes were willed by the crowd, and it kept going on and gone in that lower bracket run. This crowd has been essential to Boom's mental, and truthfully, it's a two-way street. You want to perform in front of your home crowd, a team that fully supports you from all across these walls.
Yeah.
Do you agree with us?
Yeah, it's a give and take, right? I think when you're winning and you have all that momentum, then you need Shiro. Calm it down, and if it's looking a little bit dire like this, you need ZSP to hype up the boys, get them in line.
Well, they have to get in line right now, but they also need to remember that they are playing on home ground and that they have all of Indonesia backing them up right now if they want to stay in the game. Sinprisa Gaming, meanwhile, while they were pushed just now a bit on that map, they are proving why they do deserve to win this trophy today. That's it. We are going to go into map 3. Let's go over to our casters who are going to bring us through maybe the last and final map. No, the casters are not going to take us through yet. We are going to talk about the agents here, and we are seeing a little bit of an adjustment.
Oh, it's a Cypher for Berserks. And you gotta wonder, is it really just to try and counteract a few things that Dambi does in this situation? One thing I always note for Sinprisa is they're running Fade and Neon together. It's not too easy to break tripwires with that comp.
Yeah, it definitely is an adjustment. I think Dambi might have quite a difficult time entering into the site once they do go over to the attack side. I'm curious to see how that change is going to affect their potential attack side. There's some nice things that the Cypher can do in terms of map control with his camera, his cages. I would like them to play maybe a little bit of a slower pace if they're playing with the Viper and the Cypher together, where both of them can take some map control on their own without needing too much utility from the team.
Well, what I like about this, what this actually means is that Boom does not want the same scoreline as last time. They are looking to have a different result on this Lotus. They're looking to stay in the game. We're going to go into map 3. It is a 2-0 score right now. They need to win this for this tournament to continue. Let's go over to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
That is right, Vic, Ewok, and Dax. This really might just be that last map. Boom needs to pick up that win to keep things going. Sinprisa, though, the pins are all set. They just need to knock them down. This is where it counts the most. Every second, every round, every frame counts. Ladies and gents, chat watching back home, this could be it.
100%. I really want to see Boom change their narrative here. You know, we've seen a poor performance on Lotus in the upper bracket. Last year, they let this same opportunity slip through their fingers. And I don't think, I mean, coming from a coach perspective or someone that's competed a little bit in the past, no one can recover from what just happened to Boom as far as I'm concerned. Let's be real. They let the comeback slip through their fingers on map 2. And now they must, with their backs against their wall here in Jakarta, be able to recover, be able to show us what true resilience means, and complete a reverse sweep for a spot in VCT Pacific. They're in the cam on C Mount, gonna tickle the door, applying pressure, pulling a rotation over from Ivy. SPG ready for the B pivot if that's what happens, as they have full A main control. Persia refreshing the one-way and sitting at rubble, but Boom wants to go forward with this lurk smoke.
What's great is that Berserk's holding up around pillar side as well. Might just be able to deny that rotational door control as well, but here comes Margaret in with the right clicks. A couple of shots into the wall though, but then Ivy and Dambi up from spawn, completely shutting down the offense.
SPG just keeps applying the pressure. It's a pistol win for Francis. And maybe it's what's happening on the program feed, or maybe it's some of the ghosts of the past coming at Boom Esports right now. Last year's Ascension, they just let it slip away. And SPG, this new wave of Korean talent, have won the pistol, and they're one step away from going to VCT Pacific in their home country.
Boom. They might have been haunted. They might feel the haunt right now. But they've got to exercise their demons, Pilsky. Off to this round, though.
I feel like this cast is a bit of exercise here in Jakarta. I'm not going to lie. It is a little warm here in this arena. Creeping up C Mount. Not even going to farm the orb. They want to go for the contact approach and catch Ivy off guard here.
But then the snake bite comes. He's completely prepared for it. The triple, the quad. Just the utility.
Now, Shiro's got nothing here. Gonna turn tail and run away. SPG hunting him down. Dambi going forward with the rest of the squad. Spikes dropped in C main. There's nothing to be done here for Shiro.
No.
He's just trying to get a little cheeky. Dambi sliding forward, looking for him. Shiro cowering in the corner, but he can't hold on for long enough. And SPG goes up 2-0, a flawless anti-eco win. This is Groundhog Day for Boom. SPG hunting them down, applying the press. And Boom now, it's their chance to change their narrative.
I mean,
on this first gun round, they've got to have a really clean run against the bonus.
Surely in the grand final, you want so much more. This round has to go Boom's way.
Gonna be front B main control, 1-3-1 here. Prowlers being exchanged back and forth. Gonna have a little bit of a kiss at the front side of B main. Trip cleared. SPG repositioning, rendezvousing around B, ready for some kind of fast B set play. But this is where Boom, they know this is how Persia plays. They've already played against this before, but can they catch him with Danby here?
Ready for it. Danby up on the other side. Paranoia switches out.
They get nothing.
Holds Boom back.
They're still going for it, Quack.
Oh, with the toxic screen too. Managing to take Persia off guard.
It was a complete misread. Persia, they read that as Boom forfeiting a main control with the Paranoia through the Viper wall. They spam Danby down. Francis on the off angle. Can he catch Shiro over a rubble? No, Shiro's too quick with it.
He sees everything. Tries to come back in to help out his teammates, but Berserks! He's covered their 6! Ivy goes down and boom! They come back into the game hot!
It doesn't get cleaner than that. 5 alive versus the bonus, and they read that so damn well. They read that setup from SPG so well. They know that when Persia has full rubble control, that's where Danby, this whole tournament, has been abusing the neon rotations. He pulls the trigger running back into spawn to try to defend B and C a little bit too quickly, and Boom takes full advantage. Cam dealt with. Margaret has his own cam to be able to re-clear C later on. Orb taken over on A main. Once again, A main control taken by SPG. It's an Indonesian standoff yet again on the front side of B. Both teams waiting for a mistake. Door tickled by Famous. He's going to go forward, and the Viper wall goes up for SPG.
Dealt with Prowler. And the C's as well, just to clear out the tight corners. Boom, they've managed to push into the B site, but they need to fend off Danby! Look at the slides, pops up the overdrive, NC Slasher cuts him up in half! Francis trying to reaggress, but then the toxic stream back up. The site, it has been split off, and then the push.
Boom pivoting straight back towards the C site here. Berserks has found space. He's going to take spawn. He's going to put a trip down on Waterfall. They might not be ready for that. Margaret over in spawn side, catching him off guard, but quite capitalize.
And the spike planted as well. Margaret alongside Ivy looking to push up front. Persia avoiding the tripwire though. That could be huge. Now it's all up to Boom on whether or not they can be aware enough to take them on. Take Guns and Brisa up for the fight. A couple of swings headed their way. A jab across. Berserks holding it down. He's managed to knock down 2.
They're so
now
low.
Up towards Persia. He's trying to reposition, wrap around the corners. And here comes Boom, trying to stay themselves tucked away. Berserks. He's fallen, but then Shiro listening up for the spike. Oh! He's gotten off of it in the last second. Shiro up with the burst, knocking down off the fates.
Barely holding on for Boom. He had 30 HP. It was a messy spray. You can tell that the palms are sweaty here for Boom. He needed a clean shot there. He's very lucky that Persia was not able to react in that one-on-one. Berserk's coming up with another great multi-frag. And there you can see it. Shiro was even kind of shaking his head. He thought that Persia was going to take him out. But they've scraped it across the line and they've reset SPG. And that is a very important round early on here for Boom.
A huge sigh of relief.
They're going to take a main control. Ball goes up. Boom don't know what waits behind that, so they have to bide their time. But Margaret, disrespect all the way through spawn, walking up C. Berserk's looking at the map, won't be able to take him out, but they know that they've lost that space.
How do you play off of it though? Might be aware, but still on towards the site. NC Slasher.
Gonna pivot back through A-Link. Door broken. Boombox goes forward. Crowd are going to clear out Link. Ivy throws down the snakebite, trying to keep Boom back for now.
That is such a big snakebite as well. Holds them off on the timing, but Famous in for the burst. Hot goes up as well. The site is clear. Paint shells hold them off.
Zoning back Margaret. SPG repositioning around towards Heaven's Fire. Danby now diving back into the site. What a shot on the Sheriff.
Fast lane into the door as well, but here comes Berserks. It's all down to Persia for Sinprisa. Can he do it? Like I mentioned before, the pins, they might be set up, but he's only got a Sheriff in this round.
He's smoked off, but he's thrown a progression smoke, and Boom setting up a firing squad. Zespi with contact, holding down the spray of the Odin. They don't want to even let him get in the smoke.
The spike continues to tick away Persia. The best he can hope for right now is perhaps just one shot through the toxic screen, and Berserks snipes him down. Boom, they take the lead by 1.
And honestly, Quack, I think Boom playing against Riddle Order in that upper bracket game is going to help them a lot here. They played against the B Crunch just like that so many times with the Neon coming in, and they learned to hold that off. They have conquered that obstacle. I think that their win against Riddle Order will have given them a lot of learnt lessons that will be useful here, taking on SPG, and this time, they get to start things off on the attack. Last time, SPG set the tone, set the pace in that upper bracket game of Lotus. But this is where Boom, we're begging them to change the narrative. We're wanting badly more than 3 maps in this grand final. And I'm hoping that Boom can continue on the right track.
They picked up that huge win against Full Sense yesterday as well. Just remind yourselves of that huge win. 1 map to go the distance.
Patience from Boom again. Francis has cleared front B. They're waiting outside the dark cover. Nightfall goes forward. Showstopper in as well.
And so much utility. Persia tries to fight them off, and he just sprays! And then comes Zespi trying to fight back, but completely robbed of his sight and vision. Now trying to fire through. The last one left alive. There's just too much in his way. The ultimates, it wasn't enough. Sinprisa tie up the score.
Boom tried to crack into that A site with a Nightfall and a Showstopper, and SPG repelled that round so easily. Cam was still up on C long. Francis had full information on B main. If Boom Esports do not keep the information game honest, do not re-clear those lanes, SPG will stack A, and they will shut these rounds down time and time again. Boom cannot sit in A main for 45 seconds and try to break into the site like that against some of the best anchor players that we have in this tournament. In goes the Viper's Pit. Big fight over A main here. Danby overcoming SPW. Christmas lights in the kill feed, and everyone on Boom is dead.
Down towards Berserks as well. Cybercage just to retrieve a spike. What more can he do, Pilly? He's trying to find a bit more space, but like you mentioned, the information game, he's got none of it.
It's winnable, though. He's gonna have to give them a little bit of information somewhere. That's the issue. He's got to clear the trip front B. Repositioning his trips. Doesn't want to allow SPG to walk in behind him. But look, to be honest with you, Persia could just shroud a step straight past that one. Gonna walk up front side B. Will he choose to clear? It's a 4 trip. Actually, he can hop straight over this if the cam is not checked from Margaret. And there could be timing for Berserk to slip through, but the cam's going to ping him. He clears the trip. 40 seconds on the clock now. SPG breaking the door, repositioning, throwing down the dark cover, not trying to let Berserks get into the site. But with the door opening, if he gets into C fast enough here, he can beat Ivy on the rotation timing.
One of the star factors for Boom. Their assistant coach certainly thinks so. Berserks, if he can turn this round around on towards Sinprisa, that could be huge.
Paranoia.
A morale boost.
There it is.
Yes, it gets sent in towards Berserks. He kind of sidesteps it. A great shot into Margaret as well. He spotted Ivy, but the shot not quite through. The tracking a little bit far off. And Sinprisa, they take the lead up against Boom.
And that's just too much pressure for Berserks to deal with. That was a potential round hit where he could have won. Let's be honest. He dodges the paranoia perfectly. He finds the pick over on C main side. He just needs to hit that shot on Ivy, and it's winnable. But you can't win every clutch. And that's where you need the consistency factor for Boom Esports here. You need the crowd to will them forward, to cheer for them. because that's where they've been able to get through these tough games, especially on Lotus against Riddle Order in the lower bracket. That's exactly what we saw.
The greatest thing a person can take into combat is a reason why. And this crowd, this arena, is Boom's reason why. Still though, Temprisa off to the offenses. They just go off the bleachers into the Boom. And Persia picking up the double kill now. There's so much space gathered up around C. Despy trying to fend him off. It's not gonna happen. Berserk's down. Shiro, the last one left. You feel the devastation. How does he fight his way out of this? No factor, no way.
SPG applying the press again. That's the second gun round in a row where they hit Boom Esports with a set play. When they hit them with the trap, they were able to come out one better in that A main fight. They know that they shut down Boom on that part of the map. They expected Boom to be working back to that C default. It's a decision that you have to make on attack. What part of the map on this 3-lane map am I going to look for? If I get shut down A, I got to go back towards C, and that is where Sinprisa is a step ahead. The Paranoia and Danby diving forward shuts them down before they can even get anything rolling.
Sinprisa, the Titan, they have brought the rumbling up towards Boom, and now looking to stand tall against them once more. Boom, they don't quite have the guns. Right around the corner, Berserk's already shut down. The Prowler as well spotted out everything. Famous in with the Bucky, waiting for someone to walk into his sights. It's not gonna happen though.
SPG just gonna disengage. They know that they have the numbers advantage. They know that they have the better guns. There's no reason for them to take too much of a risk here. They re-clear front B with the Haunt. Dark cover gonna keep Boom back in C main. It's a one-dimensional approach. Danby's over here, but no recon bolt for him. Or relay bolt, rather. Ivy has got both the orb and the spit here.
And the snake bite as well. Boom, they try to sidestep it, but the snake bite, it burns down two of Boom. Despy, they managed to do a little bit of damage, but they need so much more. Famous, he's looking to pick up the gun, but it's way too risky. Straight into the dark cover he goes, but Francis says it's lights out. Sinprisa has doubled up on Boom's score.
The skies are getting darker for Boom Esports, but these bright upcoming stars from SPG are shining right behind that. Domination in this grand final, just like the upper bracket. The first map was pretty cut and dry. The second half of Icebox is where they really performed a test of character, showed their resilience. And this is where in Lotus they can make their dreams a reality. They can qualify into VCT Pacific. And this is looking at the scoreboard, exactly what I was saying about Ivy. This man just comes up with some insane maps. To be fair, a lot of these are anti-eco farm. He's literally pressing Viper Orb button on his keyboard and throwing a snake bite down, and he's like, oh, I got 3 kills. That's pretty cool. I guess I'll get a bit of a stat pad on. That can't be too bad for the old rating.
That's what Sinprisa does. They've been doing it all tournament. It's not just Ivy as well. You've got Danby. So much working against Boom, but listen to this.
The timeout. Despy told us in the interview that he tells his team when the press is on, when things are getting difficult, listen to the crowd. Let them give you the energy that you need to be able to fight for the series. He needs to lead the way and motivate the boys. They need that Zespy energy. They said it on the desk.
So many of the tier 1 players that we have in Pacific, yes, some might be Korean, a huge portion, but a lot of them are Indonesian as well, and they are here in this arena cheering Boom on too. Britama, chat back home, viewers watching, Boom, they need you in their room right now.
They've got some great tools to work with, Quack. That's the good news for him. Pick could be huge in the afterplan. A main control comes straight out, but look at SPG. They are ready with a huge trap here.
It's that toxic screen that we've seen so many times before. Danby off the rip. Ivy and Persia as well. But NC Slasher, that Odin does not quit.
Great patience from Boom, using Rubble to their advantage. Playing behind the Viper wall and punishing SPG when they try to go forward. Neural Theft going forward, confirming that Boom is over towards A, confirming that they're rotating back towards C. Margaret can see them. He's trying to beat them on the rotation timing. He's got a couple of little pieces of utility over here, but he doesn't commit to it. He thinks they're going to go back to B, and that's where he's wrong. That's where Boom can get on the site, put down the pit, and win this after plan.
Or at least trying to stay alive long enough to come into this retake alongside Ivy. The spike will get planted. Viper's Pit deployed by Shiro.
Night falls up for NC Slasher off the back of the spike plant.
And that's now gonna be Margaret trying to slip the net just right around the edges of this Viper's Pit. Looking for it. Oh, right around the ledge as well. What a way to deal with the pit, but is it gonna be enough though? Berserks, he's ready! He lets it rip! Boom! What a round!
That's what they needed off the back of the timeout. The crowd giving them the energy that they needed to hold down that A trap. They have showed a remarkable amount of patience in this series so far. They recognize the pace that Danby sets on the Neon, just like on Sunset with the Fade as well. These are the things that they need to play around. Against SPG's defense, they cannot get caught by these traps, or it's all over for them. And that round, they passed the test with flying colors. Again, this time not a trap, but full A main control right off the bat. SPG has taken the A side of the map. This is where they have to decide if they're going to rotate or they're going to commit and push forward. And actually, looks like they're going to throw the Prowler into A main. Boom, on the other hand, though, calling the audible. Back towards C side, picking up the orb, throwing the lurk smoke forward, but not committing into C here. They're going to go back towards A, into Danby, into Persia. No relay bolt for Danby here, though. No paranoia. How can you hold A main? You can't. Persia's just looking for picks.
And he will continue to tap off through that smoke. Nothing found.
Very clear Rubble. Berserks, what a pick onto Francis there. Front side of B through the door opening. Punishing SPG for their information-seeking expeditions. They've constantly been re-aggressing front B. And look at Ivy.
Just pushing up pillar. Spots them as well. The snap is good.
Beautiful trading. Beautiful spacing for Boom. Making sure they keep their heads on straight. Berserks in the pole position to punish anyone who tickles the door.
Persia, Danby slides in, but instantly dealt with by Berserks. Now Famous into the sights. The Odin gets pulled up by Margaret, but no! The Berserker barrage is here.
2K to win that post plant in round number 10. And this round, again, Berserks is coming up huge for Boom.
Persia, he's working up against 4. He's working up against the crowd. You're not gonna do it, Famous. This is his home.
I hope you can hear it on the stream, because the crowd here in Jakarta was chanting for Boom to finish that round. And that's exactly what they did. 2 in a row off the back of the timeout. They want to keep this one close. Huge ults online for Boom Esports now. Nightfall, Showstopper, could be pivotal to be able to get into the site and lock down the post plant. The last time they had these 2 ults, they tried to send it into A without dealing with that C info, without playing the info game. This time, they're going to do something else. Front B being contested heavily by SPG. They've also got the C trap ready to go, and Boom is taking the spike over in that direction. If SPG finds the right timing to rip open the door and punish Boom, that could be everything.
But Boom fires back! Berserks, he finds a way. Neural Theft online as well, and spots out right around the corner.
Oh, Francis throwing out the Prowler. Berserks was ready for it. Berserks is hard carrying this game for Boom right now. He gets the pick front B. The Neural Theft shows Boom the trap that SPG had in place for them. And Boom are straight into the site with a showstopper. Berserks with another entry quack. Unbelievable performance from this man on the Cypher.
And here comes the spike. Danby, overdrive, looking to re-aggress. He wants that retake so badly. He wants the offensive first half for SPG. Trying to slide in, but dealt with by Berserks. Famous off the rip too. Ivy, he might have a pit, but Can he stay alive long enough? The targets, it's not good. The outline spun it out. Berserks ties it up for Boom, 6-6.
I don't know what Berserk summoned in that timeout, but that is an incredible couple of rounds from him to keep Boom alive in this series. 17-7, swapping to Cypher off of the Killjoy into this series and saying, I'm going to take over this game, not in the fashion that you'd expect it. You're thinking about the trips countering the Neon, but he's reading the game so perfectly right now. He's ready for everything that SPG is doing. He's feeling out the traps. He's catching kills on the lurk. And he's keeping Boom in this grand final.
A great way to start. Drums pounding away. This is the moment. This is what Boom lives for. This is what Zespi was talking about. We've seen Berserks now. We need the rest of the team to step up to the plate alongside him.
This is where Boom needs to win this half of Valorant. This is one of the most important halves of Valorant they're going to play in their career. Are they going to be knocked out of Ascension, falling at the final hurdle to try to make it into Tier 1? Or are they going to set themselves up for a chance, a hope at a reverse sweep against one of the most difficult opponents that they've played at this level? SPG are a phenomenal rookie team that is playing dominated games of Valorant at this tournament. And in the upper bracket game on Lotus, SPG was flawless on the attack. You gotta keep an eye on Danby with this Neon movement, man. He's about to do some things.
That certainly isn't the score right now, though, Pilski. 6-6 is very different from what we saw in that upper bracket. Danby is someone that we have to look at, but at the same time, Berserks right now leading the pack. Famous, right up next to him.
And this is where SPG, I talked about Danby and his Neon movement, but what they highlighted on the desk was the swap to Cypher, trying to deal with the Neon. Berserks, these are going to be setups that SPG have not dealt with before, and therefore they must adjust how they play their attack. They have to feel out how they pace their executes. They can't just run into trips on the site. Push through C Mound though. Boom has taken all of that space. Margaret spotting it out. He knows that his cam was dealt with. SPG, first test. Can they deal with the trips? Can they deal with Berserks on site?
He's there. The pistol, the classic. It might not connect just yet, but it's going to be Shiro who gets the shot, and there it is! Deppy's down!
2 for
Ivy
2
fires
though.
back, though.
Yeah, Boom trying to come in from the flank.
And here comes NC Slasher from up behind. Great shots, Zespi as well! Francis, he's trying to hold them off, but spots them out way too much. Zespi, straight into his face. Boom, in with the pistol.
They're continuing the momentum here. A pistol win on defense to set them up for success. Spike plant goes down for SPG. They're going to have a little bit more to spend in this next round. That's where you got to be careful of the Bucky from Danby. You already see him seconds into the round purchasing it. They're going to be putting a little bit of investment into this round. Give themselves an outside shot at breaking Boom's momentum, at breaking their mental. A 1% chance to just win this spot in VCT Pacific. Look at Danby, man. He almost bought light armor into this. He is. He's just buying light armor Bucky. He's saying, here's my 1% Hail Mary to win this tournament right now.
And here he comes, hopping off of Mound. Fast lane into side as well, alongside the Prowler. Bucky gets lucky. Berserks, though, fires back.
And in the meanwhile, over the top of the trip, Ivy's found a beautiful timing. NC Slasher's ready for it, though.
And here comes the shots as well, but Margaret, what is this with the classic?
They're going to keep pushing.
The weapon's picked up, it's going to be Berserks now. Guardian fires off. It's all down to Zespi, and look at where he is, Pilski.
He's got a judge, man. What are you going to do with this? Like I said, you can't take this round for granted as Boom. If they lose this round, this may crush their mental. This may crush their momentum. They wanted to build an economy, build a easier chance at closing out this game of Lotus on the defensive half.
I tell you what though, Pilski, both of them are down so low, and Zesby's got the full kit of utility, sends out the paranoia, but the camera connects. A recon shrouded step, and that's the sun into Margaret. Cuts him down at the torso. Francis down low. Zesby in for the 1-on-2 clutch. He's done it all, and he is here to play for Boom.
Keeping Boom alive right when they need him. He is the hype man that was brought onto Boom for Split 2 to give them the energy that they need when the going gets tough. And he comes up clutch. But it has to be said, Quack, that got way too expensive for Boom Esports. They lost a lot of guns there. And that is going to make this bonus not have the punching power that you would want it to have. We'll see what they can get out of a couple of sheriffs. Little bit invested in this, and we're going to have a judge off.
Danby.
Look
If
at
it's
this.
a judge off, man, I'm favoring Danby, and look at how he's sliding in. The B hops, air strafes, poison cloud to hold him off.
Bide their time. Who's going to be better with the shotgun? Famous in position, ready to punish this dive into C rather.
Boom. The underdogs, the underdog Bucky up against the judge. The Prowler in his face, but it's going to be Berserk that takes him down. Off the rotations now, SPG trying to find a way into another site.
Oh, Zesby again, punishing the lurk up. Reading that one perfectly. He just keeps delivering with the judge. Now he gets a Vandal. Can Boom Esports win a bonus they had absolutely no business winning after taking significant losses versus the Eco? SPG looking for options, tickling the door. Paranoia in reply from Zesby. Preparing the dark cover to heaven. Famous is still closed front B main, but he's getting sandwiched from both sides.
But here comes the Bucky! Oh, it's a twofer! NC Slasher onto the other side with a Sheriff to cap off the round! Boom! Up 9-6!
Forget about what happened on the anti-eco. Boom is back on top. Listen to the crowd willing them forward.
Boom Esports. They've converted the bonus, and they are looking to find a momentum.
Money's fantastic for them. Now into an anti-eco. Sees off the bat. Doesn't quite catch Danby. He can go forward now. Opening up the door. Dark cover forward. Prowler catches the trip. Zesby trying to hold with the paranoia, but he gets caught by Persia. What a shot.
Great Sheriff. And that could be the site.
Yeah,
one kill could be one round.
Site's open for business. Open plant for tree. Neural Theft reveals all of their positions. Danby catching up close.
Oh, jumping relay bolt, and there it is! Danby slides in. There's the neon movement. He's looking at it, but Shiro shuts him down. 3-on-3. The guns don't quite favor Sinprisa, but boom, they are looking to fight back. Here comes Shiro now, off towards stairs. Ivy trying to hold off. Possibly an unexpected angle. Persia with the off angle into the side as well. The trio, they push in. Oh, it's a 2-wood, and it's going to be Famous in for the trade. Francis with the judge from behind. It's all down to Berserks, the carry for the team on this map, and he has to do it all. But the jumping shotguns, it's going to be the thrifty for Sinprisa Gaming.
You just can't cat them out of any of these rounds on attack. They're doing exactly what they did to Boom in that upper bracket, the pacing to beat the C's from Danby, streaking through the door. Hell of a Sheriff shot from Persia. Zesby maybe a little bit over-enthusiastic. He had the judge in the close quarters position. Could have played the tree choke there. And SPG applying the pressure now. Boom streaking forward, taking this A main control, shutting SPG out, but they are ready to take it back.
Trying to read the rounds, SPG, counter paranoia as well. And here comes Danby in with the overdrive. It's the Odin that catches him square in. Famous with the showstopper as well, explodes on towards Mound.
SPG cutting sound now. We've had a 2-for-2. We've had an initial exchange over on A main. Boom do not have any information. A Cam in a passive position above C. What will they do? Looks like they're itching. They're eager to go and re-clear A main, to go and find some space, but Famous just sitting in a corner. He's not looking for anything. Boom is playing very passive, and that puts a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Berserks here. He has to hold this C site all by himself.
Silent. It's deafening. And it's gonna be that surprise kill on towards Berserks.
Beautiful shot from Ivy. Puts him down instantly. No Cypher Util online anymore. Famous and Shiro walking hand in hand through Waterfall.
So much to do. The barrel instantly spotted out, and that's gonna be Francis! What an angle to hold! A wallbang shot as well, and Saprissa looking to close in on the gap.
They are way too sharp, man. Ivy just bops Berserks in seconds. You cross the threshold around the side of Waterfall, and Francis is picking you off with ease. Too much depth on this SPG roster to handle, and once again, after what you could consider a pretty reasonable start from Boom, SPG is working their way back in.
In towards Mound, and it's gonna be Danby once again, kicking things off.
All going up. Lurk smoke exchange by SPG, trying to deny that information over towards the seaside. Zespy, could he have his own shotgun highlight moment on A main here?
Holding tight on the angle. Looking for those point blank shots, but he has to fall back. He feels the pressure, and it's just too overwhelming. NC Slasher down low as well. Ivy, he's getting the entries, he's getting the kills, forcing Brisa. Now alongside Danby, so much chaos on the site. Famous, he's got a Bucky of his own, but will he be able to find the shots? He heard that sprint, he heard those footsteps, but only good for one kill. Sinprisa, they have tied up the score.
They are on the verge of getting themselves a spot in VCT Pacific here, Quack. The money is fantastic. Everything is going their way. Another standout game from Ivy here at Ascension in Jakarta. He's got the pit online. Danby continuing to slide forward and find these timings onto the A site anchor. You can't keep letting him get out rubble like that, or this game is done.
3 ultimates online as well for us.
Yeah, they have a lot of good things to work with. Judges back out for Danby. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Operator in a passive position for Famous Shiro. He's been fantastic front B, but he doesn't have an opportunity to even get involved in the round.
Nightfall out as well. Mostly evaded by Boom, but how do they come in with the retake now? So much space being taken away.
There's so many snacks to trip up on. Pit is up in the site. Safe position from Ivy. You are never dislodging him. Nightfall goes forward. Gathers a lot of info. The spam through the wall from NC Slasher.
But into the Viper's pit now. Zespy, the paranoia. It connects. Will he be able to find the kills? What an angle being held by Francis. Once again, it's a little bit unorthodox. It's a little bit offline, but they have to do the shots. They have to find the frags. Persia, he's doing it all instead. Berserk's now up from behind. They're starting to push in. They need to take down the Viper. Francis, he's so good crouched down. Zespy, he teleports right up behind him. Shineru, it's gonna be Ivy! What a clutch from the man. The poison in their veins.
It's all in the name inside of the pit. And I'll tell you what, Quack, if nothing else, that one is going to sting for Boom. It's going to leave a scar that they will never forget. Their chances at ascending to VCT Pacific are slipping through their fingers. History is repeating itself again. Back down onto the half buy. Once again, just buying whatever they can, getting some judges on some cheeky angles. Shiro trying to get the rifle up. He can get an orb or a kill. He can get the pit down and use that phantom perfectly.
Trying to find it. Trying so darn hard.
Again, it's just that C-mount control, but going back to A main into the Bucky.
down to Famous. NC Slash has already been spotted out. Good little pickoff, but with the blast packs, trying to catch them off guard. It's not connecting.
So
Francis
close.
with the frags.
Just not enough. They've dislodged the Bucky on the close angle once again. Francis selling the fake. He's going to tickle the door. This makes so much noise. This is going to put the pressure on Boom Esports to rotate back to the A side of the map. Shiro puts the wall up. He's got the Phantom ready to go. But SPG's walking into an open C site.
And that's going to be a free plant. The frag from Francis as well. Boom. The two remaining players. No guns available. They are trying to find anything. If they lose it all right here, if they slip and fall, they can't let it affect them. They need to hold their heads up high. Demby just not letting up, not letting Boom breathe whatsoever. Margaret onto the final frag. Senprisa, they are one round away from it. From match point, 11-9 right now, Billy.
Dominance all tournament long. SPG on the verge of something historic, winning Ascension without dropping a single map.
No way.
Earlier this year, all of these players were knocked out in the open qualifier in 3 different teams. They then go on to win VCLKR to take the spot in towards Ascension for a region which is known for having so much talent, for being the home of the VCT Pacific, and they just keep getting better and better.
And if they do win it as well, potential contenders. But listen to this crowd. So desperate for Boom to mount the comeback.
Everything's against them. SPG has got so much money, they have not put a toe out of line on this attacking side.
Boom, they have to make it happen. Eyes on the prize, Pilski. Even when it seems impossible, in order to ascend, that is exactly what you need to pull off.
Time to get back into it. You know what they say, when the going gets tough, show us that you are now, Boom. Show us that you can step up against all odds. Because it's not just going to take these next couple of rounds. They've got to make it happen 2 more times after this in a tournament where no one has beaten Senprisa Gaming. SPG going for the mount control. Port dealt with by Berserk. Stamby's up in his face. You can't lose that pick. Pit going down for Shiro. Trip keeping him safe inside of it. Rotation back across from Berserk in towards C-Link. Door tickled now. Pressure on the front side of B. Boom. Holding in tandem over there. What do SPG choose to do now that they've denied the C info?
Straight into B. Both extremities of the map controlled by Boom. So that's the only option available. They're just trying to exert a bit of pressure, a bit of presence from Francis.
SPG are still back in their spawn, man. A minute to go on the clock. What's the choice? Into B, where you've seen a bit of fade util, through a Viper's Pit, where you think it might be the weak side of the map, or are you going to try to get into A here? Dark cover going to go front side of A. Danby going to try to sell a one-man fake. He's going to open up the door. He's going to throw in his relay bolt. He's going to pull Berserks back across to the A side of the map. And SPG are going to try to hunt Shiro in the pit.
Just 3 predators hunting for that one prey. They can smell his fear. The snakebite trying to push them off. Is it going to be enough, though? They need so much more. Shiro, he's trying to reposition, but immediately spotted out. That's Shiro gone. Danby, look at where he is.
Persia just shrouded steps straight past him. He's not ready for it all. Danby pushing forward into spawns. SB gets caught off guard. Persia's gone 1 for 1 in the meanwhile.
It's going to be NC Slasher with a wallbang shot, trying to deny the spike plant, but still, it gets planted. Famous, 1 shot away from the showstopper.
Nothing he can do here. There's just too many SPG players active out on the map. Too much time ticked off the spike. All he can try to do is bring a Vandal into the next round, is try to get his showstopper online. But outside of that, look at the money for Boom. It's going to be a half buy. to try to fight for this game with, down to Judges, Guardians, Bulldogs. It's not what you want to fight for a grand final spot with, and SPG are on the precipice of confirming the greatness that we all suspected.
Oh, they've spotted him out. And look at this. No advantages, no pleasures, no joy. Sinprisa. The river has run dry for Boom. Tightening on this chokehold. Sinprisa, it's match point now. This could be it.
First shot. Doing a great job holding the smoke there. What can Boom come up with here? Couple of rounds in a row.
Still just trying to shoot back though. Ivy now in with the Odin. Trying to fire off Sinprisa. They are taking this round slow and steady.
Shiro holding the line front B. SPG, dark cover forward in towards the C side. Berserk's all alone trying to play off the back of his trips, trying to see if he can find any spam kills here. But SPG, it's all just pressure. It's patience. They know the pressure that they're putting on Boom. They're trying to make them panic. Boom trying to hold with an A-site hold on one side of the map. A little bit of a trap set up with the paint shells or the paranoia. Further pressure applied by Francis. Wall goes up. Haunt goes in. But make no mistake, SPG is going to get into this C site unless Berserks can hold.
Berserks, he's done it before. He has to do it on this map. The cage, the only thing between him and SPG. The dark covers come up as well. And Boom setting up for the retake. You've got a little bit of a flank from Francis as well, and that's too much. Here comes Danby. He's dancing all over the site. Berserks connects onto the first shot. The showstopper comes in. Boom! They're trying so hard to fight back. Up against the ropes. They throw in some haymakers. They throw in the huge punches. Their fists are hammers. They claw around, back away from SPG.
You have to get nervous for Boom there. The narrative this tournament is if SPG get into a post plant, you will not complete the retake. But Boom defied the odds. 2 more to overtime.
Overtime or bust. They've got to do it all. A good little win. One single round. Everyone watching at the edge of their seats.
This is where now you've got to conquer the challenge that is the overdrive. That is Danby getting up in your face and causing havoc. 3 players on this A side here. Wall goes up. Famous through the corner of the wall. Danby diving forward. Famous is coming up huge for Boom.
Indonesia, Britama Arena. Everyone's hearts, they beat as one. The paranoia sent out now as well. All rallying behind these 2 frags from Famous. A third. Francis trying to wrangle away, but it's not gonna happen, not today. A flawless for Boom. The hungry beasts are here and they are howling.
1 more round to overtime. You see a tiny little hole in a Viper wall. And that's all you need sometimes. Timeout for Sinprisa. It has to stop here. But the crowd is going to apply the press, booing Sinprisa. They're trying to stop Boom's momentum. And this is where the drums will start in the Britama Arena.
You just need that star factor. Boom. This is the 6th man of their roster right now, the entire crowd.
We're on the precipice here. 1 round, the difference between a chance at making their dreams come true and it all slipping through their fingers for both sides. on the precipice of a reverse sweep maybe, or on the precipice of it all ending here. The whole nation behind Boom right now in the Britama Arena. They want one more round.
Boom's looking to give it to them. Tenprisa looking to take everything away. The dreams on the line, the eyes on the prize again, once more.
Spotlight on the trophy. That's what this round is for. This last round. And it could be within reaching distance for Simprisa Gaming. A main control going to be taken right off the bat. Margaret keeping an ear out over on front side C. Sees nothing off the cam. Aggression in towards front B here.
But Famous, he hears those footsteps. A couple of shots. But the trades from Simprisa are good as well. Dambi's still alive. He's got the overdrive and he's looking to regress.
Clearing front B. Simprisa mobilizing their forces. Going to try to force their way into the B side. Through the dark cover. Looks like it.
Oh, and here comes Relay Bolt square on into heaven. Zespi has to respect it. Shiro as well, and they're just waiting for reinforcements. All rendezvousing up around spawn. They need to push in. They need to make it happen, but it still is Dambi in with that judge. Oh, this position, Billy. This is not good for them. A single mistake, and it could be it. Paranoia through and Berserks. He's managed to make it happen. Needs to go in ham. That's going to be the kill. That's going to be another. Ivy, what can you do? Spike tapped all the way to half. Dancing back and forth around the corners. 0! This is overtime.
Three in a row to stay alive. They won't let Simprisa have it this easily. Boom will not back down on home soil today. They don't let Simprisa execute their game plan. They don't let them into the site. They go aggressive front B. They take assertive control of their own destiny. Different Viper Wall across the B site this time for Shiro. Simprisa playing a split approach, not really committing to too much of anything here in overtime. Feeling out the A main control, seeing what noise there is over there, being ready to potentially hold a fast B hit. Cam goes forward for Boom Esports, and they want to pull the trigger straight away here.
Got to set it up for the right time. It's got to be precise. Off the Prowlers, but the C's so good as well. Francis, he's holding them back. Ivy in with a snake by Boom. They're looking for another option.
Boom, what do they do here? The C's has foiled their plans. Dark cover goes up, Viper Wall goes up. Doors closed to B, boys. We're not getting in there. But they have no other options. Berserk's looking for a pick onto Persia. This duel's going to be incredibly important, but they might just re-execute B.
Cutting noise and then going in off the ramp as well. Oh. It's going to be a shot in from Famous. Zespi into the site. Straight he goes. Spike getting planted now. Persia, what a paranoia. He's looking to create pressure on the sides and then their offensive takes. But Boom, they managed to hold them off. Nightfall in, it's the kills. NC Slasher, Zespi, they do it all.
Boom does not care if you shut them down at B. They're going in anyway. The crowd willing them forward. Setting up the reverse sweep.
They're saying, Abisit,
finish
it. That is what we've been hearing so far throughout this entire playoffs.
All dealt with. Dambi going forward, applying pressure to Famous. Berserk's over here on the side as well. Trips and Paint Shell could be huge. Margaret denying info front B has taken all of that B main space. The C pressure keeps two players for Boom with boots firm on the ground in the B site. Famous not on the rotation. He's going to play in front of that trip. Off angle for Zespi. If the A main control comes back through here for SPG, he could get a free pick. If it doesn't, he's going to know that they don't have to fall, but they've fallen off the line. The pressure's too much for him. He doesn't want to lose the pick at this point in the round, and that prompts the rotation back across from both Shiro and N6 Slasher into Heaven's side. Door tickled. Taunt goes up, but this is just pressure from SPG, Quack. They're not committed to anything yet. They haven't decided where they wish to finish this round.
It's quite a bit of utility drawn out from Zesby as well. Oh. Heavy responsibility! N6 Slasher! What a shot! But SPG fires right back into the B site. They go! It's gonna be on to Berserks now, and he's hiding.
Persia's calling the audible. Berserks not able to find anything inside of the dark cover. They know that the C site's open for business. Boom scrambling into position.
And Persher is in such a good position, but Shiro's ready for the heads-up duel. Down to Ivy and Margaret onto the site. Great opening shot. Shiro's good onto the site as well. Margaret with nothing but a Vendel to his name, trying to wrap around the corners. Dink, a pre-fired shot, a great dink. Pulls out the cam and he's thinking about it. But look at where Boom have gone. He has no idea. Boom. Together, they try to creep up, but the shot's too good. He's just ready for it. Quick on the trigger, and it's all up to Shiro, the IGL. Confidence in his veins. He needs to make it happen. Margaret just toying with him. Shiro, he gets the shot down at the right time. A sigh of relief. The crowd goes wild. Finish him! And Boom has done just that!
SPG, little deflated, little disappointed. And Boom, that's the win they needed to be able to bring the energy back, to be able to create a chance at a reverse sweep. But it's gonna take a lot more. They've used a lot of energy winning that game of Lotus. Yet another game of Lotus in a key game for Boom, won in overtime. One off the energy of the crowd willing them forward.
That is true, Pilly. Sinprisa are a tough opponent, a tough titan to take down. But Boom, as they step off the stage, their faces reflecting that they clearly are aware of this. They can revel in the victory for now. A single beacon of hope sometimes is all you need.
The crowd still cheering for them as they walk off, still giving their energy. Whether Boom can continue to claw their way back in this series, it's going to be a tough prospect. SPG almost taking it away from them.
Just SPG, incredible performances. We're going to toss it back to Vic, Dax, and Ewok to take all the action down.
My goodness, guys. Boom! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a full series on our hands. And I have to tell you, I'm so happy to see there's a result. A 3-0, I don't think it's that fun to watch. And I have to say, it's so hard not to be infected by this crowd energy. And it makes you you can feel the emotions coming through, the tension that was hanging in the air in those final rounds.
You can feel when the air is heavy, and you could feel the relief once we went into overtime. Look, we were talking about a while ago, overtime, maybe it's not a good thing for Boom. Apparently not. Overtime is inevitable when it's Boom Esports, and that's their third overtime win here.
Yeah, we mentioned the crowd was going a little bit quiet at map 2, and the crowd turned up so huge right now. When Famous got the 2 fast double kills, the crowd erupted, and I'm sure the players could all hear that. And it's just so much energy and momentum. SPG couldn't close it out. So much has been done by Boom to make this comeback happen.
It is actually crazy how much this audience does matter to this team right now. We were talking about the last map was a little bit quiet on that second half. This game, I'm not gonna lie, I went down there too just to help rev up the crowd a little bit because it does. And then you see this turnaround effect. It's crazy. But Ewok, it's gotta be more than the crowd. What has changed here? Why is Boom pushing it so close with SPG this time?
I think for this map especially, their game plan was good. We mentioned about the Cypher, and the Cypher definitely countered that Danby entry. And that's why we're highlighting Berserks right here. Because he was the one doing so much work, even on the attack side with that Cypher. So much was done on that Cypher alone, Dax.
Yeah, and 27 kills, 17 of those came from the first half. He was essential on the attack, essential on the defense, and his mere presence really messed up Dambi's plans. We've seen multiple times Dambi tries to abuse basically the double slide, right? When you get the reset while popping the ult, always you'd see Boom Esports in the way, in position. And you gotta give big props also to Famous. He's not faltering under this pressure. Really, some of the players that historically in Boom did kind of shrink in these kind of scenarios, they're stepping up today. Berserk's Famous, great job for them.
How do you slow down a Neon? You throw in a Cypher.
Yeah,
exactly,
some
right?
tripwires, trip up Neon a little bit.
Yeah, I think it was a great choice from the coaching staff, or whether it be player also. They identified it's difficult for them to deal with the Cypher. Throw in the Cypher, it's a little bit of a change. It doesn't change your macro too much. And Berserk's, it seems like he's like, I wanted to play Cypher my whole life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Margaret had something going on there too.
Yeah, that's scary.
All right, well, we are gonna go into the fourth map after this break. Guys, I'm like sweating my heart palpitations. Look, we're gonna take this break to recover. When we come back, we are gonna go into map 4, VCT Ascension.
Jakarta. Bye-bye.
안녕하세요. 한국에서 온 심플이사의 프란시스 김무빈이라고 합니다.
미드2 A를 할 건데.
저희 한국 지역에서는 되게 공격적이면서도 노련하고 플레이 스타일에서 유연하게 대처할 수 있는 것 같습니다. 저희 감독님께서 팀 분위기를 되게 친구들 대하듯이 되게 편하게 해주셔가지고 팀 분위기가 되게 좋아서 특별하다고 생각해요. 저희 팀은 한마디로 야생마라고 할 수 있습니다. 이유는 되게 플레이 스타일이 공격적이기 때문이라고 생각합니다. 상대팀 입장에서 저희 팀은 되게 예측할 수 없는 플레이들이 많기 때문에 조심하셔야 될 겁니다. 심플이사의 키플레이어는 저라고 할 수 있습니다. 왜냐하면 저희 팀원들이 잘 총을 쏠 수 있게 만들어줄 수 있는 리더십과 노련함? 제 나이로서는 나올 수 없는 노련함들이 있기 때문이라 생각합니다. 다들 잘하는 팀이라서 어센션까지 올라온 것 같은데 되게 재밌을 것 같습니다. 저희 팀 만나면 벌벌 떨게 만들어드리겠습니다.
Hi, my name is Shah. My gen is SBU. I'm from BME Sports, and we are the representative from Indonesia. If I can describe my team in one word, I'll say hungry beasts, because we are all hungry to win and we are all born to be champions. We have a huge amount of experience. Me and Fikri is one of the older players, and then we have 3 other younger generations. Rizky sama Fikri kan, they managed to play in the bigger stage before. So the thing is, I feel like we share a huge amount of experience, and in each individual of us we can basically frag and clutch anytime we want. I think what differentiates us is basically Indonesia region has 2 different playstyle. We usually can mix the playstyle. Like example, we can go aggressive, we can go rank style, and we can even play structured. And yeah, because of that, I feel Indonesian is a very consistent region where everybody can play different kind of playstyle. You guys have to worry about our team because we've been practicing very hard since almost every single day, and we've been preparing for this day. It means a lot for every team out there, especially for us as well. And I don't think so Boom wants to make another top 3 again in the last year of Ascension. So there's a lot of meaning towards us, and especially for me and Fikri, because we are not young anymore. We're gonna play with a lot of emotional and feelings, and yeah, we're gonna take every round seriously. You guys, good luck and have fun, and make sure be ready for us, because we are not here to lose, and we are obviously here to win.
Everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle.
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 Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We are in Jakarta and had a really gripping third map just now on Lotus. And what that meant was Boom has earned themselves an extra life to stay in this game in this best of 5, and they still have a chance to ascend to VCT Pacific. That said, SPG has been looking really strong. Now, I do want to break these teams down a bit. We were talking about the rookies on SPG side, but we saw in the video just now that interview with Zespi. Their team is really experienced. But what that also means is that this team is a little bit older. He said it, we're not young anymore. And the implication there, Ewok, is that their career is not going to be going on for the next decade. This is going to be the last few major events for them if they don't get into VCT Pacific.
Yeah, esports is just like that. You need to get the most out of the years that you have where you're at your peak performance for playing esports. And of course, these guys are getting older, and that's even more motivation for them to do it now, not later.
And what that also means now with these final 2 maps, if they don't get this, that's not it for them, but that's it for this event. And the last 2 maps are Haven and Bind, and these 2 maps for SPG are incredible.
Hey, look, Boom finally got the lifeline, but the hardest road, it starts here. What happened when SPG last played Haven, right? We all know what happened. We all know the scoreline. The incident, I'm gonna, open those case files, 13-0.
Yeah.
That is just incredible to do on a stage like this against an incredible team like Full Sense. And then conversely, Haven is a map that Boom has effectively avoided for so very long. They played it once in the grand finals against Alter Ego. Didn't pan out because they were forced to anyway because of the double ban for AE.
Yep.
And then you consider Bind next, where Simprisa have looked so stunning on it throughout their careers, throughout Stage 2 in VCT Korea especially. And what we see from them, that double Sentinel, it's either you have a plan for them ready or else you're just going to get choked up with.
Yeah, we talked about it when we saw the Veto, right? We were interested in why these 2 maps were left for the end.
Yeah, like why Sunset was first, right?
Yes. And of course, I feel like they did really well on Sunset, right? But we are in the position now of the 2-1. And we have 2 maps where we feel like it's pretty confident if you're SPG right now. But there is one thing I would love to hear. I would have loved to be in the practice room of SPG, how they're getting ready. Because what I think is being said now might be, if could change the tide. They can win, or is Boom making the comeback?
Yeah, that is a great question. We know Boom has been very vocal. They obviously like the stage. Simprisa Gaming has been keeping their calm, keeping their cool. Even when we ask them, how do you react to the crowd? They're like, well, of course they're going to cheer for the home team, but they can go and cheer for the home team. We're going to do what we're here to do, which is to win. And they're very confident in their game plan, and I'm sure this is a large part of what they're doing right now. They're pointing out any potential mistakes here. Boom has immense firepower. When they have that confidence, they've obviously proved that they can do that. But the question is, how is SPG going to counter that?
Well, I've been thinking right now, who are key players SPG can look forward to? And my eye goes back to that last map and even the last series. Ivy is truly waking on up here in the arena as well. We've talked about all throughout the tournament that, this is looking so good for Persia. This is looking so good for Zambi. But Ivy was the closer when they were back in Korea. He was the reason why they beat Nongshim there in Abyss. That incredible clutch coming in from mid. And right now, he's showing the same signs of life in this run in last series for Simprisa, in this series right now. And I remember I saw that B-side take with the Visor Pit. I was like, Ivy has this. If he's the one left behind, he can get the clutch. And his numbers are proving it in the last 2 series that Simprisa has played.
Yeah. So what I'm also a little bit curious about is the moment there's so much momentum, right? You win the map, and in that fashion, which Boom did. The moment you leave the stage, a lot of that momentum leaves as well. You go back into the rooms, and you come back out, and you're a little bit of a fresh start. Yes, you still have it in the back of your mind, but if everyone did a good job on the mental side, this is a fresh start. This is like the series is 0-0, And I'm wondering who's coming out the better of it if it's 0-0 back again.
Think about it though, guys. This is the first time Simprisa has dropped the map.
Yes.
This is the first time we actually see them say, oh, we have to play for more. Oh, we're not going back to Korea to do Pacific here and now. And I do wonder how that feeling is for Simprisa Gaming. Are they angry about it? Are they still keeping their calm? What is going on right now for SPG?
I would love to know the same thing. I'm pretty sure right now they had perfect score. and I'm telling you, like, you know, Asian students were kind of like, ooh, there's an imperfect score now. And I'm sure they want that extra credit. They probably want another 13-0 of anything there. You know, Zespi was talking about there are two different playstyles in Indonesia. Now, SPG, we've seen that they have a very interesting playstyle, even for a Korean team. They've said it themselves, they're aggressive, they're unpredictable. What are the two styles for Indonesia? And do you think this is something that Boom needs to adjust at all? Or should they just continue forward and do the absolute best that they can?
I do like that Boom do sometimes switch up the pacing. They are a little bit slower than some of the other teams that we've seen, but that's not in a negative way. Full Sense is one of those teams that also do change it up a little bit, but are traditionally slightly a little bit slower. When I initially came over to Indonesia to coach the teams here, Onyx was very ranked style. So I had to instill some structure and everything, and there's sometimes some pushback against it, and maybe you're just not as comfortable with it, but I do feel like both of these teams do have their styles down. They are comfortable with it, so I don't really see a reason why they would throw that out of the window now, especially with the stakes this high. Stick to what you know, but make those slight adjustments exactly how Boom did with the Cypher last map.
Yeah, and you see it also from Boom. Sometimes they start off these maps, they still want to play the retake style, more structured, play that utility. But once it stops working, you could see when the lesson was learned against Simprisa the first time around. They just got rolled over on Lotus because they kept forcing that kind of style, not really going for the contest that they would like. And as of right now, instead, it's just, okay, we need to fight. We need to fight Simprisa right now. We need to actually counter them. We need to put this utility. We need to spend as much as we can just to displace Simprisa Gaming. And that's what we love about Boom Esports and the past few series that they've had. They've really showed that they can do it.
Now this game, this next map is going to be really tense. The emotions got really high just now near the end of that third map. This fourth map is going to be very similar. Tensions are going to be high, emotions are going to be running high. And imagine what Boom is talking to their team right now. I got to speak to Zespi yesterday in the hotel lobby. He was telling his team, if we lose, don't cry. And I, of course, asked him, what's wrong with crying? And he said, I want them to leave with no regrets. And I can imagine this is the point they're at now. No regrets. We are here on the final stage. We prepped all that we can for both of these teams. And they just need to do the absolute best that we can and hope for the best and enjoy every moment. Because not every day you get to be on a grand final stage.
Absolutely.
So I'm very excited for this final map, Boom versus Simprisa Gaming.
How close were they to being out of it? It was match point for SPG. They were so close. And Vic, you asked, what do I feel like is a little bit different? I think the moment when the enemy team reaches that match point, there's two different reactions. The one is, it's over.
Yeah.
The other one is, now, we got nothing to lose.
Yes.
Let's go. Then we saw Famous, 2 kill.
You really
and
could
the
see
crowd
that.
loved it,
Yes.
right? And then we're like,
Yes.
is it happening? Right? That is the two different reactions. And we saw the route that they did take.
It's actually crazy. You could see it. You could see that, like, you know, they just threw all their worries into the air.
Push it to the wind.
And they just play like how I assume they play in scrims. Both of these teams have been reputed to play amazing in their scrims. And that's probably because stakes aren't very high when you're in the scrims. And they need to bring that same attitude here to the stage, to the grand finals stage. As we gear up for Haven, I'm curious about these comps. I'm curious how both of these teams have prepared for each other in this fourth map. And again, this is the last life for Boom.
Yeah, and well, Boom, historically, they play a very standard composition of going for the breach as well as the killjoy, but it's time! It's time for Boom Esports!
Grand Final Neon!
On the Neon! And we have been saying, is this a clash of styles? Raze versus Neon. Will we see that? Will it be a forced jet? No. It is finally time for Boom Esports to bringing out when it matters the most.
They're bringing out the Viper Sky Neon comp. This is going to be really interesting. I do think They're making the change here to potentially counter the SPG comp with the Neon. The Cypher's gonna do work, but this time there is a Sova to be able to break Cypher trips.
Boom Esports are here to play. They have brought out the Wolfpack and they are here to win that trophy. Can they do it and bring us to a 5th map? Let's go over to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
Very much Vic, Dax, and Ewok. Yes, this is insane. What is this composition? They came off hot off a huge win up on the 3rd map, but now into Haven. We haven't seen this Haven from Boom so far in this tournament, and it's going to be a Neon.
Dark cover, straight through to long A main control taken. Dart dealt with NC Slasher inside of the smoke, looking to punish anybody who pushes through from SPG. But as the dust settles, SPG will have some A long control. Cam keeping an eye on middle. Dog goes forward, cleared by the Omen.
I'm really curious about the Sky and Breach comparison, but right now it's just a bit of information.
Jump spot. Oh, they tried to catch NC Slasher there in a little bit of a trap. Zespi playing behind his one-way on Sewer, and SPG don't like the way this feels. They're going to go back to middle, but Ivy hits a shot, traded back by Shiro. Danby's trying to trade him back, hits him with the relay bolt, but the orb keeps Shiro safe.
And he comes back inside this orb as well. Just trying to keep them on their toesies. Wow. Shiro, what a frag. Danby still, though, just quickly straight into the A site. NC Slasher kind of aware of it, but not quite able to connect the shots. It still is going to be Danby continuing to push off front. Zespi up from behind. Berserks as well. The paranoia, it hits. The spike not yet planted. Persia, he's in trouble. Danby's down. Shiro, what a kill to start off the map for Boom.
Shiro is the hero that Boom Esports need in that round. Ice cold to sit in a toxic orb. Top B getting full stunned by the relay bolt, and then the looseness that it takes to push through the orb and kill the lurker after being under that much pressure. Those are the kind of plays that you need to pull off a historic comeback.
Still though, Pilsky, this is gonna have to be a marathon. Sinprisa are still up by 2 maps.
In control. Danby again has got the Bucky out. Scary to play against. It's given Boom a couple of issues already on Lotus, and looks like SPG are going to take this B site.
Wow, Danby straight in, dealt with by Famous. Shiro up on the other side of C-Link. What can SPG do? The spike on the ground, firing out frantically. Nothing doing. Flawless round for Boom.
What's the answer to SPG? What's the answer to Danby on the Neon? Berserk's a Cypher, bro. Swapping to the Cypher on both Lotus and Haven, making the small adaptations that are needed to break up SPG's pacing, to stop the Neon getting too far in. Boom collapsing on the B site and swatting away that annoyance of an anti-eco.
Throughout this whole tournament, Danby has been such an annoying factor, but suddenly now, Boom with the composition, the guiding light, it spots out SPG.
A main control taken by SPG here. Does seem like they're just going to, similar to the pistol, fill this one out. Wait for Boom to re-aggress. It's going to be, again, the dog on the same timing for NC Slasher, most likely, looking for information. Smoke to Garage, trying to deny that info. Retake on A long. The trap has been set.
Trailblazer spotted as well. The trap doesn't quite spring.
Yeah, they don't quite catch the right timing. Margaret trying to be the hero, lurk up front P. He's going to try to cut the rotations in the mid-round if possible. Left behind is Ivy. Droning, keeping the pressure on A, keeping the rotations there, but they're not biting. Look at Famous moving back through Swan. He needs to make it to the C site to be able to defend in time, but it looks like it's going to be an open site and a retake scenario for Boom.
And this is the strength of that Viper as well. In a pivot position, he's able to come back to see it at the right time. Famous, the fast lane comes up. Francis in the cyber case though. Berserk's up from behind. Persia fires back, and here he comes. Boom, trying to pick them off bit by bit. Frag by frag, bullet by bullet. Margaret up from behind, but he's been hurt! Zespi turns around at the right time!
Boom!
The bonus has been converted!
They've won another bonus round. Full momentum with them. SPG, they had that sliver of a timing. They made it on the C site. Danby was up in their face. What's happened all tournament long? He multi-frags, he pushes into his opponent's Zorn. He sends a message, but this time, Famous punishes. We've criticized him for not playing Neon too much, for being a little bit inflexible in the Asian pool. What a story it would be for him to Neon diff Danby.
Hiding this trump cut all tournament long. Trump card being pulled out.
Absolutely, completely different composition, everything. All of your preparation is out the window for SPG Trailblazer. Going through the dark cover, once again confirming that SPG has taken a lobby control. But that's nothing out of the ordinary for Boom. They are very well prepared to hold exactly this kind of round. Margaret's in grass. Guiding Light once again confirming that SPG have not moved a muscle. And Boom will keep 3 on the A site.
Yeah, we'll play this game with you for as long as you want, SPG. Dark cover comes out, and Zesby full and well aware. Paranoia straight in. Danby, though, shots through the toxic screen, and here comes the slide! Oh, and a third! He will get shut down, but the damage is done!
They wiped the sites with Sheriffs. You can't slide in with a one-shot kill gun like a Sheriff and multi-frag like that. How is that possible?
No.
Berserks, there's just nothing for him to do in this round. Great momentous start to this game for Boom, winning the bonus, putting themselves on the right track, but SPG winning a half-buy like that, look at how many guns they're about to pick up. That's a massive economy swing, and that's a huge equalizer early on in this game of Haven.
Big bargain. Thrifty round. SPG just visited the thrift store and picked up weapons for free, and it's all thanks to Danby's Sheriff. I mean, that's how insane this player is.
Absolutely. I don't know what the thrift store is called in Korea. For all the Aussies on stream, of which there are probably not that many, it's a quick trip to Vinny's, and you've come up with a bargain. Love to see it. How will Boom respond, though? Good news for them is they've got plenty of money to be able to continue to reinvest. They choose not to whip out the operator. They had the money for it. That's unlucky for Famous. It looks like he was on the jump spot, to be honest, backside of sight. And that Sheriff shot has gone through the top right corner of the sight box and taken his head off. That is incredibly unlucky for Boom.
So unlucky. All he wanted was the jump spot, but still, Danby now online with the overdrive, and he's got to be careful. Breaking through. It's going to be SPG trying to find a bit of an offensive. Boom. They've got a lot of A long control, and they are trying to push up.
Full A main control here for Boom. Zesby in a deep position. Going to be re-cleared. Are they going to drone him off the line? There's a big crossfire between him and the sky.
Is it going to be enough? The recon drone instantly spotted out. Oh, a relay bolt as well. Guiding Light in the face, and Zesby tries to hold them off the Paranoia, but look at Danby! Margaret, Francis, they're all here and ready to frag. Famous, he's got to hold them off. The fast lane comes up, a relay bolt, but it's all too desperate.
SPG slowing this down. They know that they don't have to push the issue through the Viper wall into the site. They've got a massive advantage. They call the audible. They go back towards middle, re-clearing grass, dark cover, straight onto garage window, instantly in there.
Seemingly, Boom grasping at straws in this round. Danby off to the off angle, shuts down Famous.
SPG's running circles around them. Looking a little clueless in this round, unfortunately, for Boom. They thought they had the right approach, taking that A main control away from SPG. But that's what SPG's been doing all tournament long. Beautiful rotation timings. Calling the audible, going back to the other side of the map. That's why SPG, with the speed of the Neon, are a marvel to watch on a 3-lane map.
Oh my God, Billy. Quite literally running circles around Boom. Berserk's needing to hold on to his rifle, but he doesn't look at the right angle.
He's not
Ivy up from behind.
He's not glued on enough. Rifle hitting the deck. And this is where Boom, their advantage, their bonus round win, their beautiful start to this game of Haven is completely crushed by the Sheriffs. The half-buy immediately followed up by a reset in, what was that? I can't find it now. Round number 5, I think it was.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. No one's got away from me. Yeah, round 5. Huge reset there. has to be said. And now the pressure's back on Boom again. This is where you question the comp change a little bit. At the same time, though, this has been 2 months in the making for Boom. The expectations heading into this game of Haven were that Boom and SPG, outside of that full sense game that SPG played, the 13-0, have not played Haven since the grand final of their respective challenges games. And they both lost their Haven. They lost to Nongshim on SPG's side. Boom lost to Alter Ego. And they have both clearly put in a lot of work. Boom's come up with a new comp. SPG's come in swinging against a very fearsome opposition like Full Sense and made them look second rate.
Man, is it tricky. Might have thought it could be a bit of a resurgence, this Neon pick now coming in, but is it effective enough? Can we find that consistency?
Been nothing but A main control. That's been the focus for both teams. Who will change that up? Who's going to go for a fast B set play? Who's going to go for a quick C exec? An aggression down C maybe from Boom. After the tack timeout, this is where you might see a little bit of a change up, and that's it. SPG, pressure on the front side of B's. SP's not ready for it at all. Famous close in garage, 1 kill away from his overdrive.
Gun's not looking all too good either, but at least in position.
SPG slowing things down after they get that man advantage. Not in a rush. Drone re-clear in towards A main, being prepared. Danby's going to commit in with it. Couple of players hand in hand with him. Re-aggression down middle, but Margaret, the cam spots it out. They know exactly what Boom's doing, and they're going to fault line re-clear mid straight away.
Right. A bit of a reaction baited out against SPG, so utilities a little bit spent. They're trying to re-clear in towards A-Long now, but Margaret, he's got other ideas.
NC Slasher, though, quick on the trade. Isolating Margaret. That's the lurk dealt with, but Shiro has to hold the site with naught but a Sheriff.
Oh my god, and he hears everything. Off to the other side, Persia fires off the shot. Down to the 2-on-4. Tough retake for NC Slasher inside of the smoke.
1 kill away from the Seekers. Could reveal a few more positions here for SPG if he wants to rip it.
He's got to find the angles. First, SPG are disciplined with the crossfire, the swing, it gets shut down.
Immediate aftershock. Berserks can't get in. This is the power of a breach on Haven. Good luck getting back through the choke points. Paranoid off the line. Danby hunts him down. Berserks! Beautiful kills, but there's so much time ticked off the spike.
He's still trying to go in for it though, Pilly. Persia and Ivy are very aware off of the spray. He's just trying to keep them in line. Possible for the spike to go off, but nah, it's not too good. He's going to head off instead.
No time. SPG. Little bit of a flutter in the hearts of the rookies, but not too much of an issue. Couple little exit kills for Berserks. He's still looking sharp. He's still looking crispy. Had a monolithic game on Lotus to keep Boom alive in this series. Been swapping it up from the Killjoy to the Cypher. He's been a key player to keep your eye on for Boom, and he's still looking sharp. Ults are going to change the game here for both teams. Pit, Overdrive, Seekers for the Boom Esports boys. They are going to dominate this A main control, but this is where SPG's changing things up. Info denial, smoke towards top C. They walk their way through grass. They've got a Rolling Thunder and a Hunter's Fury, but Boom are taking their time. Walking up A, the cam is going to reveal that they're trying to take this space. That's been dealt with. 2 gunshots heard by SPG. What will they do now?
Persia comes in to investigate. The tripwire in front of their feet as well.
2 smokes coming up for Persia. They have everything they need to execute a site right now. Drone's going to go into A main, and then SPG is going to pull that trigger. They're going to take C with 3. Margaret's going to try to sneak up garage window and cut the rotates.
And Ivy's just spotted out some of the Boom players up around A lobby as well. So here comes the push straight into C side. Danby, he's trying to open things up. The cyber cage is up from Berserks, just trying to buy time on the rotate.
Ooh, he got one.
He managed to get one through with the sprays. And possibly on the next as well. Runs out of ammo though, and now needs to stay alive. Margaret holding down the line inside of garage. But the shot from behind. Berserks is here. Then onto the sights.
Rolling Thunder.
They try to hold off back. It's that retake play. post-plant positions online for SPG with the Rolling Thunder. They're just set up for it. And here it comes. Trying to evade it, Zespi. Did he just Shrouded Step? Did he just get in time for it? Hunter's Fury blown off as well. And here it comes. Taking so much time away off the spike. Zero tries to stick it desperately. He manages to get it half. The Viper Spin as well. No! Francis! He takes away their life and the round win.
Both teams threw everything at that round. Pit invested to try to get the defuse off. Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder, every big hole and the kitchen sink. And SPG. All it takes is a few shots from the Vandal to crush the hopes of Boom there. Spamming through the smoke in the afterplant. Disappointment. But they need to stay resilient here. They're keeping these rounds close. The adjustment on Haven has been a welcome one. Close in short A here, Famous. Pulling out the Bucky.
Very familiar with it. The recon though. Oh, it's a bit of a whip, but he slides back in. Ivy now will be able to refrag. And then Demby on the side from A-Long. Into the site they go. And Demby always looking to go even further. Margaret able to hold on to the back lines as well. Berserks, he's got quite the challenge ahead of him. A bit of a jump spot, and he has seen all. Demby now alongside Francis in with the same crossfire that we've seen before. Boom, trying so hard to get a little bit more space, but the angles, they do not favor them. The guns as well. Shiro in with a bit of a wide swing. Francis, a couple of bursts. Just trying to keep SPG inside of the site. If anything, Berserk's now, all he's got to do is to hold on to his rifle, but look at SPG! Too many swings!
Huge swing from Ivy. SPG up 5-3. 5 in a row after Boom take the bonus. And that's a statement, Quack. That is not something that's going to be easy to recover from. This is where you're getting the switch up from Boom. Famous with the overdrive in the back pocket has got the operator online. This is where you're keeping an eye on the Sova, you two. You're keeping an eye on the breach. How well do they limit the opportunities of Famous to get on an info line, to get an early pick? They're going to go for the B play.
Ooh, the shot's fired off. It doesn't quite connect. Demby, what? Just as the stocking string comes up. And off to the sides.
They cancel again. SPG, the patience is perfect from them. If they commit into B there, there's already 3 players ready to shut them down. Every single time, this protocol of patience from SPG has been their greatest strength. Slowing things down, back towards the C side of the map. Margaret left on the lurk. Re-aggression straight through garage here. Shiro walking hand in hand with Zespi. Margaret caught jumping through window. That's an in back into the round for Boom.
Possible. They are right around C. The paranoia sent out as well.
They don't like the way this feels. But with 50 seconds on the clock, kill trips on the A site. This is where Berserks could come up huge yet again for Boom. He's got a Viper wall to play with. Where are they going? C-Long cleared. That's a lot of info for Boom. They can rotate accordingly if they want, but the spike's going back to C.
What is happening? SPG with the mid-round adaptations now. Rotations pulled all over the map. Still though, it's gonna be Zespi who spots it out in full. Able to cut Abby down, up around his legs. It's all down to NC Slasher on the site. Rotations being pulled over as well. The calls are good. He spots them. The shot's not connecting. Ivy with the wide swing. Jiro in for the trade. It's all onto Francis for SPG, and he's running out of time. Comes in for the stick. Berserks off to garage. And Shiro up for spawn as well. Oh no, he pulls off the wrong weapon. And he tries to fall back. Berserks, he's been spotted. Francis, how does he do it?
How does a different rookie step up every time for SPG when needed? We've said every single one of their names this tournament. Ivy goes huge on Lotus, and Francis on the breach wins every post plan for SPG. How is it possible that every single one of them will deliver on the stage?
This is just ridiculous, and I think he's gotten his Rolling Thunder again.
Yeah, it's only a half buy for Boom though. They've got nothing after the bonus. They're going to rest down mid, pushing NC Slasher off of the line, but this is where SPG will take their time. Margaret, will he get caught off? He won't! Sliding in is Famous for the trade, but Persia's too quick with it.
Berserk's now in with the Sheriff too. NC Slasher inside of the dark cover. They don't quite expect it. The relay bolt though, it just stuns up so much. Boom, they've been stun locked time and time again.
Persia on the off angle.
Berserk's now off from behind. Does he know? Does Persia know? At the very least, just trying to hold on to the position. Berserk's, he's got to check the corner. The barrel, it's so careful, so dangerous. Just off the swing, able to connect, able to convert, but down to 5 HP. Danby sees him, and he's got a Phantom as well. A single spray could be it. Shock Dart, everything online for Ivy. Berserk's, this is a nigh impossible task, but he's gonna try anyway. Danby just doesn't let up.
7 in a row for SPG. Again, putting a massive streak of rounds together on the attacking side of Haven. They dominated full sense on this map. Another favorite to take out Ascension Pacific. And Boom have had the best start possible to Haven on defense, and they are still getting rolled.
Oh my, this is 7 rounds in a row. It might be a full buy from Boom, but still the ultimate's looking so good for SPG.
A-main control, again, keeping an eye on the Trailblazer timing. Stun goes through onto Sewer. Margaret on the lurk, this time a change-up. Trailblazer goes through short A, looking in a different direction. Dealt with by SPG though. They're gonna forfeit a little bit more of a hold on A. Danby sticking around, drone gonna clear out short A, probably. Re-clear on mid from the flashpoint. Cam sees nothing. This is where Boom are waiting to aggress on short A. Oh, shot from Zespi.
A sudden tap out. Guiding Light just to hold them off too.
Beautiful opener. Guiding Light confirms the position. Spotting through the wall. NC Slasher makes it across. He hasn't been seen. The Rolling Thunder's knocked him up.
Oh, that's such a great execute onto the side. Danby, he's looking for it. He's gotten the double. And he swings back into the side. Famous! Here he is! Oh, the fault line though. And then Persia. Shiro, he's the only one left. Caught down. Margaret, the flank wash. How can Shiro possibly make his way into the site, the aftershock, just to flush him out of position? The barrel's been spotted. Shiro tries to crouch, but Persia, the prince, he is here.
And Danby not losing his head there was everything. There is a world where NC Slasher goes unchecked on short and comes up huge for Boom there, but that's where SPG, you can call them aggressive. You can call them, you know, some young rookies who might lose their head, but they've still got that Korean style. They are detail-oriented. They will check everything on their way into the site. Slow round to start. This is a change up again for Boom. Nothing's been working for them. You see them change things up with the Trailblazer pathing. This time a 2-man crossfire over C long. Trailblazer will once again go and clear short A, but this time Quack, it sees nothing. And that's not something that they've seen before. They are getting curious. Dark cover goes to the backside of A lobby. Big rotation from Famous and NC Slasher, and they're running into the crossfire.
Prime position for Shiro though. He's gonna have to land some shots. Able to get down Francis. Berserks with the support. The spike is down. It might be a shock dart kill from Ivy, but still, how do they rotate around this?
They gotta get the spike. They cannot let them get the spike. Boom cannot let them get the spike. Persia can get it with the ulti though. Ivy trying to hold on to C-Log. He's missed it. No, he's got it. He's got it. He's going to plan open. 2-on-3. And Famous, rather, lurking in through A-Long could make the difference here for Boom.
In the right spot. Needs to find the right time, though. Seekers from NC Slasher will reveal. It's going to be Margaret. Calls out the position. Tries to rotate back around to a better spot. Persia. Oh, what is that? A sudden strafe. That's going to be lights out for Famous. Down to NC Slasher. Needs to check the corner. Berserk's trying to wrap back up or on top of Heaven. The barrel once again giving it away. No! Boom Boom, they try everything, but to no avail. Sinprisa, they will end out this first half 9-3.
9 in a row after the bonus. Unbelievable dominance. I mean, let's be honest, who's surprised? They won 13 in a row versus Full Sense. And they're doing it again, mate. Jesus Christ, who can stop SPG? Because the way that it's going, I hope that it's someone in the Pacific League.
You would have to think so. Boom. They need this crowd behind them just to bring a map to overtime, just to potentially push us into a 5th map.
But how many times can Boom come back? They have been forced to over and over again this tournament. They've conceded huge scoreline deficits and come back in a fair few of them. But in a grand final, a test of metal, a marathon attempt at a reverse sweep, it almost never happens, Quack. This should be SPG's game every day of the week.
Not unless you believe. Not unless you believe in the magical story that could happen right here in this Britama Arena. The whole crowd, the whole of Indonesia, their hearts beat as one.
Boom now. They gotta show us what they've got prepped with this new comp on attack. Gonna have to see some nice plays popping through the wall. Probably a fair bit of B play. You're keeping an eye on the Viper lurk. The potential of the Viper wall to deny info on the A side of the map is going to be critical. And it's going to be something that SPG, they have to adjust their approach on the fly to deal with that on defense. See how well they're able to do it. All of them are performing in the server right now. You've got a quiet 1 or 2 individuals for Boom that will need to be present for this comeback, because everyone for SPG is delivering. Not only are you seeing different individuals having clutch moments and huge maps, but in the server, they are here together to win this grand final.
All on the same page too. Now investigating up around A lobby.
That's what I said, bro. Like, they just instantly clear that Viper wall, but over on the other side of the map, Trailblazer goes forward. Cam is going to see that C has been taken for Boom, and this is where you need to see what SPG's retake plan is.
Trying to wrap back around, pushed out of A2. Berserks is in position.
They're looking for Margaret, but he's Berserks rather, but he's chilling in spawn. They're gonna go really digging deep in spawn, looking for him. He's got 2 out of it. 3 from Berserks.
Berserker barrage. He's gotten out his claws and he's scratching away at Sinprisa. NC Slasher cuts down another. It's the pistol round for Boom.
They went looking for him, but they did not like what they found in spawn there, Quack.
The arena lights up.
This is exactly what happened last map. They went down 9-3 and they won the pistol. And they went on to drag it across the line. It took absolutely everything out of them, and I cannot believe that Boom still has more left in the tank.
They're gonna keep going. They've got that experience. Sinprisa though, look at this pistol. All the way pushed up A. Shiro, he's gonna have to do it all. Eyes on the prize, onto the dark cover. Berserk's here with the support. Famous chimes in. Oh, the spray is good!
Clean anti-eco for Boom. Keeping their economy going, keeping the guns up. A dangerous looking bonus here. You can put a sheriff in the hands of Shiro. Not a big deal. Still a winnable situation as SPG moves on to their defensive gun round. What's their approach going to be against this new Viper comp? What have they prepared on the fly? This is what happens sometimes in VALORANT, Quack. You load into the agent select screen and you have to be creative. You have to be ready for these fast plays from Famous. But it ends up not being a factor. Disengage from Boom. 1-for-1 trade there for mid. SPG though coming out ahead of it. 1v1 duel, I should say. Persia wins that. So how will Boom make this 4-on-5 happen?
Thinking that they might be able to push off the kill. Into the B side they go. Persia able to fire back, and he's looking to anchor. NC Slasher, though, does not let it happen. Now Famous, they've got to watch out for both extremities to slide in, and he denies it outright! Ivy, what are you gonna do? Into backside he goes. He's got a lot of utility, but still, the spike gets planted on C. Famous! Not gonna let Sunprisa take an inch, not gonna let Sunprisa take a mile. Boom! Converts another round.
That's what I was saying in the halftime. I didn't say his name, but he has not turned up on defense. Famous is firing up on attack right now. A multi-frag in the first gun round there. Boom, win the bonus. That's 2 bonus wins from them. This time they cannot let SPG back into this game. Against the half buy last time, there's already action right off the bat. ZSPU finds the opening pick onto Francis. Fighting over on Windows side, but look at SPG collapsing on this B side. That's where the Neural Theft reveals all of their positions, and Boom are gonna avoid a major slip up here and reposition back to A.
Even plays a little bit of utility just to confirm as well. Quick rotations into the A side, but Ivy, what a shot!
He's still fighting.
Gets hit by the Trailblazer though, but still alive. Blinded and has to fall back, but here comes NC Slasher. Oh, Dabby with the relay bolt. He pushes off Boom. What a headshot! Guiding line out, and NC Slasher re-aggresses. That's a great kill. Boom, they need to fight their way back into the site. Persia, Margaret, they're not looking to let it happen. But where have Boom gone? They cut the noise, the crowd, they're starting to cheer on them. Here it is! Margaret, 5 HP, a whisper, and he falls, crumbling to the ground.
Boom will not make the same mistake as in the first half. That's where they show their experience, Quack. They cut noise, they wait for Persia to over-aggress, and the crowd is fired up now.
Just listen.
Nothing like it. Nothing like a home crowd. I can tell you that as an Aussie. Boom taking mid control. Shiro revealed. Op comes out for Danby. He's on that deep C line. 2 players ready to punish this B site hit for Boom. Persia and Francis can come up huge with the counter util.
The B hit has been good so far. But look at how Sunprisa repositioned around this. They are just setting up for those paranoias, for those utilities. Francis in with the first shot. And Berserk's trying to play around his cages as well. For the recon, it has to push him off. Oh, but the positioning is good. The movement so sharp, so clean. Danby in with the operator. Swaps onto a Vandal, and he's looking to slide into it. Zesby, Berserks, they've got the positioning, they've got the crossfire. It's another round for Boom Esports.
All it takes is a few seconds, and that's the difference between Persia ready with the paranoia, Francis ready with the fault line to stop the B hit coming in. Half a second on the reposition is enough for Boom to get into the site. The crowd is willing them forward. This would be a historical comeback in a grand final. And Sunprisa, the crowd knows that they are rattled.
Oh, and Danby slinking. They were dialed in so much before, but just for a second, slunk into his chair. Now thinking, look at this crowd. The red and the blue, both sides all cheering on for one team and one team only. Can you ascend? Can you play against insurmountable odds?
There's our hype man. That's what he does best. Beautiful work, Mitch Concannon. You keep it up, you bloody legend. 9-8. SPG needs a change up, but they just tried that, Quack. They just tried to whip out the operator and post it down C. And Boom, one step ahead, hits them with the fast B play. They've had a beautiful start here. can't slip up against a half bar yet again here, though.
Sinprisa, you've got to admire what they are trying to pull off. They were able to read that hit from before as well, but now the timeout. Let's see what they've got.
Overdrive from Danby. Boom playing this one passive, though. Not in a rush to be going anywhere too fast. They may have run into this A lobby control from SPG, and that would have been a mistake. Cam sees nothing in middle. Boom sense that something's up here. The dark cover and the dark clearing out lobby, giving them a lot of information. But boom, they're going to potentially go back into this one with the Trailblazer.
Ooh.
That's going to inform their decision making. What will it see? Gets cleared by Danby straight through the wall. They only see one player there, but they are sensing that something's up. Seekers go out, all of them towards A, and Boom is straight on the path to C.
And here we go. Famous clears out the site. Dark cover surrounding in full. Margaret might be in garage, but
SPG are organizing their retake. Drone goes through. Overdrive's going to come out for Danby. Huge reach, huge back into the site.
Viper's pit up on C, though. And that's going to be tough for Sinprisa to retake against. Relay bolt out. Famous, he's good for it. Denies them down. He gets a second, too. And C-Slasher is here. So much support. And everything lights up online for Boom.
They dive back into the pit. You can't overextend against Ivy here. He's been clutched time and time again. And Boom are playing discipline. Boom are playing the clock.
Ivy wants to try to outdo it, but he can't. Tying up the score.
Shiro puts him down. Ivy was clutching the pit on Lotus, but outside of the pit on a different agent. Not too effective there. Boom equalizes 9 apiece. Huge ults coming up for Sinprisa. They just haven't had the right read in any of these rounds, Quack, but all it's going to take is for them to be in the right position at the right time to pick up a round. But that's where Boom has time to recover here, guys. Look at their money. They've got so much cash on attack.
The raid boss is starting to reel from the damage.
SPG again, take that A main control. Deep trip goes into garage. Cam cleared on C long. Dark cover goes up. This would be a great round for Boom to go back to A. But there's still 3 players in position, and Francis in a link with the breach util could be deadly. We'll see if Boom can hold their nerve here. And similar, actually, to what we saw in the last map, at front B, they're not dissuaded from just kicking off this Seaside execute. They call SPG's bluff.
Just going in so quick as well. Margaret instantly has to rotate off.
He's been pushed out of the site. NC Slasher trying to keep tabs on that garage window. SPG scrambling back into position here. Keep an eye on NC Slasher in the mid-round.
In a great position to try to catch some of them off. The camera out as well, but instant shot into Persia. Dome on. Danby tries to head on in, but denied by Zesby. Francis and Margaret at a garage all of a sudden. And it's all down to Berserks. What a shot. Needs to do even more. NC Slasher still up around garage. Possible line of sight. And he pulls the attention away. However, Ivy in with the shot. Looking to bring SPG back.
He hasn't got it half.
Just trying to play off of the timing. Down to 8 HP. He needs to hold steady.
There's no time.
He's done it. Boom. They've managed to take the lead.
Berserk's holding his nerve there. Francis could have got that to half, but he's fumbled the bag. 10-9 for Boom. 7 rounds in a row. Just what SPG did to them is being turned back the other way right in the next half.
You can't let up now. You've got to keep on going.
And SPG's just been too stubborn, man. It's just been the A lobby control every time. No change-ups, no different setups. This time on the half-buy, they're trying to do something different. They've got a Rolling Thunder. They're anticipating the C hit, but Boom is just chilling in spawn, gathering that info, and without seeing the dart on the A side of the map, and with the Trailblazer seeing nothing in A lobby, they are reading this round beautifully. NC Slasher on that init roll. He's so flexible with his agent pool. It's something he played for Boom last year at Ascension.
Ooh.
He's having a lot of impact. Berserk's under pressure now. Falling back into spawn. The rest of Boom are mobilized for this window peak.
At the very least, though, it's information for Boom. They're trying to fight back, and the sprays will do famous wonders. Persia now in with the Sheriff. Tries to fire some pot shots in from Garage. Dabby in with the Bucky, too. He makes himself known. Boom, thinking about options.
NC Slasher patching them up.
Oh,
Re-aggression from Persia.
Berserks, they know they're in Garage. A sudden peek out from SPG, and they're looking, they'll go on the offensive, but Famous denies them. Collects on the kills.
He was 4-10 going into the half, Quack. It's multi-frag after multi-frag for Famous, stepping up for Boom. All of them standing strong. Bringing this map all the way back to force us to a 5th.
1 round to match points. The crowd knows it. The players know it. Another timeout from Sinprisa. Oh.
That's what Boom think of that. And if you wanted a moment of reprieve, a moment to catch your breath, think of a plan B, think of a different option because nothing's been working for you. That's where the 6-man of Boom here in the Britama Arena will keep applying the press.
Desperate to find a way back into the game. These are the moments where you have to think, why did you start playing Valorant in the first place? Why did you bother? 1 more round.
Try to reach the top. That's what Ascension's all about. Sinprisa, though, for the first time in this tournament, are showing a little bit of inexperience. The rookies are cracking under the pressure, and the veterans are bringing it all the way back, keeping themselves cool on attack, informing their decision-making every time. What will Sinprisa come up with? They're out of timeouts. No more input from Coach Silkenon. He's been with the core of this roster for 18, 19 months. He knows these players well. He's got to come up with some words for wisdom. Instant fight over the front side of B here, and it's going the way of SPG. Beautiful call off the back of the timeout. Zespy's TP'd into spawn. Ivy's on long A, and Boomer trying to get the spike down.
Zespy, he has to come up huge. From the shadows, well aware for SPG. Danby trying to jump spot it, trying to bait out some peaks. Zespy, he stays tucked away. Trigger discipline on it, but shut down by Francis. What? Danby, he's gotten into side and he's done it all. SPG off of the timeout, come in with a win.
They've been trying to find the right approach for this whole half. And off the back of the timeout, they've come up with the goods. But it's going to take more than that. One good read is not enough to stop this streak of rounds from Boom. You're going to need some more consistency. The fact that that round is so clean is huge for SPG, though. Make no mistake.
Clear mental reset.
Absolutely. And you got to talk about the economy. This is not done yet. They have money to fight for every single round in this half, and so does Boom. This is gun rounds on gun rounds to decide who's going to win Haven here. Cam into grass, change up from SPG. Aggression down C long, but it's just a walking approach. Danby jump spotting. Boom once again. Turtled in spawn. They don't see a dark cover on backside of A long. This time they saw it on window. And this is beautiful from SPG. They see nothing on C long. They expect Boom to re-clear mid off the back of the dark cover, and that's where they start to walk into mid. Shiro keeping tabs on the... He spotted the breach on the cross. What will Boom do?
Gotta keep your eyes on the mini-map as well. Berserk's in with the camera. Shiro, good for the frag. Onto Danby of all people.
They know where Francis is. They're gonna go clear him.
They're looking for it. There it is! Zespy gets one onto Persia on the C site as well. And here comes the spike plant.
Ivy and Margaret completely out of position. One-dimensional retake to come back through spawn side. Boom are playing it safe for C long.
They give them nothing, but take from them everything. Sinprisa, desperate to go in for the spike defuse. They tap onto it. They try to stick into
They've
it.
got to get him off. Ooh.
There's the shot from Famous! Boom! Tick, tick, boom! They've reached match point!
One round away from pulling it all the way back, and we go the distance. Everyone in the arena on their feet right now. Shiro coming up huge again from Boom. Patience in window. Perfect call over to C. Multiple chances to slip up in that round. Spam on B on towards mid window. Little bit of damage on Berserks, but he's still alive. NC Slash is going to patch him up. Boom. Biding their time. Re-clearing window. Dambi's in the back of the B site. Progression orb, limiting his vision, limiting his information, trying to spam through it desperately.
Nothing found yet. Hero just wants to plant himself here.
There's the garage take. Boom applying pressure, trying to pull the rotations over towards C side. Haven't been seen by the cam yet. It's above them. They haven't checked the cam. In comes the fault line. It's a trap. Margaret dives forward, but Famous is better.
Great reaction from Boom, and this could be it. On towards Persia now, and he's been spotted. Manages to spray down on towards Famous. He gets yet another, but Zesby in for the wallbang, all down to Ivy. He's got so much utility, but can you do it? No! Here comes the Boom!
How do they bring it all the way back? Unbelievable. Down 3-9 at the half, facing elimination, and they do it twice in the Britama Arena.
9-3 comeback, up for 9-3 comeback. Boom! They are tenacious. They are relentless.
They are experienced. That's what Boom is. They know what it's like to lose at Ascension last year, and they know what it takes to be able to bring it all the way back. Absolutely beautiful game of Haven. The comp switch up both times on Lotus. Berserk's going over onto the sidebar. They are forcing SPG to adapt on the fly, and they have not passed the test.
And that is just so incredible. Taking a look at some of the scores as well. Famous, he outdid Danby on the map. 20 kills up against Danby.
How do you do that, bro? The whole storyline this tournament has been Famous can't play Neon. His
debut.
agent pool's been too inflexible. He's been playing Jet, he's been playing Raze. How about Neon diffing Danby in the grand final?
Just showing it off. He's got the flex. He is him. And we just want to see more, but still, it's gonna be SPG's map pick next. They've left that open intentionally.
Yep.
Can Boom really face up against them?
I mean,
there's so much here.
It's gonna be great. You know, for me, Boom cutting their teeth on Alter Ego, who've got a fantastic Raze player, don't mind playing the bind. Over on the side of SPG, it's a map that they've been known for. They love that double senti. They innovated a style that a lot of teams mimicked on that map, and they get to lean on that as the last bastion to try to save this comeback against Boom.
It's either that or the reverse sweep, but you know what? I wonder how hyped up our desk is. This arena certainly is. So Vic, Ewok, Dax, how are you feeling?
How are we feeling, Quack? I know you guys have been casting out of your minds, but we've also been losing our voices out in the crowd because it is wild. This has been an absolute roller coaster of emotions. This tournament, this grand finals, I don't think we could ask for a better grand finals at this moment. There's one more map. We don't even know which way it's going to go, but Boom, it's in their full power right now, Dax.
Look, guys.
Reverse sweep?
No one believed it would go this far except the people here in this arena. And lo and behold, their fate is rewarded as we are going to go into map number 5. But the casters mentioned something. It's finally time for Famous to bring out the Neon. And boy, did he do impeccable work with it there.
Yeah, we've been waiting for it. It was, Son did say, right, I did say this, if Boom don't pick up the Neon, they're not gonna win.
That's right.
And they just did.
Yes, you absolutely call that. In fact, we were talking in the green room to reveal to you guys of this conversation. Honestly, even the casters sound a little bit surprised. This comeback, we all thought this was going to end, and everyone's pretty happy that Boom won one map because SPG's been looking so strong. But as you were remarking, Ewok, you were really impressed with Boom's effort to switch things up, even though, you know, it's on the nth hour. They're probably up really late, figuring things out.
Yeah, I just really love that Boom's throwing in that curveball to SPG because we know SPG likes doing their homework. But how do you do your homework if you just saw it right before the map starts?
Yeah, there's no tape. There's barely any tape for Boom on this map. I do want to point out 2 things. 8 rounds in a row coming into the attack for Boom Esports. And with those 14 first kills, 6 of those were actually kills onto Dambi. This swap from Berserks from going into Killjoy to Cypher has been essential for Boom to really stop the Korean Neon in his tracks.
Is that part of the strat, you think? Because I've seen this happen before. Find Dambi, kill Dambi, we win.
And then we take the Neon and diff Dambi.
Yes.
And that's exactly what we saw here, right?
What do you expect this combination of Neon Picture plus Famous Picture doing this?
There's only room for one Neon on Haven, and Famous made sure that was the case. What an absolute comeback. This is incredible, guys. Now, we got our Martabak here. We're going to go on a quick break. We're going to munch on this because we need some of that sugar to carry us through the 5th map because it's going to be very emotional, guys. This is VCT Ascension. Don't go away. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, it's the last and final map of this event. It has been an incredible grand finals of this Valorant Champions Tour Ascension Pacific. It's been a long but incredible day. I'm Chubby Ninja, Ewok, and Dax. We've been together witnessing history go down this event. It has been so wild in the Indonesian audience. This live event happening here, we thought it was going to be over in Indonesia after Challengers, but this event happened here, and boom, coming this close to getting to VCT Pacific, the Global League, is something really special. But SPG has also gone completely undefeated, has dropped 0 maps until now. Until what you're seeing on the screen, the last 2 maps is the very first time SPG has dropped any maps. They have been flawless up to this point, and their bind is the last and final map, and their bind is phenomenal.
Yes. It's the last bastion of hope here for Simpresa Gaming, as this is where they have shown innovation ever since VCT Korea. This is where, honestly, some Tier 1 teams have emulated their composition. This is the Deadlock Cypher that they know and love, and you already know the lineups are going to be on point. You know the coordination is on point, but Boom is having their number. And look, me and Vic especially, we go down to the stage area, we feel the energy of the crowd, and you know it's willing Boom to victory too.
Yeah, we talked about if we're going to see a different Boom. SPG said, same old, we'll just do it again.
Yep.
Right? They said, well, 2-0, or they did 2-0. They said we're going to win. They did 2-0 here.
Yep.
But they forgot it's BO5.
Yes.
They got the 2, and then they had the match point as well, right?
Yeah.
Let's not forget that. Right? SPG had the match and the whole series point, right? But Boom made the comeback. So I don't think it's over for SPG. They've been there already. I do think they could do it again.
I think you're onto something there. In fact, one thing, we're talking about the difference between rookies and experienced players, and that rookies sometimes have that innocence about them. But what rookies also don't have is a lot of best of 5 of experience. And we've seen that happen throughout this year. We've seen it last year too, where a lot of teams couldn't quite do the 5-mapper, not to name names, but you guys know who I'm talking about. But this is it, Dax.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. It's innocence, but it's also in a way ignorance. They've never really had this kind of situation put in front of them as much as Boom Esports, and Boom Esports has tasted that bitter taste of defeat. We know what placing they ended up in last year's Ascension. We know the struggles Boom has had throughout the years, and right now they're the ones with the right mentality, right? Because we're seeing them bring out first-time agents for certain players. We're seeing these small adjustments in composition to the usual Boom style, and they're the ones getting more of the adjustment going compared to SPG, who yes have a very strong game plan, but it's getting solved by Boom.
Yeah, it is. And Vic, we talked about this backstage as well. We love that Boom are putting it all out there and taking these risks. Dax, do you think we're going to see a risk again on Bind? Do they stick with the same old, same old?
This is where it's really interesting, right? Because the last time Boom did play on Bind was Disguise, and the first half was all good. It was 10-2, and just like, DSG's going home. But then DSG mounted an incredible comeback. They had to win in overtime, and they were very strong with the double controller as well. They're still concerned, though, that if you got Dambi getting in there, he's going to get that space. We've seen for the side of SPG that even though they have so much utility in so many lineups, when Dambi causes chaos, it becomes just an utter trade system, and usually that's where SPG comes ahead.
Yeah, I would expect them to still stay with the Cypher, right? The Cypher is the huge counter that we have against Dambi's Neon. Let's see. So, okay, we still see on Boom's side that default comp that comes through, and on Simpresa, Dax, you have something to say there?
So no more fade here for Simpresa. They're gonna go for Francis on the Sky instead, and this has been a composition that we've seen from Simpresa back in VCT Korea. It was what they used with both the Astra and the Brimstone variation. It seems like for Francis, though, he also wants to get in there now, be more of a fighting role, and especially we know how strong Sky can be on a map like Bind.
Yeah, we were surprised how many rounds SPG was winning with the Neon with no flashes in their comp. Now they have flashes. They've been doing well on the attack side of Bind. Dax, do you think they're going to do even better than that?
Well, they're starting on the defense, so that's the interesting part.
That's
and
true.
Boom Esports will be the ones who have to start from the side. They really struggle against DSG, but my eyes are now on Famous. He's really stepping up to the plate, and can he complete the story here for Boom Esports, or the Simpresa join yet again more of those Korean teams in the Pacific League?
I can't believe we made it this far. We are this close. Both of those teams can smell victory. Either one of these teams could be crowned champions, and this is their last and final shot to join us in this VCT Ascension and to bring us through this last map. It's Quack and Pilski.
Are you ready? Everything up to this very moment, back to old compositions. You've got to think about it. Now they've wanted to be here. JFT, they've wanted to be here. It's up to Boom and SPG. Who's going to lift up that trophy and ascend to greatness?
Get to find out if we're going to witness one of the best historical comebacks we've seen here at Ascension Pacific in Jakarta, or whether SPG is going to go home to Korea with nothing, or go home to play the best teams in the world and hit that next level. The best teams in Pacific. Aggression on B Long here.
Whoa.
NC Slasher gonna get caught unawares. Famous hand in hand with him. Francis hits the first shot and doubling up. They've been caught completely off guard.
Zespi tries to reaggress. He's looking for it, but the relay ball hangs him off. And that's not gonna be good. It's all down to Berserks. A flawless round to kick things off onto a bind.
SPG front running again. Defensive side of bind. Running in with the double controller. The Cypher Deadlock has been a comp that they have developed and played for a long time now. This should be the ultimate comfort zone for them to recover after losing the last two maps. Boom. Eco round for them. Got to reserve your expectations. We'll see if they can get any damage done here. But they need to keep the momentum going from the last two maps. Cannot let SPG get back in here.
Bind is one of those maps that SPG is so famous for. Their composition, the double sentinel, and the setups that they've got. But now, feeling the heat from Boom! The paint shells, the classics, they connect. Francis with the off angle, but ultimately overrun.
They're gonna eco them. Berserks on the off angle. Inside Cubby, dashes back, straight behind the Sky Smokes. Boom playing it safe.
Craftnet as well. Boom, they've completely fallen off, and it's going to be the paint shells refresh from Famous as well, just trying to play for that spike. Where has SB gone? Cyber Cage comes up, a bit of a tap, and boom, they stay hidden. Strike while the iron is hot. Margaret, he needs to go on the offensive. Good little frag, but Famous up with the classic kill, an instant thrifty.
I can tell you from personal experience how it feels in a qualifying match to lose the eco round after winning the pistol. It happened to me when I tried to qualify for Ascension. It is crushing for the momentum, and it's going to be even worse on a stage like this. That is an unbelievable round for SPG, a team that's been rock solid all tournament long to slip up.
They can't let it affect them now. Couple of sheriffs, info lines being taken off. Boom, ferocious.
Taking their time, working the map. This is what works for them so beautifully over on Haven. NC Slasher again back on the sky roll, able to inform the decision making of this team. Trailblazer going to go forward and re-clear mid, but this is a cheeky little trap play from SPG. Net and the camera in place for SPG. What will they get from this?
Looking to at least get a couple of players crouched down, but they need the shots. Margaret has to be ready. It's not going to happen because Berserks is here. Boom! They managed to slip into the site. Danby trying to cut them off. It's a teleporter play.
They're gone.
Francis now, he's online and ready. Danby in for the chase, but ultimately pushed off. Francis, good little headshot, but still the spike on the ground. Boom! It's too simple for them. All they've got to do is to aim and click and shoot.
The decision making is so snappy for Boom, hitting the TPs on bind right when they need to, and Persia's got nothing. Boom, recover from losing the pistol, keep 4 guns up, and build themselves an economy to win this grand final.
Finish it, says the crowd. Sin Prisa. So good up to this point. They haven't quite been tested, but here it is.
Crowd is on their feet. SPG going into their first gun round. Seeker's active. It's a beautiful retake tool to have access to in an important round like this. Guiding Light going forward. Dambi's waiting. He wants to get in there with the relay bolt, but Boom is ready. The jump spot. Keeping tabs on what's happening. Berserks is active on the other side of the map, denying info with the cage, clearing the deadlock trip. Shiro keeping an eye over on Long B.
There's a little sonic sensor though.
Yep.
But dealt with.
He was ready for it. He heard it. Clears that. Throws forward the cam. Francis has been tagged up. Dambi swinging out onto the bathrooms line. Spotting that Boom is still waiting outside A. This is such a tense standoff. This is such a tense round. Berserks having a little bit of a look inside the smoke, inside of the hookah window. Boom making their way back to B. The Guiding Light sees nothing, but still you get the rotation from Margaret, but he's not sure. He's sticking around in spawn side. There's only 2 players here. They've got to play retake. Persia doesn't get caught on the cross. Back to repeak. He repeaks into that.
Great little shot from Berserks, and the Seekers forced out. A little bit of a rotational play, but ultimately shut down as well. Ivy through the teleport has been heard. Dambi in with Margaret.
They've got nothing. Dambi's in another country. Margaret gonna go join up with him. They can drown their sorrows together. Going back into the bathrooms, but this game has been anything but clean from SPG.
All 5 at the ready. This might be a round already won, but the crowd, they want blood.
Are they gonna hunt them down? Is the crowd gonna beckon Boom forward to feed their appetite here and find these last 2 rifles? Dambi passing the test, making sure he can have a Phantom into the next round. Is he ready for Zespi on Heaven side? Is he ready for NC Slasher in between a rock and a hard place? He needs to hold on to this rifle, and he's done it. Boom up 3-1. 4 guns alive again. They will never run out of money. They've got a showstopper into this next gun round, and SPG, the cracks are beginning to show. Mistakes are being made right and left.
Boom. They are hungry. They have been hungry, Pilly, ever since 2022. Making it through APAC LCQ in towards Champions, where unfortunate incidents might have happened. On towards 2023.
The timeout comes in. The crowd booing Sin Prisa Gaming for trying to take a breath. They're continuing. The pressure is unrelenting here in the Britama Arena.
On towards 2023. Boom. Being in this spot before. Knocked out by Bleed, who are currently in Pacific.
Hey, to get knocked out by the best, there's no shame in that.
But the point is the fact that they might be able to pull this off. They are forcing the timeouts from Sin Prisa.
The complete opposite narrative to last year, though. They were up 9-3 in the second map against Bleed. They should have got that one over the line, and they let it slip through their fingers. This time, they were on the verge of getting knocked out. They go down 3-9 themselves.
They are rewriting the pages, Pilly. The question is, can Sin Prisa do that as well?
It's been a terrible start to this game of Bind. If this was an online game of Valorant, guys, I would tell you that this game's already over. That Boom's going to go up 9-3 or something like that, 10-2. They're never going to run out of money. They keep getting their old timings. But Sin Prisa have got to conjure something.
Straight off the rip. Bully pushing all the way up B, but it's been smoked off.
The B-long setup, only a half buy. The reactive showstopper could just break that all apart if Boom needs to, but they're going to be patient again, walking into bathrooms. Berserks. The neural theft reveals all of the positions for SPG, and that A site is open for business.
Margaret, though, he's still here, and he's trying to keep things down. Tries to reposition up around lamps, but has to work with so many targets. NC Slasher off to the kill. Berserks off to the races. Persia and Francis, it's only Sheriffs.
I mean, yeah, they can't get back in. They're locked out. Deep Sky Smokes on Heaven, on spawn side. What can they even do here? The crowd, they just keep willing them forward. They say to finish it, and that's what Berserk does. 4-1 for Boom Quack. Seekers and a showstopper. These kind of rounds play themselves. SPG's got an orbital. And they have looked broken on this game of Bind. Unless you compete, it's hard sometimes to understand the impact of getting eco'd second round in a big game. But try to understand, guys, that SPG can feel this game slipping through their fingers. It's a lot of pressure. It's a huge test of character. Boom take B long control. Progression smoke forward. They're keeping tabs on the middle of the map. Berserk's over on A. He's got a deep trip to contest with. If he can deal with that, that will pull the rotation back across A, perhaps.
Moving it down now, but still, Boom all the way up front in towards Garden. It's famous in with the showstopper. Bit of an incendiary, but here comes Dabby, the judge. It fires off. Good little kill, but still, it's going to be Boom quick on the TP into the A site.
They've
Rotations
over-rotated.
online through to heaven as well. And still now here comes Shiro off to the races into the site. They get the spike down. Margaret trying to find the lines, but it's not going to happen. Francis, good for a little bit of a trade. On to the next, it's going to be Dasby. On towards Showers. Berserk's in the sight. You've got Shiro up around Labs to hold down the line as well, but Danby, he's got plans of his own. Straight into Showers. He pops the overdrive. Oh! Shiro, he needs to fight back, but it's too darn slippery. The tracking near impossible. Ivy pulls back around for SPG.
And that's what Danby does best. He had a gun to work with in that round, Quack. He said, I need to pop this ult. I need to be the hero here for Sinprisa Gaming. It was a round that didn't start well. Persia under too much pressure from the Seekers and the Showstopper to be able to get his orbital strike off in reaction to the B site hit. Boom hits the TP, and Sinprisa, despite being out of position, despite being run around the map, they scramble their way back into a retake and win the round.
Still though, in those player cams, looking in their eyes, a little bit of signs of uncertainty. The operator shot, it whiffs. Persia, Francis able to fire back, but Zero! The spray downs! Just in with the garden hose. They are not completely dry. Onto the next side. Somehow spotted.
Where to from here when everything's happened in a matter of seconds and the round slows down? Boomer can do what you'd expect experienced players to do. Play it by the numbers. Group up. Re-clear the map control where you've just taken duels, where you know that Sinprisa with 3 players on A, stacked towards bathrooms, will be killed, where you can use the neural theft to get the perfect read on this round.
And there it is. Gravnat will be thrown down, and that's the gauntlet too. Boom. They're looking for the frag. If they can take down Margaret, if they can take down Ivy, that's gonna be the round, but still, so slippery in and out of the smokes. Ivy stays alive. Jesby, unfortunately taken out. Heads on duel, and that's going to be SPG looking for their way back into the game.
One off the annihilation. Neural Theft's there for Margaret.
And here it comes from behind. Shiro has no idea, but he's managed to stay alive
in the TP.
through the teleport. Needs to make a quick run for a through market. It's going to be Berserk now. Has to hold down the line. Ivy in for the tap. Baits out the peak. Orbital strike goes off. And now Ivy, what's he gonna do? Incendiary as well. That spike is dead near.
There's
Definitely
no time.
going
It's
off.
over. Unbelievable! You thought he was out of the round. He hits the TP by accident. But with the orbital, exactly like we saw in the game against DSG, in an A-side afterplant, Shiro comes through with the goods. The spray down in bathrooms, the orbital, yep, down to the last bullet. This game is ridiculous, Quack.
Cheer as much as you want. The crowd loves good Valorant. SPG definitely trying to give it to us as well. Ultimates are online, but it's all Sheriffs.
Back to slow pacing for Boom. Waiting for mistakes from Sinprisa. Waiting for them to over-aggress and lose their nerve, but Sinprisa is giving them nothing. Famous will throw out the Boombot towards Buka. Clear out the middle of the map. Guiding light, clearing out long. You've got a sonic sensor and a relay bolt sky smoke trap on B long. Trailblazer going through the middle of the map. Up short A clears out all of that info. They see no one on the A side of the map. That's been hurt by Shiro, but still, they'll commit into the B site here. But that is troublesome, Quack. The Annihilation and the Orbital could be crushing for Boom here if used correctly. The net, the relay bolt.
They're set up for it. Do they have enough time and space to make it happen? The Trailblazer, it connects, and here comes Danby.
The Orbital.
No shots connected. Orbital, it might burn NC Slasher to a bit for Crisp, but Boom, they managed to stay alive. Heading back off. Still an option for a teleporter play.
Yeah, what are they going to do? You can see Margaret scrambling in position. They're going to go through that into the sensor? There's 3 players here.
Thinking about it, still not quite committing.
25 seconds, they got to do something.
Sonic sensor dealt with, and there it is, teleporter play.
Back through the TP, Berserk sticking around on the A side. He's going to go for a late flank. Margaret's trying to maintain control of U-Haul here while the rest of the boys come in for the retake. Boom have used every smoke, Snakebite and the Molly available for the afterplant. They're going to wrap back across short.
And this is where the Annihilation could be so useful. Popped off, but where's he going to send it? Straight into shower, surely. Is it gonna connect though?
Nope.
Not quite. Snakebite, there it is, but Francis looking
He's
to
on
stick
it.
it through. Incendiaries though, takes him off. And here come the shots, the shifts, they connect. Ivy, how is this possible? Famous, oh, Famous! The crowd knows your name. Your country knows your name.
That's what it means to be famous.
Revel in the glory. Shout it out from the top of your lungs. What a play.
They almost got back in there with the Sheriffs again, Quack. And Boom just keeps coming up clutch time and time again. 6-2. A lot of ults invested in that round for SPG. The ult economy's been played dry. Francis is just trying making short. They're desperate, SPG. He gets 2. Able to clear out that part of the map, push through the smoke. This is desperation plays from SPG, but it's kind of working.
Yeah, aggressive. Unlike we've ever seen before from the Korean squad. Boom, they're scrambling. Berserk's getting taken down now, straight back into A short. The toxic screen plays. Danby is well aware. A little bit of a hop. Spotting out for information. His team is here. Slides back through. Little wall bang into Zespi, and he's dead. NC Slasher now, all up to him. Able to flick at least onto one, but still, SPG able to take swings back against Boom.
And SPG's had enough. You're seeing the desperation plays come out. Francis, he doesn't care that he's on the info in it. He's not playing supportive. He's dry peeking short A. 5 seconds into the round. We're back to ranked brain. We're back to sending it. Persia try pushing through a smoke on B long. They're cutting corners to try to come back. Posted up on B long. The firing squad that Famous wants absolutely nothing to do with. In goes the Trailblazer straight into U-Haul. Zespi making his way in there, tucking himself in nice and cozy. Famous spotting out the push from the Neon. See you later, boys.
Big information. Pack your bags up. We are straight into the A site.
Danby keeps pushing though. Margaret alive in the back of the site. Is he ready for the lurk from the Viper? He's not.
Completely blinded. Full white. And in with the Seekers. SPG looking to retake. A little bit desperate with the pushes though. Boom, they've got the post plants. The Viper pit has come up. Completely surrounding most of the site. Berserks in with the showers control too. Danby slides on through. But here comes Shiro. Ivy trying to fight back, and they managed to eliminate the Viper, but still, Berserks is alive.
Annihilation.
Still not quite spotted. Annihilation might be online, but can he really pull it out? It takes a little bit of time. Famous, he knows it. It's all too clear. He comes in, he eliminates.
Patience for Famous. That is character development from a duelist player that might at times be said to overheat, to over-aggress. There's a lot of duelist players who have that kind of reputation, but that round was all the kind of class that it takes to win a grand final. information gathering on B-Launch. Spots out 3 players, says, I'm not going to re-peek. I'm going to go meet up with the boys, and I'm going to close out the post plant. Beautiful stuff. Trailblazer up short again, and the rest of Boom is behind it this time.
All too aware. Spy camera, though, in their way. Danby trying to go for the crunch TP, but hit with the Bucky. He still connects, trying to slip past, but Zero is good for their trade. Now in towards Berserks, taking down Showers, and in comes the Neural Theft. What a shot into Margaret! You might be trying to flank up from behind, but you've been spotted as well. Ivy, though, still alive.
Annihilation.
Annihilation sets through, but doesn't quite connect. Now Shiro trying to fend off, trying to hold back up around Truck. A little of an angle up from Labs 2, though. And Boom has to be well aware. Everything online and available, but then here comes the shots.
That's the orbital.
All down to Persia. And he's trying to sneak through. No sneaky peeky for you. Shiro picks up the 8th round for Boom with the headshot.
Get a bit of FPS stuck in the cast, why not? That's a throwback. Boom on the verge of a 9-3. Orbital strike picked up for Shiro at the end of that round. And the crowd is hungry for blood.
Boom.
Last chance here for
Esports.
SPG. Creeping up on B-Long. There's the wide peak. This is what I was talking about. Again, it's desperation plays from SPG. Instant sim trying to peek down middle. Catches nothing. Danby, one off the overdrive. Could see him pull that out late into the round for another hero play like we've seen time and time again. Francis on the off fail. So sharp, Quack.
Still pulls out utility as well just to check. So well aware, so cognizant. NC Slasher wants to take it back.
Don't go to U-Haul, bro. It's not worth it. You can still go elsewhere. And that's what NC Slasher's gonna do.
But in towards Showers. Berserks, he's been spotted out. Persia readying out the smokes.
Look at Short. How do you get up Short into that util?
All the traps, all the cameras. But Boom dredges on. In with the shots, completely fully stunned. Berserks desperately tries and shut down by Ivy. SPG will take this last round in the first half.
Bloody Guantanamo Bay on Short, eh? Sonic sensors, trip wires. You can't make it through that. And off the back of some more dry peaks, 5 seconds into the round from Francis. Or in the mid-round, rather. Another multi-frag on the sky.
It's been a fantastic first half for Boom. And we're going to hear from some of the crowd with an interview.
Britoma Arena! I would like to ask everyone in Britoma Arena to open your flashlight and hold your phone above your head. Swing it and repeat after me. Sha la 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 la. Oh, Boom Esports. Sha la 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 la.
Oh, Boom Esports.
Jonky, my man.
Boom Esports.
La 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 la. Oh, Boom Esports. La 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 la. Oh, Boom Esports. Thank you.
Look at the crowd, the lights. It's all lit up for one team and one team only, Billy.
Berserks is going ham again, Quack. How does this keep happening?
Just for fun?
SPG, I don't know how you can overcome this. I would not be able to do it. There's very few who would be able to. But if you do, it's undoubted that you deserve a spot in VCT Pacific among the best. Boom on the defense now. Doubled up on the bathrooms line. Deep smoke onto Short A, trying to disrupt, but they're aggressing straight into the sack from SPG. They hit all the shots back.
No!
How have they found the timing again?
That is ridiculous. Persia now desperately trying to head back just to retrieve the spike, but Shiro, they continue to push up. Ivy spotted out by the camera as well, and here comes that crowd chant.
Boombot goes
Finish
forward.
him.
Shiro's trying to, swings out, punished by Ivy. That's one more to the annihilation, but Boom wins the second pistol. SPG has had some incredible attacking sides on Bind, despite the fact that they've been playing the double Sentinel and a Brimstone. Agents that don't really interact in the early to mid round with the way that the game works. You just rely on Danby and his Neon movement on the initiator util, but I don't think it's going to be enough this time, Quack.
Surely it is. The Korean squad desperately needs it. Danby, here he comes.
He's in.
Off the high lanes, in towards lamps. But Famous tucked up top on top of trucks. Shiro in with a bit of support,
no.
but Margaret onto the other side. Danby! He's managed to sneak in. He's getting lucky with the Bucky. Famous SB, they're all trying to fight back. They've got the guns, but now wrangled away by SPG.
See you later. They just put down that deadlock wall and they go, no, we got to get back out of here, Quack. Straight through spawn back to B. Famous out of position now, 40 HP. Got to make his way. It's a long journey. Like, Jesus, man. This is a marathon run from Famous. 2 kills already in the round. Gets hit by the tripwire. I'm sorry, folks. It's never happening. It would take a huge mistake from SPG. Margaret's already on the off angle. Ivy spotting out long. This one's done.
Lines in sight. Boom, headshot. And SPG will be able to pick it up. Up with the thrifty from Boom in the first half. SPG fires right back.
Unbelievable.
It all happens through Danby's Bucky.
Again, a small purchase, but when set up like that, the fast lane across Short A, the perfectly timed guiding light straight into U-Haul, straight into a Cypher that can't see a thing. It's the easiest kill of your life. But that's the thing about Danby, Quack. That's not where he stops. He keeps sending it into spawn, and he's gonna keep sending it now.
Upgraded from a Bucky to a Judge.
See ya.
Instant stun. That's the first, and to the next. Off to more kills. Berserk frantically firing off. It's a classic. It's a pea shooter. And Danby continuing to hop all over the place. Runs out of ammo.
And that's the only reason why you're alive as Zesby. But he's going to keep getting hunted by the rest of SPG. 4 guns alive. You lost naught but a Judge. You won the eco round. It's a huge economy swing. They might be behind by 3 rounds, but they have got the economy to come back in this game. Danby's got an overdrive straight against the first gun round. What are you going to do as Boom? Where's Berserks? Putting the right trips down. Boom have been punishing Danby over and over again the last 2 maps, but they've got to do it now that the pressure's on.
The Cypher, the Skies, these have been intentional picks for the composition. Now they've got to hold.
Deep smoke, high-low here. Boom looking for fights. Danby's made it all the way through bathrooms. There's a trip there. They're getting disrupted by the Molotov guiding light. Trying to force their way out of bathrooms, but shut out by another Sky smoke. Boom is disrupting them. They're trying to fight them in the close choke points.
And they've managed to pull off the utility from Danby. No relay available. He's got the overdrive though, Pilly. And they've got to be careful. Trailblazer back in just to check.
It spots them. They know it's still A. There's still 4 players here for Boom, but where's NC Slasher going? He's rotating back to spawn. He's not quite sure. They can't hear anything. But SPG, they don't like the way this feels. They've left Francis behind. He's got no utility. He can't do anything but fire off a couple of shots as a bit of a fake, to be honest. He's pretty useless in this round. Margaret, though, this is the key fight. Zaspy's got the judge out in hookah. We all know how this one feels.
But he's been spotted by the camera. Snakebite instantly, just to delay. He's done his job.
He's getting surrounded. There's no one there to help him, Quack. He needs help.
The rotations are slowly coming over. He's good. He manages to hold his own. Danby in with the overdrive into the side. Zespi trying to stay tucked away, but here comes the slide. Off to the first frag. Berserk's now in. Has to step on top, and he manages to take Danby down. Famous in from the teleporter too, Berja. Can you do it? The spike has been planted for you. Famous off to the paint shells. Cuts him off up around elbows, managing to stick it halfway. Comes in for the straight! Famous! Clutches up yet another round for Boom, the Hungry Wolves.
Talk about changing the narrative. Into this grand final, Persia had about a 50% clutch rate, the highest in the tournament, 8 from 17. You'd put your house on him to clutch that round. But Famous comes up with the goods and secures a showstopper into this next round. But boom, Quack. Boomer broke. Only one rifle retained. This is where SPG can reset them and close this round deficit.
And Gary firing off a shot with his hand gesture as well. The aura from Boom is indomitable right now, but SPG.
There's the net. They take B long. Chiro's playing forward, Zespi is playing forward with the judge in hookah. You can see it's very intentional where Boom positions themselves. They want to fight forward so there's space for the rest of the boys to retake in. Trailblazer gonna go clear B long. Nade is there and ready. Showstoppers in position.
Well aware of the plays from SPG. They've been running these threats from the days of on Team Red Force. Persia, he pushes up, and that's gonna be Danby, but here comes the shot from Zero! Oh! Just bringing their eyes to down white. Francis tries to fire back. Managing to use the guy like to sneak in towards back elbow. Zespi has no earthly idea.
Margaret just needs to buy time. He just needs to wait for Francis to have a chance to catch Zespi off guard, but this is a beautiful reposition from Zespi. Sneaky position inside of hookah, but they've got an idea. They've got an inkling that he might be there.
Zespi. Need that patience. Crowd, they're telling you what you need to know.
Margaret's one off the neural theft as well. Would definitely help with the process of elimination, working out where Berserk's is. He's closing in through spawn side. Francis has got that marked. Margaret, on the other hand, has got to deal with Zespi in hookah.
Playing around the toxic screen. He needs to buy a little bit of attention away for Berserk's to come up, and there it is. First frag down. Now you gotta find Margaret. He's up around garden. Tries to go for the crouch spray, but no! Zespi! He stands up. He shouts it out. This is my home!
Wait, don't defuse. Oh, they defused it. He got the neural. It's not a huge deal, but I want to see the Viper getting the pit there. I really want to see the Viper getting the pit there on defense. They were both one off. The pit's the bigger ult to take into the next round. Regardless, though, small details, but the details you should focus on is Zespi in hookah. He plays that round perfectly. The reposition, the patience to re-clear mid, hopping out to take Margaret out at the right time. And on the other hand, the overposition into spawn, attack timeout for Sin Priester, and the crowd is giving it to them again.
Just when it matters most, Billy, Boom are 2 rounds away from completing this reverse sweep. Sin Priester, of course, they need to keep themselves in the game, but take a look at them up around their desks.
This would be a historical comeback in the making. Boom Esports down and out in this series, down 0-2, down 3-9, twice in a row. They are 2 rounds from ascending to VCT Pacific.
Dude, Danby looks exhausted. This does not feel too good. Everything was right. Everything was set up for Sunbrisa to take this home back to Korea. That's where Pacific is. But boom, here they are.
Where's this match, Quack? Where's this match, though?
Jakarta, Indonesia, in the Pratama Arena. The wave going off. Almost welcoming boom.
That's how I felt after map 2.
Oh, man.
Thank you, beautifully hatted man in the crowd. Absolutely right.
Will Boom truly complete this? Step up to the plate and join their brothers. Monyet, he's in the crowd. X-Pharaoh, he's there too.
Pressure on A short here. Trailblazer goes forward, 2 trips in position. Famous playing off of them. Damby slides straight into it. He's down.
The paint shells. Famous up on top. He drops down, but Ivy able to convert. NC Slasher back in 2.
Annihilation's out. Huge reposition. Whoa. Annihilation just to zone. SPG. They've hit the TP. Open plant. Seekers for Francis off the back of the plant. Zespi picks up a rifle, upgrading from the Judge. NC Slasher up from a Guardian. They're both going to hit the TP, but there's a sonic sensor when they jump out of hookah. That could be the round right there. The Seekers go out, the 2 guiding lights on Francis.
Seekers out. Francis, he's got those guiding lights. Looking to full send it.
They're waiting for the sensor.
Back into the corners to clear. There's the flash. It clears. And of course, Ivy picks up a contact. Zespi down to 30 HP. Not gonna make it happen. Sunbrisa off the timeouts. They completely managed to turn things around.
And that's the power of a deadlock. When you get into the post plant, you get those sonic sensors up. Good luck getting back into the site. Doors closed, mate. Guiding light off the sonic sensor. That second guiding light is what secures SPG the round. And they're fighting back. Boom are so close. But SPG wants it. They break their money. They're going to go up to 8 here. They've caught Berserks on the cross there. Nice and easy. Danby's not even needed. Straight through the cyber cage. Ivy's going to take him out. There's U-Haul control. There's all the bathrooms. Trailblazer spots out Margaret. They're trying to send it through the TP. You know better than that against Margaret. He's been hitting those all game long. And what can Boom get out of a 3-on-5? I mean, they've got to do some damage to the economy, Quack. You can't let SPG come through this round with 5 guns up.
That's precisely what they're looking for, Pilly. Up around heaven, a potential peek out from Famous. He's got that Sheriff. But of course, SPG, all too familiar with this.
Famous could get a couple of showstopper ult orbs here. Danby, this is what Danby does, man.
Yeah, he's comfortable here. Even when the heat is hot.
Oh, no way.
But Shiro fires back. Little bit of damage, but it's just a Judge, so not too bad. Shiro picked it up.
That's what SPG wanted. Down to the spike. Ooh, Margaret. Don't want to be dropping that rifle. That's more damage than Boom thought they were getting out of that one. You were happy with 4 rifles. 3 is a pretty even result, so bit of an oversight there from Margaret dropping the rifle. And those are the kind of cracks that you would never have expected from SPG earlier in this tournament. But that's the pressure of a stage game. Big ults online into this round and a timeout for Boom Esports. Orbitals and the pit for Zespi are what you have to consider. Where's he going to put it? You see it short A, you see it B long. Very rarely you'll see it in bathrooms. So the question, really the crux of the issue here for SPG is, where's the pit going? Where's the Cypher setup? And what are we going to do? Simple as that. They've just got to make the right decision based off where the pit goes. But what I will give credit to Shiro for, Quack, is this whole tournament, he's been holding his pit on the defense. On Lotus, he sits in that little C main choke and he holds out the pit. And when SPG is past the point of no return, when they burnt 45 seconds off the clock, that's when he throws down the pit, and it's crushing sometimes.
Definitely lots to consider. Meanwhile for Boom, also needing to figure out exactly how to deal against Danby. Just before it heads in, we saw him in with a Judge.
Crowd is silent. The crowd is tentative. They're waiting to see what Boom's going to do off the back of this timeout. Boom needs energy, but they're going to have to conjure it themselves. This is where the chants start. All right, let's have a look. What's Boom up to? Yeah, instant pit on short A. That's the standard one. You've got a deep trip there as well to try to keep Shiro safe. Little bit more Cypher util to keep an eye on bathrooms. SPG, they will have been prepared for this. This is a common situation to end up in. How do they deal with Shiro in the pit?
Trailblazer and then the relay. That's what it is. A grab net as well.
Oh, Orbital onto him with the grab net.
Just
sick
to catch
util
Zespi.
combo from SPG.
But here it comes. That's what I'm looking at. The other offensive approach. Demby looking to judge off from showers in towards sight. Berserks, unbeknownst to him, holding the angle. Demby slides off through, checks up bench, but Berserks has looped around him. Margaret able to trade.
Back through bathrooms now. They're forfeiting the A site. They've seen 3 or 4 players there. They want nothing to do with it. Famous on the off angle could save Boom Esports here, Quack.
It's been spotted though, that guiding light now tries to take the initiative up against Francis, and he's done
that's a spike.
Pulls out the Boomba though. Spotted out by Margaret. Jiro has the orbital and he's looking for the right time to pull it off.
Deadlock wall keeping them back. Sonic Sensor, this is how you play the deadlock. Orbital gonna deny the plan, trying to flush Ivy off the side, but he doesn't overstep. He's still
15,
alive.
15 seconds. There's the incendiary.
No way!
It burns the spike planter. Ivy picks it up right off the rip. Needs to stick it. Desperately breaking down that barrier match. Shiro alongside NC Slasher looking for the entry, and they've got the guiding light by Preserve. He's in for the off angle. A big wide step. Ivy! He manages to get the burst down.
It's the fundamentals that win you big games like this. Once all that util's been worked through, the Sonic Sensor, the deadlock wall, it's the old-fashioned TAC FPS crossfire. Swinging off contact to secure the round. Ivy, one more bullet away from death. What a sick spray control from him.
And a huge morale boost for Simprisa Gaming. Smiles across the board. They know that Boom's economy is broken in this round. They know that they've got a shot at coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. Going up to double digits now. Danby straight up short A, sending it into U-Haul yet again. The net. Clearing a little bit of space. They get rid of the cam, but this is where Berserks has got a judge of his own. Is he going to get a chance to use it? They're going to hit the TP here. They're going to go back to B.
And it's all down to Zespi to hold this. The Trailblazer, he's managed to shoot it down for now. But here comes Danby. Oh, what a shot! Ivy, though, in for the trade. And it's going to be NC Slasher down as well.
Boom desperately trying to get back into the site, forcing out of that spawn smoke with the guiding light. Sneaking across into elbow. Famous one off the showstopper. That could be huge to come back in here. 2 sky smokes are going to cut off the hookah and the B long lines.
Is it going to be enough? SPG, they've got so much in position. And it's going to be down to Francis with the frags. Famous, the only one left, trying to wrap around from elbow. SPG, they've sensed it way too long. Turns around at the right time. Persia almost tying up the score. SPG.
Double digits. 4 in a row. What a grand final. This is unbelievable.
Boom. Will they need another timeout? Things are starting to get out of hand.
Back into the gun round now, though. Money's back for Boom. Showstopper's huge. One off the Seekers for NC Slasher. Him and Zespi were so huge on bind before, but they're going missing a little bit. Famous is the one stepping up. This is the individual inconsistency that Boom has had to deal with this tournament. Guiding light spots out a player jump spotting backside, actually. There's no one in hookah, but SPG thinks there might be. So they're going to read this round a little differently. Again, refresh Sky Smoke. Shiro trying to play disruptive. This is very intentional. This is game plan from Boom. They don't want SPG to get their executes off. They want to trap them in the chokes and shut things down before they get out of control.
Trying to do it though, but here comes Dabby.
Beautiful.
Good little shots from Shiro. And instantly with the showstopper, the party. Here it comes.
They've overlooked Margaret. He snuck out. Bathroom's famous. They know exactly where he is going in together with the Annihilation. It's not even needed.
And off with the ult, it's gonna be Francis! Yet another frag! Zespi! Your brothers have fallen, but what can you do? Spike planted just around the type of truck.
You gotta save. There's nothing in this round for Zespiu. Nowhere near his Viper ult. You just gotta cling to the Vandal and hope for the best. SPG gonna even things up 11-11 on their attacking side of Bind. This is their comfort zone, Quack.
This is why they intentionally left this map to be the last. Their strats are good. Their players.
There's Francis going, hello. Oh,
are
what a beautiful shoulder spot. What? The pre-fire,
the
what's that?
stutter step.
The mechanics on this man are unbelievable. They take everything away from Boom Esports. You can't even hold on to a Vandal. You're putting a half buy back together just to try to stop SPG from securing themselves series point. VCT Pacific point, Quack.
Anything possible to ascend to greatness.
He gets his Seekers off that. That's why he was hunting so hard for that frag. Another ult online for SPG. That's a great ult to inform your decision-making against a half-buy to reduce the risk, especially when you're only running a single initiator. You only have the Guiding Lights, you only have the Trailblazer, but when you have the Seekers, you can read the setup perfectly.
So much afforded to SPG because of that last kill. Danby back in with the Judge too. Zespi pulls out a Judge of his own, and so does Berserks, but it's a little bit desperate.
Patience from SPG. Guiding Light Reek clears B long, and that prompts the rotation from Boom. They're reading this as an A site here, but that Guiding Light, that's been called by Persia. He said, Boom's gonna read that there's no one towards B, and that's exactly why we should send it in.
Seekers for Seekers, and here comes the push. Danby off to the Sky Smokes. Boom trying to wrap around the side, but it's no avail. The kills are good for SPG, and they're getting the spike planted. Back in from Hookah, but without the weaponry. Boom does not have the range ability.
They don't.
Famous with the Stinger up around elbow. Doesn't quite have the space either. Boom. This is the worst round possible to have. Spotted out as well. Danby one away from his overdrive. Famous at least takes him down, but this is match point. Sin Prisa Gaming looking to close this out. The crowd needs to rally behind Boom in this very, very crucial moment.
Just heard it from the Indonesian caster. This might be the last round. Is this a timeout from either team? Timer's not moving right now. Everyone's sitting in spawn. That'll give us a little more time to set the context here, Quack. Overdrive's there for Danby. He's got an Odin in his hands. I don't think he's going to keep that. If he does, he's a madman. Series point. Pacific point. If he comes into this round with an Odin, I'm going to lose it.
What? He's got the Odin as a Neon?
And the Overdrive. Maybe he just wants to let it rip with the Overdrive. When he runs out of Overdrive, pull the Odin out. Keep it going. Keep sending a hail of bullets at Boom. Timeout here. Boom have been here before, Quack. Boom were here on map number 3. 1 round away for Sin Prisa to secure themselves a spot in VCT Pacific.
Billy, this is it. 1 round could be the difference. 1 kill, 1 death, 1 frame of a second. Boom. This was not supposed to happen. This has already been what the performance. All they need is 1 to send it to overtime.
No real ults in this round. Just the Overdrive and the Neural Theft, but it's a good old-fashioned gun round to close us out here on the last map. 1 round difference between Boom fighting and continue to fight time and time again today for this spot in VCT Pacific, or whether you'll see a new wave of Korean talent join 3 other Korean teams in the Pacific League. Bathrooms fight, the net hits the both and they spray them all down. Quack!
Danby goes in. He's desperate to look for some frags, in with the overdrive, but shut down by Precision Strip. What? Of all things to net a kill, that's what it is.
Orbital forces them back. They're scrambling back into spawn. Zespi is already behind them. He can hear all of these footsteps. He's noted the position of the sky. Persia fighting hard in bathrooms. Gonna take one with him. Shiro hits the deck. He's falling straight back into Zespi. That's the spike.
That is the spike. Francis, all alone. The lone survivor for SPG. He's done huge wonders for them so far on this map, but I don't think he's gonna make sure that he can come back here. He's got to pick up the spike. He's got to push in the side. He's got to get the spike planted. And meanwhile, 3 players from Boom are surrounding him, all converging on his position. Look at Zespi wrapping back around from the tunnel. Francis has no idea. And here comes Zespi! You stirred up the nest. You stirred up the Hornets. And Boom have come here to take vengeance.
Revenge for the upper bracket game. Revenge for last year. Boom keeps fighting time and time again, no matter how far they're down. Down at the half in both of the maps, 3 and 4. Down 0-2 in the series. Down 3 or 4 rounds here on Bind. They keep fighting.
First OT, and it's gonna be an off play. Bit of a glass cannon.
That's a change up.
On the attack,
yeah,
too.
Shiro whipping out the op. I thought the Odin was interesting. They're going to fight straight down B long right off the rip here. Boom's kind of ready for it. NC Slasher taking a little bit of a look at that. Cam goes into middle. Cam over on bathrooms, keeping the information game solid for SPG, who are stacked up. 4 players here. Are they going to hit the TP and meet up with Margaret?
The potential for that TP play, exactly that, Billy. They've done it before, and there it is. The relay instantly set down. Boom are prepared, but Dampy in for the double spray. Zespi fires back.
He still gets 2. They're all inside the TP. They know that all of Boom is in spawn. This is such a weird round. Francis picks up the orb, 2 off the Seekers now, but Boom, they reaggress. They call the trump card. They know that SPG has got to rotate back to B. Francis, the 1 taps again!
No! 2 taps. NC Slasher in for the trade. But now he's got to do so much more. He's got the utility, Billy. He's got the spike as well. But does he have the kills? Does he have the skills to pull it off? In towards the off angle is Margaret. And he's holding. He's waiting. The traps all over the place. NC Slasher hops over, but he's spotted. He's not sent away. It's going to be Margaret with the kill. The first round handed over to Sinprisa.
He had a second. That's all it takes. He hopped on the cam. But NC Slasher, he had a standout game on Ascension on this map earlier in the tournament. And this time, he's not been hitting the mark, and Margaret, who's been clutched time and time again for SPG, comes up with the goods. 1 round away for SPG, and Boom have to fight again.
Just imagine the feeling in the server right now. Bambi back in with the judge.
He gets the judge out in overtime. It's ridiculous. Following in the Trailblazer into the side.
Straight in. And everyone from Boom tries to back off. Great shots from NC Slasher, though. That's Stampede down. 2 more from SPG, too. Francis and Margaret trying to find space, but everything's been blocked off, cordoned off. No entry.
Where's Francis off to?
No space. Francis, he's got the door in him. He's going exploring. But what's he gonna do?
What's he got in the backpack? That's what I'm wondering. I don't think he's got a 1v5 clutch. That's a little bit outlandish, Quack. Berserk's on the line, spots him out. Boom need to mobilize into spawn side. He's still sharp with it, but I don't think he can make this happen.
Francis tries to step out.
Oh!
What is that?
No!
Oh! almost made it happen!
How do
4
you
kills
hit
back
that?
to back?
How do you hit those shots? Imagine a world where he hits that last kill. That might be the best play I've ever seen, and I've been casting TAC FPS for 10 years.
Unbelievable. But still, this means Boom stays alive, needing to convert a win on the attacking side.
For real, bro. Look at him. Yeah, look at him. I love that reaction as well. He's like, that would have been a clip, bro. All right, back to another overtime, round 27. Here we go. Boom Esports disrespecting, or actually inside of their own toxic orb. Bit of a progression orb for them to take some space. In goes the Trailblazer. There is so much Sentinel YouTube, but all of it's been destroyed by the paint shells.
Still though, Margaret up around elbow. Not quite spotted just yet. Has the potential to spray through. Gonna be famous in for the first shot. He peeks out. Shut down by Berserks. Demby fires back. What is that flick from Demby? Persia in as well. Oh my goodness. Yet another 4K from SPG to start off the second OT.
How do they keep pumping out Koreans that aim like that, like it's a bloody conveyor belt? Unreal from Persia. Again, VCT Pacific point for SPG. We're only winning defense rounds in overtime. No one can break through on attack. It looked like Boom had almost done it. They got into the site. They got a couple of entries. But on the flood, Danby and Persia come up huge.
Oh, and off the win, they call out the timeout too.
They need an attacking round. They need it. They need a plan, man. They need an attacking round. No one can get one. But Sin Priester, if there's anyone that can get one, go look at the stats, boys. Go back in this tournament and look at their attacking sides. Ridiculous. They should be able to get this across the line.
On paper, the stats say it all. But sometimes it's the magic. Sometimes it's Boom. They've made it here so far. And they're looking to extend their life just a bit more.
Give themselves another opportunity. Eyes closed there for Gary.
They've been good dealing against Demby so far, just trying to get the reads up against SPG. They need to do it again.
What have SPG come up with? Coach has been given input. They've got a plan together on this attacking side. They've been one round away so many times, Quack. This has to be it. They have to have come up with the goods in the timeout. Boom is going to fight for Short A right off the bat here. There's 2 players over there. No, it's actually Bathrooms. But SPG's creeping up short. 4 players here for Boom, Quack. Into U-Haul goes SPG, wrapping onto the backside of the site. Hello.
Great sight lines. The firing squad is here, and they are ready. Magazine's locked in. Crosshairs locked in, too. Good little trades off from Shiro. It's going to be Berserks. Right back around Dice.
If they hit the TP, look where NC Slasher is. Look where NC Slasher is. He could come up so huge right now, Quack.
The timing on this is crucial. Oh! What a spray conversion! Demby desperately looking to hunt him down.
And see you later. He's on his horse out of there. Shiro's seen the push back through market. Danby sprinting his way straight up through Short A, trying to meet up with Persia. Inside Bathroom, Zespi biding time. They've got a huge advantage here. They don't need to overcook it.
Up from the top, you've got Berserks as well. This is effectively a crossfire. How do you stick the spike in this situation? No, sir! It's not happening! Persia still crouches, sprays away!
No.
What? He got the 4K from before.
One off the orbital. He's got a Molotov to work through. They're trying to spam him through the box, down to 20 HP.
Does he have the position to pull off the utility, though? He goes for it. Shiro swings! 1 more kill! 1 more round! 1 more overtime! Open up the sky! The spike ticks away. The server ticks away. This is what Valorant is about!
More defense rounds in overtime. Against all odds, NC Slasher has had a rough game, but the confidence to push around B long and cut the map in half, cut the rotations, stop SPG from making their way through the TP was a huge play to make in that position. Slow start for Boom yet again here. Fight over on B long. Could be something to keep your eye on. Deep smoke for Persia. Spit goes in. Trailblazer followed and replied by the Molotov, by the guiding light. SPG say no thank you, no entry to B long. They're gonna forfeit it though. Persia just having a bit of a jump spot. And Boom, they're gonna walk back onto Hookah. Off angle from Francis could be deadly the way he's been playing today.
So ready for it. Look how he moves back and forth,
inside,
trying to stay alive.
Inside bathrooms, Berserkers taking a little bit of a look here. Guiding light goes into middle, doesn't see anything, and that pops out the pick from Persia.
No.
That's a mistake. Informed by the guiding light, he thought no one was on B. He was trying to go for a push. Dappy goes through the TP. SPG has got a complete misread on this round.
Gonna be kicking himself, looking at the back of those moments. Boom now, off the kill, rotating back into the A side. Berserks still undetected inside of showers. And here it comes, smokes down. Draftnet avoided. NC Slasher, he spotted out, he's gotten the dig, he's gotten the spray! It's gonna be the spike plant pretty soon, Francis! You can't do nothing! It's all down to Danby, just trying to slide up to heaven. But can you find the shots? The whole of Indonesia, all 5 members, staring down your barrel. Danby, slowly slicing the pie. Slowly creeping up into showers, but where could Boom be? He's got to consider everything. The incendiary out. It's a high-low setup. He burns. He falls. It's a flawless win for Boom.
They finally find an attacking round in overtime, and they finally secure themselves VCT Pacific point for the first time today. SPG under pressure, bro. They got to come up with it on their attacking side. They weren't able to do it even after a timeout before. What have they got for us?
The timer ticks away. Countdown's over, and Danby slides up. Boom, well aware.
B-long control taken. Sky Smoke to try to contest. No, it's actually the poison ore being cycled by Zesby, but he needs to save some gas in case an execute comes through once that smoke elapses. 4 players ready to defend here for Boom. Full retake setup on the A side. Trailblazer sees nothing. Well spammed by Persia, denying the information to Boom. They're getting nervous, they're getting tentative. You can see the movements a little bit from Famous as well as Berserks in spawn. The longer this takes, the longer they're concerned about the A site, but the guiding light confirms the contact on B long.
Gotta consider about Hookah as well. Good little toxic screen from Zesby though, it might just be able to fend them off. Danby comes in. He evades all those shots, but NC Slasher's got him locked down. And now Hookah completely blocked off too.
They're going back to Margaret. It's plan B. He's sprinting through the back of the site. This can all be heard by Berserks in heaven. Boom not shifting a muscle. This is going to give time for SPG to come in to set themselves up a winnable post plan. The trips need to be avoided. They're stumbling over themselves to get into the site. Boom knows everything.
This could be it, Pilly. If Boom play their cards right, they punch a one-way ticket through. The teleporter play now in through showers. Berserks still up on top of heaven. The barrier mesh in their way! What? Francis! He puts up a good hold, but unfortunately still falls to the ground. Back to a 2-on-3. Margaret trying to stay alive, using the cyber cages. Berserks tries to push up from spawn. Considering their options, looking out through. Oh. It's Ivy. He's good for it. This is his garden.
Annihilation.
The vines wrap around him. The Annihilation sends through and locks on. SPG pushes us into yet another overtime.
How do they make that 3-on-5 work? Margaret giving them a plan B. Boom, trying to play things safely, trying to play things by the numbers. Berserks was playing patiently inside of heaven. But even in a 3-on-5, when you've got a Cypher and a Deadlock alive, you can win the post plant. When you've got Francis that multi-frags every time it comes up with the goods on the Vandal, you can win a 3-on-5 and you can keep your hopes alive.
All these tiny little moments. A single slip-up could cost you the game, could cost you the trophy.
Crossfire over B long. Deadlock's been moved to B. Sonic Sensors at the bottom side of B long and over towards Hookah. Trailblazer goes forward, cleared by Francis. Famous inching forward. It's a dangerous thing to do. The guiding light's going to safeguard his approach into Hookah.
Onto the other side too. It's going to be Berserk. He's been spotted out. Captured on by Danby.
SPG springs the trap off the cam. The relay bolt. Berserks moves past the point of no return. And boom, walking up behind the Viper wall. Guiding light. I don't know if it's scanned. Famous inside of Hookah, but Danby's seen them on the jump spot.
Fast lane's out just to block them off. But boom, look to traverse forward. Oh, they can't quite march on.
Where do they go? Patching up Zespiu. Shiro sticking around, trying to catch Danby on the jump spot. They're meeting up with Famous over towards Hookah. But look at this B-long setup. How do you break these off angles? As boom, you have got one guiding light to work with. And that's what they've got to do. Danby's TPing. He's trying to sow some seeds of down in their line. What a spray down!
Onto the overdrive too. Oh, on towards Famous. He doesn't have the time. Just looking for a couple of frags for a bit of a morale boost, but SPG, Danby, back alive on the server.
Broken record at this point, Quack. But SPG, against all odds, down in a 3-on-5. Maybe they're the ones performing the comeback. This series has gone for so long, I can't keep track of it anymore. Timeout, boom. They're on the defense. Pressure back on them. Posh Meow led the majority of this squad in last year's disappointing Ascension run. He's learnt the lessons. He's learnt what it means to lose and come up short here at Ascension, and he knows if they drop this round, it's all done for them.
In for what could be the very final LAN for Boom. Everything written up to this point. All the overtimes, all the blood, sweat, and tears shed down to this moment. Can they make this magic happen again?
I can't wait, bro. I just want the overtime to be over. Just show me some more Valorant right now. Inject it straight into my veins. I'm ready for another couple hours of this, Quack. The rounds just keep coming. SPG, can they secure the bag? Can they go home to Korea to play the best in the world? Or will they go home with nothing?
It's all down to that trophy. Ladies and gents, chat back home, you've all been in this moment before. Whether you're playing online, whether you're an underdog, whether it's your boss or your teacher telling you what you can or can't do, it's down to Boom trying to fight back.
Disruption over on bathrooms. Sky Smoke being thrown up here by Boom on the defense. SPG lying in wait. Margaret and Ivy biding their time, waiting for the right opportunity. A lot of emphasis and control and pressure applied to the extremities from SPG. They've taken B long. They've thrown up the progression smoke. Big rotation back across the side. This was a winning round for Boom last time. Retake A with 4 stacking B. They're gonna try to hold the execute again.
Trailblazer, and then the TP play. They're just thinking about it, but there they go.
This time there's not a 3-on-5, boys. This time, everyone for SPG's alive here. Berserks ripping the cage, playing for time. Famous on the rotation, breaking down the deadlock wall. It's gonna be so hard to get back in.
The sonic sensor set up around the spike as well. Boom, they've got to hit their target. They got to hit their shots.
Beautiful.
So far, so good. But here they come. It's gonna be down to it. And Danby trying to hold up off around Showers. So many players alive on the other side of the site. And there goes those traps. A relay. It all hits. Danby slides. What a headshot. But boom, they managed to fight back. Berserks. It's all down to Persia. He's been good in this overtime so far, but can he do it
One off the orbital.
He might be the prince. One kill for the ultimate. But Berserks tries to stick the spike. His teammate just needs to stay alive.
Is there enough time?
There's the ultimate. He sticks it.
He's gone! Unbelievable!
SPG! They have done it. The kill, the ultimate, the orbital strike. And Simprisa Gaming will ascend to greatness. Welcome to VCT Pacific. Welcome back home.
A new wave of Korean talent inspired by generations of excellence in esports. 4 teams in VCT Pacific, all Korean, and there's a reason. They are just the best.
Just imagine them standing up next to the Korean greats in Pacific, but still, tears on both sides.
I mean, it's just such a release of emotion after a long-fought series like that. SPG was so close to letting it slip away. So much relief for them, but so much heartbreak for Boom. They got a step closer today, but they deserve the applause from the crowd. They deserve the props. They were good enough to ascend today.
Boom Esports. An incredible showing, without a doubt. Nobody expected it to be this tight, this close. Hold your heads up high, boys, because you are definitely the people's champions, but still, Simprisa Gaming. They are the ones who have made it through. They are the ones who pull out the most impossible wins in overtime.
And the crowd giving them the respect they deserve, even here in Jakarta, even here in the Britama Arena. You have to give props where it's due. Simprisa was fantastic today, Quack.
Just look at them, how much they're doing it. All the work put into this. They came in as the favorites, and here they are. Simprisa. Welcome to VCT Pacific. That trophy is theirs. They've been staring at it for the longest time.
It was a hell of a road to get there, though. They experienced some heartbreak in Challengers Korea Stage 1 across 3 different rosters. They were knocked out in the open quals in VCL Korea, in VCL Japan for Persia. They come back in full force and dominate in the group stage. And they're going to get another trophy lift. They're going to relish in the moment, every single one of them, Quack.
And it's just so well deserved. Yet another raise. Coming in from Challengers Korea.
Yeah.
Off the rip into Ascension Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, they had some troubles. Moving through D+, moving through Nongshim Red Force that gave them a lot of regional competition in the playoffs, but they scraped the win over the line in a pretty tight best-of-5 series. But when they came to Ascension, I've never seen anything like it, Quack. Rookies are supposed to choke in international events when the pressure gets on them, but they came up with the goods. They dominated straight through to the grand final, and they showed the grit that it takes to be a champion.
The perseverance, the resilience, everything in for them. They were tested. Make no mistake, Billy. But they still stand tall. Simprisa Gaming, I can't believe, of all things to end the final round, it was a kill and the sudden orbital strike. He made it so instant.
It was another clutch from Persia. He's been coming up with them time and time again here at Ascension. 25% clutch rate from a pretty big sample size in Challengers Korea across a whole season. Those are great stats. coming into a playoffs grand final, he had like a 50% clutch rate. So you could bet that he was going to close a 1v4 like that. And he's done it again to secure the bag for Sin Prisa. I cannot wait to see what these guys are going to do in VCT Pacific. People have been saying their names. There's been whispers. I would love to see them go up against some of the best in Asia and some of the best in the world, the way that this last year's gone with Gen G. It's going to be great to see more Korean talent on Showcase, that's for sure.
It's incredible. The crowd loves it. Fans at home love it. I mean, just imagine if they came into this playing against a home crowd, playing against opponents they've never faced before. So many overtimes, and they were still able to come out on top. Just imagine the damage they can do in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, I'm hoping it. I feel, very, very sorrowful for Boom, I would say, but I want to see if they can pick themselves up again after multiple disappointments, and you know that they were good enough to ascend today. That's what I really take home from this, with the strength of the crowd, with the patriotism that they showed, trying to fight for this on home soil. I feel awful that they're not in Pacific, because for me, I feel they deserve to be there.
They were so close to it. I certainly hope it's not over for them, but for now, it is over for us. I mean, it's been a pleasure to be here, and it's going to be back on towards the stage where we, I think, have a winner's interview.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for our champion, Sin Prisa Gaming. Congratulations, you guys, indeed giving us the best series for today. And congratulations for succeeding to ascend to greatness. But before we have a little bit of chit-chat, I would like to welcome the VIPs to congratulate the winner here, which is SPG. So I would like to invite Mr. Shan Oh, as head of APAC Esports Riot Games, to join us on stage and congratulate the winner. And also Mr. Jake Sin, as head of VALORANT Esports APAC Riot Games. And also Ibu Diana Sutrisno selaku Wakil Bendahara Umum PBESI, or Miss Diana Sutrisno. So I would like to invite all of the VIP here to give us some speech. So first, to Mr. Sean, please move one step forward and give us a speech. There you go, your mic.
Selamat malam.
Selamat malam.
Hello, fans in Jakarta. I'm so thrilled to be here with you tonight. This has been an incredible event, showcasing hard work from all participating teams and fantastic and passionate support from fans like you. I also want to thank to our partner OneUp for making this amazing event happen in Jakarta. Let's extend our heartfelt congratulations to SPG for their outstanding victory tonight. Thank you and congratulations, SPG.
Thank you, Mr. Sean. And next, I would like to let Mr. Jack to give us some speech.
What's up, Jakarta? Massive congratulations to Sin Prisa Gaming for your incredible victory today. Your journey here has been nothing short of incredible, starting from Premier and climbing up the ranks in Challengers and finally winning this tournament to prove that you're the best team in Challengers. Congratulations. I'd like to proudly welcome you to VCT Pacific. See you in Seoul next year. Thank you, Jakarta.
Thank you. And now it's time to give a huge round of applause to the MVP of VCT Ascension Pacific 2024. This player not only led their team to victory, but delivered game-changing moment that kept our eyes on the game. Please join me in congratulating to Francis! Congratulations, Francis! Please move one step forward. And then we would like to invite Mr. Sean O, Mr. Jake, and Ibu Diana also to join to congratulate the MVP and also take a moment to take a picture together. Right fist. Once again, Francis, congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Shan O, Mr. Jackson, and Ibu Diana. Miss Diana, now I welcome you back to your seat after you congratulate our winner, Sin Prisa Gaming. All right, so this is the moment we're gonna have a little bit of chit chat with Sin Prisa Gaming. Starting off with Dambi. Hi, Dambi. Dambi, oh, you got a lot of fans here. Dambi, so it is safe to say that you are the new prodigy, new namer that can step up the game. What are your next goal?
담비 선수는 이제 발로란트계에서 인재라고 불리게 되었는데 이제 다음 목표는 어떤 것이 될까요? 다음 목표.
어센션을 우승했으니까 이제 다음 목표는 챔피언스입니다. 더 견고하게 닦아가지고 퍼시픽에 들어가서 이제 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
He says that of course as they won Ascension and they're going to Pacific, they hope to make a pretty good outcome out in the Pacific League as well as hopefully win champions.
Semoga hasilnya nanti di Pacific League bakalan bagus dan pastinya goal selanjutnya untuk SPG itu adalah memenangkan champion. So move on to Francis now. Francis, our MVP. Hello, Francis.
Hello.
Hello. So at a young age, you are now only 18, right? But you can IGL link and lead the team to lift the trophy. How do you feel now?
이제 19살이 어린 나이로서 이제 프로게이머로 활동하면서 이제 어센션 우승을 거머쥐게 되었는데
So, how do you feel now for Francis, especially after winning the MVP?
이번에 이제 어센션 MVP를 이제 거머쥐게 되었는데 기분이 어떠신가요?
지금 너무 신납니다.
He says he's very excited.
Okay, semangat katanya ya, excited banget katanya. So, okay, Francis, so we can now move on to Persia. Persia, hi.
Hello guys.
What a spirit, what a spirit. So, Persia, as a challenger player now ascending to the VCT Pacific, is it something like you could imagine? And do you have any words to say to all of your fans here?
이제 챌린저스 리그에서 활동하시다가 이제 퍼시픽 리그로 진출하게 되셨는데 그 선수로서 소감이 어떻고 이제 여기 모두 응원하러 와주신 모든 분들에게 하고 싶은 말이 있으실까요? 어센션 그 챌린저스 리그에서 활동하다가 퍼시픽 리그로 이제 올라오게 되었는데 소감이 어떻고 여기 모두 응원해 주러 온 모든 분들에게 하고 싶으신 말.
일단 소감은 다음 단계로 가기 위한 이제 마지막 걸음이 끝났으니까 다시 새로운 걸음으로 시작을 해야죠. 팬분들에게 너무 감사드리고 저희 모부기 단장님 이제 제가 이 자리에 설 수 있게 도와주신 모부기 단장님 감사드립니다.
He says that winning Ascension is just one of the last steps in going on to the next step, and now another stage has started, and he's gonna have to continue climbing the road. And also, he wants to thank all the fans that has been rooting for him throughout the season, as well as give special thanks to the GM Mobugi for being able to provide him with the seat and just helping help him on the way.
Oke, jadi terima kasih kepada kalian semuanya ya. Kayaknya emang ada beberapa fans dari SPG yang masih stay di sini, rooting for them, cheering atau bersorak-sorai untuk mereka semuanya. So kita bakal move on, so we're gonna move on to Margaret. So Margaret, you had a long journey, placed second on Challenger Korea Split 2 with Nangchim, beat them, and now to the Pacific. Now you will face the big names. What's on your mind right now?
이제 코리안 챌린저스 스플릿 2에서 2등을 하고 이제 지금은 어센션을 최종 우승하게 되었는데 지금 본인의 소감이 어떻고 어떤 생각을 하고 계신가요?
일단 결승전 이기게 돼서 너무 좋고요. 근데 뭐라 했는지 잘 못했어요.
퍼시픽 리그로 이제 올라가게 되면서 소감이랑 어떤 생각을 지금 지니고 계신지.
일단 퍼시픽 진출하게 돼서 기분 진짜 좋고 지금 심정은 오늘 좀 부진했던 것 같아서 팀원들한테 좀 미안하긴 한데 그래서 나중에 제가 꼭 보답할 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
It says that he's very excited to be able to go into Pacific League, as well as throughout the whole series, he felt that he didn't really perform as well as he should. So he feels a little bit apologetic for his teammates, but as they have won the entire thing, he's extremely happy about it.
Oke. Jadi ternyata Margaret ini sempat merasa down ya, karena kayaknya throughout atau selama Ascension Pacific ini ada beberapa performa dari Margaret sendiri yang lumayan turun, tapi pastinya teammates-nya yang lain tetap terus-terusan mendukung dari Margaret sendiri dan akhirnya mereka sekarang menjadi juara dari VCT Ascension Pacific Jakarta. Ivy, hi.
Hello.
Hello. So, several times you carried the game over and over again, I mean. And if we're talking about Sinprisa means slowly but surely. And surely you can now play on the VCT Pacific. Will you move any faster later on after this? Will you move any faster after this?
이제 오늘 특히나 Is this on?
It's on.
특히나 오늘 클러치와 캐리를 무수히 반복하게 되었는데.
Will you move any faster later on, especially in the VCT.
SPG라는 팀 이름 자체가 느리지만 확실하게라는 뜻이잖아요. 이제 여기서 다음 퍼시픽 리그로 넘어갈 때는 좀 더 확실하고 빠르게 그 캐리를 진행을 할 것인지 아니면 지금처럼 확실하게 진행할 건가요?
당연히 제가 빠르게 캐리해야죠.
He says, of course, he will have to carry fast and lead the game.
Oke, kayaknya mereka bakalan gercep nanti ya untuk di VCT Pacific League sendiri. And the coach? I know it's a long way to pass the mic. Hello, coach. Still canon. So, first of all, congratulations for bringing the team to making the champion here in the VCT Ascension Pacific Jakarta. So, throughout the entire tournament, what you are most proud of your team?
일단 우선 SPG를 어센션의 챔피언을 이끌어와 주셔서 감사하고요.
What is the thing that you are most proud of your team?
이제 SPG라는 팀에 대해서 제일 자랑스러운 부분이 뭘까요?
일단 제가 좀 특이한 거를 많이 좋아하고 남들보다 좀 유리하게 가고 싶어 하는 약간 그런 게임을 많이 좋아하는데 저한테 하나의 의심도 없이 따라와준 선수들한테 너무 고맙네요.
He says that he's very proud and thankful for the team because he is very used to like unique comps and he prefers to try out new things and because all the players are adapted to it as well as they follow him very well. He's very thankful of that and also very extremely proud.
Intinya anak-anaknya nurut sama kalem ya. Itu kata dari coachnya sehingga mereka bisa menjadi juara. So once again, congratulations SPG. And now I let you to lift up the trophy for one more time and leave the moment. So you can now surrounding the trophy. You can leave the trophy for once more. On my count. So, on a count of 3, 3, 2, 1, Sin Prisa Gaming, the VCT Ascension Pacific Jakarta champion. And that's it for all of the action from Jakarta. Make sure you guys follow the journey of SPG on the VCT Pacific. And I believe it's time for us to signing out. Thank you everyone who's been here